Welcome to Fantasy Whisper Stories, where legendary tales come to life through the power of words. Tonight, I'll be taking you on a journey through Renaissance Italy with the story of Ezio Auditore di Firenze. Follow this young nobleman's transformation from a carefree youth to a master assassin following the tragic execution of his father and brothers. This tale of vengeance, conspiracy, and destiny spans from the elegant streets of Florence to the ancient walls of Monterigny, as Ezio uncovers the centuries-old conflict between the Assassin Brotherhood and the Templar Order. Settle in, dim the lights, and allow yourself to be transported to a world of hidden blades, rooftop escapes, and the struggle for humanity's freedom to choose its own path. Thank you for joining me on this adventure. Now, let the story of Ezio Auditore begin. Chapter 1, Birth into Nobility. The summer sun beat down on Florence with unforgiving intensity as Maria Auditore gripped her husband's hand with all the strength she could muster. The labor had begun shortly after midnight, and now, as noon approached, the midwife's encouraging words had taken on a desperate edge. "Push, Lady Auditore. I can see the child's head." Giovanni Auditore, normally the picture of composure in even the most dangerous situations, paced anxiously outside the bedchamber, his knuckles white from clenching his fists. The screams from within tore at his heart. This was their second child, but the birth of Federico 2 years prior had been swift and without complication. Something was different this time. Final, agonizing cry pierced the air, followed by a moment of terrible silence. Then came the healthy wail of a newborn, and Giovanni nearly collapsed with relief. "A boy, Messer Auditore," the midwife announced as she opened the door, her apron stained with blood, but her face beaming. "A strong, healthy boy." Giovanni rushed to his wife's side. Maria lay exhausted, her dark hair plastered to her forehead with sweat, but her eyes shone with triumph as she cradled their son. "Ezio," she whispered. "Ezio Auditore di Firenze." Giovanni gently took the child in his arms, studying the tiny face with wonder. Already, the infant had a full head of dark hair, and, as if sensing his father's scrutiny, opened his eyes to reveal a piercing gaze. "He has the eyes of an eagle," Giovanni murmured. The significance of this observation was not lost on him, though he kept the thought to himself. Banker's public life was merely a facade for his true calling as an assassin in service to the Brotherhood, a secret yet successfully kept from his family. As he held his second son, a strange premonition came over him. This child would one day follow in his footsteps, but the path would not be of Giovanni's choosing. By the age of 5, Ezio had established himself as the most troublesome of the Auditore children. While Federico possessed a similar mischievous streak, Ezio elevated it to an art form, disappearing from his lessons to explore the markets or climb the smaller structures of Florence, much to his mother's dismay. "He has your spirit, Giovanni," Maria sighed one evening as they watched Ezio chase his brother through the courtyard of their palazzo. "And your inability to remain still," Giovanni laughed. "Let him enjoy his freedom while he can." The weight behind these words was known only to him. Little Claudia, barely 3, toddled after her older brothers, her face screwed up in determination to keep pace. Baby Petruccio slept peacefully in his nurse's arms, blissfully unaware of the chaos his siblings created. The Auditore household thrived in the heart of Florence, their name respected among the banking families that served Lorenzo de' Medici. Their villa stood as a testament to their position, not ostentatious like the Pazzi residence, but elegant and refined, with an inner courtyard where the children played and studied under the watchful eye of tutors. his children, despite his dual responsibilities. Each morning before dawn, he would take Federico, and now Ezio to, the rooftop of their palazzo for what he called games. "Watch how I move, Ezio," he instructed on a cool autumn morning. "Feel the surface beneath your feet. Balance is not just in the body, but in the mind." Ezio, eager to impress his father, mimicked Giovanni's movements across the tiles, arms outstretched like a tightrope walker. "Why do we play these games, father?" Federico asked, executing a perfect leap between two sections of roof. Giovanni smiled enigmatically. "Balance, strength, awareness. These are tools every man needs, not just bankers." He ruffled Ezio's hair as the boy landed somewhat clumsily beside him. Besides, the view of Florence from above is one every Florentine should treasure. Ezio gazed out at the sprawling city, the Duomo's magnificent dome dominating the skyline, the Arno River cutting through the heart of Florence like a lifeline. Something stirred within him, a sense of belonging, of responsibility to this place and its people. "One day," Giovanni said softly, following his son's gaze, "you will understand that we are part of something greater than ourselves. Our family, this city, this life we live, it is all connected." Ezio didn't fully comprehend his father's words then, but they settled in his heart alongside the values Giovanni insisted upon: loyalty, courage, and justice. The auditor name carried weight, his father explained, not because of wealth or position, but because of how they conducted themselves. "Nothing is true, everything is permitted," Giovanni sometimes muttered when he thought no one was listening. Ezio had once asked what it meant, only to receive a startled look, followed by a gentle admonishment to focus on his studies. As the years passed, Ezio grew into a handsome youth with his mother's charm and his father's intensity. By the age of 10, he could navigate the rooftops of his neighborhood with ease, and had developed a remarkable talent for talking his way out of trouble, a skill he employed frequently after his escapades with Federico. "You cannot solve everything with a smile, figlio mio," Giovanni warned after Ezio charmed his way out of punishment for skipping his arithmetic lessons. "There will come a time when your actions alone define you." Ezio nodded soberly, though his eyes still sparkled with mischief. "I understand, father." Giovanni studied his son's face, seeing in it the shadow of the man he would become. He had hoped to keep Ezio from the path of the Brotherhood, to give him the normal life that Giovanni himself had sacrificed. But watching him now, his keen intelligence, his natural agility, his innate sense of justice, he knew the choice might not be his to make. The assassin placed a hand on his son's shoulder, feeling both pride and trepidation. "Remember, Ezio, wherever your path leads, you are an auditor. Never bring dishonor to that name." "I won't, father," Ezio promised, with all the solemnity a 10-year-old could muster. "I will make you proud." Giovanni embraced his son, knowing that darker days lay ahead for Florence, for the Brotherhood, and perhaps for the auditor family itself. "You already do, my son," he whispered. "You already do." Chapter 2, Carefree Days. Florence, 1473. The city brimmed with life under the warm Italian sun as 17-year-old Ezio Auditore raced across the rooftops of the Santa Croce district. His brother Federico just steps behind him. "You've grown slower, brother," Ezio called over his shoulder, leaping gracefully across a gap between buildings. His white shirt billowed in the wind, dark hair tied back with a red ribbon that trailed behind him like a banner. "Save your breath for running." Federico shot back, narrowing the distance between them with a particularly daring leap. Race had begun, as most of their competitions did, with a challenge issued in the heat. a fraternal rivalry. This time, the prize was simple. The loser would take responsibility for breaking their mother's favorite vase, a casualty of their impromptu sword fight in the courtyard earlier that morning. Ezio sprinted toward the church tower that served as their finish line, muscles burning with exertion, but heart soaring with the thrill of freedom. These moments, racing above the city, removed from the expectations of nobility, were when he felt most alive. Sudden commotion in the street below caught his attention. A group of Pazzi thugs had surrounded a young painter, knocking his canvases to the ground and demanding payment for protection. Without breaking stride, Ezio exchanged a knowing glance with Federico. "The race can wait," Federico nodded, already changing direction. They descended to street level with practiced ease, dropping from a low balcony to land in perfect unison behind the harassers. "Is there a problem here?" Ezio asked, his casual tone belying the dangerous glint in his eye. The largest of the Pazzi men turned, recognition dawning on his face. "Auditor," he spat, "this doesn't concern you. When you threaten citizens of Florence in broad daylight, it concerns me greatly," Ezio replied, stepping forward to help the painter gather his scattered works. "You should listen to your brother," Federico added, casually rolling up his sleeves. "The last time you Pazzi dogs caused trouble, it didn't end well for you." The confrontation escalated quickly, as it inevitably did when Auditor met Pazzi in the streets of Florence. Ezio moved with the fluid grace his father had instilled through years of training, dodging a wild punch before delivering a precise strike to his attacker's jaw. Federico handled his opponents with similar skill, and within minutes, the Pazzi thugs retreated, nursing bruised egos and bloodied noses. "Are you hurt, friend?" Ezio asked the painter, who stood wide-eyed at the efficient display of combat. "No, grazie, messer," the young man bowed slightly. "Leonardo da Vinci, at your service. I cannot thank you enough for your intervention." "Leonardo," Federico raised an eyebrow. "We've heard our father speak of you. A promising apprentice from Verrocchio's workshop, yes." Leonardo smiled, adjusting his cap. "The very same, though I hope to establish my own studio soon. And you must be the Auditor brothers. Your reputation precedes you. Only the good parts, I hope," Ezio grinned, helping Leonardo secure a landscape painting to his carrying frame. "That depends on whom you ask," Leonardo replied with a knowing smile. "The daughters of Florence have quite different tales to tell than the Pazzi family." Ezio laughed heartily. "Both equally earned, I assure you." Their conversation was interrupted by the distant toll of bells. Federico groaned. "Father expects us for dinner with the Medici banker. We're late." "Till we meet again, Leonardo," Ezio said, clasping the artist's hand. "Perhaps you'll paint my portrait one day, when I'm rich and famous." "I would be honored," Leonardo replied, eyes twinkling. "Though I suspect your life's portrait will be painted in deeds rather than oils." Ezio Auditore. By the time they reached home, both brothers were breathless and disheveled. Maria Auditore took one look at them as they burst through the courtyard entrance and shook her head in resignation. "Your father is waiting in his study," she said, trying to smooth Ezio's rumpled collar. "And do explain how my Venetian vase came to be in pieces before you see him." Ezio shot Federico a triumphant look. He had reached the tower first after their detour, winning their wager. "A moment of clumsiness, mother," Federico admitted with practiced contrition. "Entirely my fault." Maria's skeptical expression made it clear she didn't believe him for a moment. But her soft spot for her eldest son was well known in the household. "Go, both of you, and try to appear as the nobleman you're supposed to be." Giovanni's study. They found their father deep in conversation with a man they recognized as one of Lorenzo de' Medici's advisors. The discussion ceased abruptly when they entered. "Ah, my sons," Giovanni said, his tone light though his eyes quickly assessed their appearance. "I was beginning to think you had forgotten our engagement this evening." "Apologies, father," Ezio replied smoothly. "We were delayed helping a citizen in distress." "Pazzi again?" Giovanni asked, his expression darkening. Federico nodded. "They seemed to grow bolder by the day." The Medici advisor cleared his throat. "This rivalry between your families becomes concerning, Giovanni. Lorenzo himself has noted the rising tensions." Giovanni waved a dismissive hand. "Boys will be boys, Antonio. But I will speak with my sons about exercising more discretion." After the advisor departed, Giovanni motioned for his sons to sit. Instead of the lecture they expected, he spread a map of Florence across his desk. "You spend much time on the rooftops," he began, his tone neutral. "Tell me what you've observed of the city guard's patterns in the last week." Ezio and Federico exchanged surprised glances before launching into a detailed account of patrol routes, guard changes, and which areas received the most attention. Giovanni listened intently, occasionally making notations on the map. "Very good," he nodded when they finished. "Your eyes see much. Now, you must learn that when to act is as important as how." "Father," Ezio ventured, "why do you ask about the guards? Has something happened?" Giovanni studied his second son with an appraising look. "Knowledge is its own reward, Ezio. But yes, there are concerns about certain elements in Florence. The Pazzi family's ambitions grow with their wealth. Is that why you've been training us all these years?" Federico asked quietly. "These games on the rooftops, the lessons in observation and combat, they've never been just games, have they?" A shadow passed over Giovanni's face. "No," he admitted after a long pause. "They have not. The skills I've taught you may one day save your lives, and perhaps more than that. More than our lives." Ezio pressed, intrigued. Giovanni's gaze drifted to the window, where the last light of day painted Florence in gold and crimson. "There are forces at work in this city, in all of Italy, that move beyond what ordinary citizens see. I had hoped." He stopped, shaking his head slightly. "But that is a conversation for another day." He turned back to his sons, his expression softening. "For now, enjoy your youth. Race across the rooftops. Defend the innocent. Court beautiful women." His eyes twinkled with sudden mischief. "Just try not to break any more of your mother's vases in the process." Later that evening, as Ezio helped his younger brother Petruccio collect feathers from the courtyard, a strange request, but one he could never refuse, he contemplated his father's words. "Federico says father is teaching us to be more than bankers," Petruccio said suddenly, his small frame silhouetted against the twilight sky. "See now," Ezio replied carefully, reaching for a feather stuck in a high crevice. Petruccio nodded solemnly. "He says we're being trained as warriors." Ezio chuckled, ruffling his brother's hair. "Federico has an overactive imagination. Father is simply ensuring we can defend ourselves in these troubled times." Yet as they gathered the last of the feathers, Ezio couldn't shake the feeling that his father's lessons had indeed been preparing them for something beyond the everyday concerns of Florentine nobility. The thought both excited and unsettled him. From the upper window of his study, Giovanni watched his sons in the fading light. The message he had received that morning weighed heavily on his mind, a warning from the Brotherhood about Templar movement in Tuscany. His boys lived in a golden moment of youth and promise, unaware of the shadow creeping toward Florence toward the auditor family itself. Enjoy these carefree days, he whispered to himself. They may not last much longer. Chapter 3, First Love. The summer festival of San Giovanni transformed Florence into a tapestry of color and sound. Banners adorned every street, musicians played at every corner, and the scent of roasting meats and sweet pastries filled the air. For Ezio, now 17, the celebration offered a welcome distraction from his father's increasingly demanding training regimen. Are you certain this is wise? Federico asked as they wove through the crowd in the Piazza della Signoria. Father specifically asked us to return before sunset. Ezio adjusted the ornate mask covering the upper half of his face, a concession to the festive atmosphere. The sun won't set for hours, brother. Besides, when did you become so concerned with punctuality? Federico's retort died on his lips as his attention shifted to something over Ezio's shoulder. Following his brother's gaze, Ezio turned and felt the world around him slow to a standstill. A young woman stood by the fountain, her chestnut hair cascading in gentle waves past shoulders left bare by her emerald gown. Unlike most noblewomen present, she wore no mask, allowing an unobstructed view of her delicate features and intelligent eyes. She laughed at something her companion said, the sound carrying to Ezio even through the festival's din. Cristina Vespucci, Federico murmured. Cousin to Amerigo, the navigator. They say every eligible bachelor in Tuscany has sought her hand. Not every bachelor, Ezio replied, removing his mask with a determined flourish. Not yet. Federico grabbed his arm. Ezio, even you must recognize when you're outmatched. Her father is particular about her suitors, and the Vespucci name carries significant influence. Then I shall be particularly charming, Ezio grinned, shaking free of his brother's grasp. Wish me luck. He approached with the confidence that had become his trademark, navigating through groups of revelers with easy grace. As he drew closer, he noted how Christina's eyes, a striking amber in the afternoon light, surveyed the crowd with subtle appraisal rather than the affected disinterest common among Florentine noblewomen. Forgive me, Madonna, Ezio said, executing a perfect bow when he reached her. But I feared if I waited for a proper introduction, the festival would end before I had the chance to meet the most beautiful woman in Florence. The young woman beside Christina giggled, but Christina herself merely raised an eyebrow. Bold words from a stranger, she replied, her voice melodious but firm. Especially one who appears without an invitation or a chaperone's approval. Ezio Auditore de Firenze, at your service, he said, undeterred. And while I lack an invitation, I believe some meetings are arranged by fate rather than protocol. Flicker of recognition crossed her face at his name. The auditor who races across rooftops and brawls with pazzy thugs in the market. Your reputation precedes you, Messer Ezio. Only the most flattering parts, I hope. He placed a hand over his heart in mock injury. That would depend on one's definition of flattering, she countered. But the corner of her mouth twitched with suppressed amusement. My father speaks of your family with respect, though he questions the discipline of Giovanni's sons. A fair assessment, Ezio conceded. Perhaps you might judge for yourself. A turn about the piazza would offer ample opportunity to determine if I am as undisciplined as rumored. Her companion looked scandalized, but Christina surprised them both by extending her hand. One circuit, Messer Auditor. I find myself curious about the man behind the tailies as they strolled through the festival, keeping a proper distance under the watchful eye of Christina's friend. Ezio discovered a mind as captivating as her beauty. She spoke with passion about art, politics, and Florence itself, challenging his opinions with refreshing directness. "You have an unusual perspective for a nobleman's son," she observed after he'd shared his views on the city's treatment of its poorer citizens. "My father believes privilege carries responsibility," Ezio replied, more serious than was his custom. "He insists we understand Florence beyond the walls of our palazzo. A wise man, your father." She studied him with renewed interest. Perhaps there is more to Ezio Auditore than charming smiles and reckless adventures. Their circuit complete, Ezio returned her to her companion, taking her hand and pressing his lips briefly to her knuckles. "Until we meet again, Christina Vespucci." A presumptuous farewell, she noted, withdrawing her hand, though her eyes lingered on his. "We may never cross paths after today." Ezio smiled confidently. "Fate has better plans for us, I think." Fate, it seemed, needed Ezio's assistance. In the weeks that followed, he orchestrated a series of chance encounters at the Duomo after Sunday Mass, in the market where her family shopped, even during her music lessons, when he convinced her tutor to allow him to deliver an urgent message. Each meeting strengthened the connection between them. Christina's initial wariness gave way to genuine interest, and Ezio found himself sharing thoughts he'd never voiced to anyone outside his family. "You speak of freedom as if it's more precious than gold," she remarked one afternoon as they walked in her family's garden, her chaperone discreetly trailing behind. "Isn't it?" Ezio gestured toward the sky. "To move as one wishes, to speak truth without fear, to chart one's own course. What wealth could replace that? For a woman, especially one of noble birth, such freedom remains a dream," she replied softly. "My path has been largely determined since birth." Ezio stopped, turning to face her fully. "Then dream with me, Christina, even if only for moments stolen from duty. Your first kiss came unexpectedly during the feast of Sant'Anna." Ezio had escorted her family to the celebration, winning her father's approval through a combination of charm and uncharacteristic decorum. As fireworks illuminated the Arno, they found themselves momentarily separated from the others. "Beautiful," Christina whispered, gazing at the colored lights reflecting on the water. "Yes," Ezio agreed, though his eyes never left her face. She turned, caught his gaze, and the air between them changed, charged with unspoken possibility. Ezio leaned forward slowly, giving her every chance to turn away. Instead, she closed the distance between them, their lips meeting as another burst of fireworks painted the sky. That single kiss transformed their courtship. Proper visits and chaperoned walks continued, but now there were secret messages exchanged through trusted servants, clandestine meetings in shadowed corners of the Boboli Gardens, and whispered promises that made both their hearts race. "It seems I'm not the only one captivated by the lovely Vespucci," Federico commented one evening as they returned from sword practice. Viri de Pazzi was seen delivering flowers to her palazzo this morning. Ezio's jaw tightened. Viri couldn't win her heart if he delivered the entire Boboli Gardens to her doorstep. Perhaps, but he can offer her family substantial connections, Federico warned. The Pazzi grow more influential daily. Even Lorenzo consults with Francesco now on banking matters. Rivalry manifested the following week at a tournament hosted by the Medici. Ezio had performed admirably in the horsemanship events, earning appreciative applause from the spectators, particularly from Christina, whose smile he sought after each successful pass. As competitors gathered for the fencing matches, Viri de Pazzi approached, flanked by his usual entourage. "Auditor," he sneered, loud enough for nearby onlookers to hear. enjoying your moment of glory. Savor it while you can. Ezio turned slowly, maintaining his composure with effort. Viri, I didn't realize you'd competed. I must have missed your performance entirely. Flush crept up Viri's neck. Mock all you want. We both know the Vespucci girl will eventually make the sensible choice between us. My family's allegiances extend far beyond Florence now. Is that a threat? Ezio stepped closer, tension radiating from his stance. An observation. Viri's smile didn't reach his eyes. Women of quality eventually choose security over entertainment. Insult hung in the air between them. Before Ezio could respond, Lorenzo de' Medici himself approached, with Giovanni Auditor at his side. Gentlemen, Lorenzo said smoothly, though his sharp gaze missed nothing. I trust the spirit of friendly competition prevails today. Of course, Magnifico, Viri bowed deeply. His demeanor instantly transformed. I was just congratulating Auditor on his horsemanship. Indeed, Lorenzo's skepticism was clear. Perhaps you'll both channel that competitive spirit in the upcoming matches. I understand you're paired against each other in the first round. Fencing match that followed was anything but friendly. What should have been an exhibition of skill devolved into a barely controlled combat, with Ezio and Viri pressing dangerously close to the boundaries of tournament rules. Blood was drawn more than once, a split lip for Viri, a shallow cut along Ezio's forearm, before Ezio finally disarmed his opponent with a complex maneuver his father had taught him only weeks before. The crowd erupted in cheers, but Giovanni's expression remained stern as Ezio's eyes sought Christina in the stands. She sat perfectly still, her face unreadable, though he thought he detected relief in the set of her shoulders. Later, as competitors and spectators mingled in the Medici gardens, Christina found him beneath an orange tree, away from the main gathering. That was foolish, she said without preamble. Viri is vindictive, and his family. His family are vultures circling Florence, Ezio interrupted, still flushed with victory and lingering anger. And Viri is the worst of them. You cannot seriously consider. Consider what? Her eyes flashed dangerously. That I have no say in whom I ultimately marry. That my father already fields offers from families across Tuscany. That the world views me as property to be traded for advantage. Ezio fell silent, abashed by the raw emotion in her voice. I cherish our time together, Ezio, she continued more gently, touching his cheek. But I'm not naive about how these matters are decided. He caught her hand, pressing it more firmly to his face. I will speak to my father. The Auditor name still carries weight, brings complications of its own. Something like sadness crossed her features. There are whispers about your family, about your father's true business. Rumors, Ezio said quickly, too quickly. Nothing more. Christina studied him for a long moment before sighing softly. Let's not waste our time with talk of politics and family alliances. Not today. He glanced around to ensure they were truly alone, then stood on tiptoe to kiss him. A brief, sweet contact that nonetheless left him breathless. Meet me tonight, she whispered against his lips. My balcony, after the household retires. Moon hung high above Florence, as Ezio scaled the exterior of the Vespucci Palazzo, finding handholds in the ornate stonework with practiced ease. The path Federico had shown him months ago, purely as an academic exercise in urban navigation, his brother had claimed led directly to Christina's balcony. He waited in the shadows, wrapped in a shawl against the night's chill, her hair loose around her shoulders. The sight stole the clever greeting from Ezio's lips. I wasn't certain you would come, she said softly, as he vaulted over the balustrade. I would climb the Duomo itself if you waited at the top, he replied, drawing her into his arms. Their kisses grew more urgent than those they'd shared in daylight, hands exploring with careful reverence. When they finally drew apart, breathless, Christina led him into her chamber, a boundary neither had crossed before. My father would have you killed, she murmured, though she made no move to release his hand. Some risks are worth taking, Ezio replied, his voice husky with emotion. They talked for hours, lying side by side on her bed, fingers intertwined. Ezio spoke of his hopes beyond banking, his occasional doubts about following the path his father had laid out. Christina confessed her dreams of traveling beyond Tuscany, of seeing the art and architecture of Venice and Rome. As dawn threatened on the horizon, Ezio reluctantly prepared to leave. At the balcony, Christina stopped him with a hand on his arm. "Promise me something," she said, her expression serious in the fading moonlight. "Whatever paths we take, whatever choices are made for us, remember these nights. Remember that for a time, we chose each other freely." Ezio kissed her with all the passion and tenderness he possessed. "I will remember every moment, Christina, and I will find a way for us to choose our own future together." As he descended into the pre-dawn shadows, neither could know how prophetic her request would prove to be, nor how dramatically their lives would soon change. For now, there was only the sweetness of first love and the promise of tomorrow's secret rendezvous. From a nearby rooftop, Federico watched his brother's descent with a mixture of amusement and concern. The Auditor Vespucci romance had blossomed beyond what anyone had anticipated. He wondered if his father was aware, and what Giovanni would make of it if he knew. Young love, he mused to himself, turning toward home. Let's hope it doesn't complicate matters further. The sun rose over Florence, gilding the city with light that revealed nothing of the conspiracies taking root in its shadows. Conspiracies that would soon tear apart the carefree world of Ezio Auditore and everyone he loved. Chapter 4. Lessons of a Banker. Pay attention, Ezio. These ledgers tell a story as clearly as any book, Giovanni Auditore said, tapping a finger on the leather-bound volume spread before them. It was early morning in the Auditor Bank, housed on the ground floor of their palazzo. The first light of day filtered through the high windows, illuminating the dust motes that swirled in the still air. Banking hours wouldn't begin for another 2 hours, giving father and son the privacy Giovanni required for these lessons. Ezio stifled a yawn, having returned from Christina's balcony barely 3 hours ago. "I'm listening, father." Giovanni's knowing smirk suggested he wasn't fooled. "Your night was eventful, I take it." Heat rushed to Ezio's face. "I was studying the city's defensive positions, as you suggested." Indeed, Giovanni raised an eyebrow. "And did this study take you near the Vespucci Palazzo, by chance?" Ezio opened his mouth to deny it, then thought better of the lie. "How did you?" "Little occurs in Florence without my knowledge," Giovanni replied, his expression softening. "The Vespucci girl is of good family, though her father may have higher aspirations for her than a banker's son, even an auditor. We've discussed that," Ezio admitted. "But surely our family name carries weight." Giovanni's eyes grew distant. "Names rise and fall with the political winds, figlio mio. Remember that." He shook himself, returning to the present moment. "Now, the ledgers. Show me where the Medici investments are recorded." Ezio obediently traced the column of numbers, identifying the complex system of loans and returns that tied his family's bank to the Medici fortune. These morning sessions had become increasingly frequent in recent months, with Giovanni insisting that both Federico and Ezio understand the intricacies of Florentine finance. Banking is the backbone of our republic, Giovanni explained as he guided Ezio through the documents. Control the flow of money, and you control much of what happens beyond these walls. The Medici understand this better than most, as do the Pazzi, Ezio observed, noting the rival family's growing presence in the commercial records. Giovanni's expression darkened. Yes, Francesco de Pazzi has been particularly resourceful in expanding their influence. His connections reach Rome now, with whispers of Vatican patronage. Is that why tensions have grown? Federico mentioned that even Lorenzo consults with Francesco. Lorenzo is a prudent man. He keeps potential enemies close, Giovanni replied carefully. Politics in Florence has always been a delicate dance, but lately he hesitated, seeming to weigh his next words. The steps have grown more treacherous. A sharp knock at the office door interrupted them. Alberto, Giovanni's most trusted clerk, entered with an apologetic bow. Forgive the intrusion, Messer Auditor, but the messenger from Rome has arrived. He awaits you in the private study. Giovanni's demeanor changed instantly, his casual fatherly manner replaced by something harder, more focused. Thank you, Alberto. Continue the lesson with Ezio. Review the Venetian accounts. As Giovanni strode from the room, Ezio caught a glimpse of a hooded figure being ushered into his father's private study, a chamber normally off limits to everyone except Giovanni himself. Who was that? Ezio asked Alberto, who had already opened the Venetian ledger. I do not ask questions about your father's private affairs, the clerk replied stiffly, though his eyes betrayed unease. Neither should you. Over the following weeks, Ezio observed a pattern of similar visits. Messengers, always hooded, always escorted directly to the private study, arrived at irregular intervals. Each time, Giovanni emerged from these meetings with a grim set to his jaw, and often departed immediately afterward, sometimes for days at a time. Business travel, Maria explained, when Ezio questioned his father's frequent absences. But her tight smile suggested she knew more than she revealed. Ezio's curiosity grew alongside his banking knowledge. The lessons took him deeper into the political landscape of not just Florence, but all of Italy. He learned how the five major powers, Florence, Venice, Milan, Naples, and the Papal States, maintained a precarious balance, with smaller city-states caught between their competing interests. Florence thrives on stability, Giovanni told him during a rare afternoon when they walked together along the Arno. Our commerce, our art, our very way of life depends on it. When that stability is threatened, is it threatened now? Ezio asked directly. Giovanni paused, watching a group of children playing near the water's edge. There are forces at work that wish to reshape Italy according to their vision. Forces that believe control is preferable to freedom. The Pazzi, they are merely players in a larger game, Giovanni replied, his voice dropping. One that has been contested for centuries. Before Ezio could press further, they were interrupted by a courier bearing the Medici seal. Giovanni read the message quickly, his expression grave. I must go, he said, already turning toward their palazzo. Tell your mother not to wait dinner. This may take time. Father, Ezio called after him, frustrated by the constant mysteries. When will you trust me with the full truth? Giovanni paused, looking back at his son with an expression caught between pride and sorrow. When knowing it won't put you in greater danger. For now, focus on your lessons, all of them. Florence needs men with both sharp minds and strong arms in the days ahead. At night, unable to sleep and still bothered by his father's cryptic words, Ezio decided to investigate. The palazzo was quiet, most of the household long since retired. He moved silently through the corridors, making his way to Giovanni's study. The door was locked, of course, but Ezio had spent years exploring Florence's rooftops and balconies. A simple door lock presented little challenge. Using techniques Federico had taught him, purely academic knowledge for emergencies, his brother had insisted he worked the mechanism until it gave way with a satisfying click. Study lay in darkness, illuminated only by thin shafts of moonlight through the shuttered windows. Ezio lit a single candle, shielding its flame as he surveyed the room. Everything appeared normal. The large desk with its neat stacks of correspondence, bookshelves filled with volumes on finance and law, maps of trade routes pinned to the walls. But Giovanni had not been meeting with ordinary banking associates in this room. Acting on instinct, Ezio examined the bookshelf behind the desk. Federico had once mentioned rumors of secret rooms in the oldest Florentine palazzos, hidden chambers where valuables or sensitive documents could be concealed during the frequent political upheavals of centuries past. His fingers traced the ornate woodwork, searching for inconsistencies. Near the bottom shelf, he felt it, a subtle difference in the pattern, a section that yielded slightly to pressure. He pressed harder, and with a soft grinding sound, a small section of the wall beside the bookshelf swung inward. Heart pounding, Ezio raised his candle. The hidden alcove was shallow, but contained a sturdy chest and a wall rack holding what appeared to be weapons, unlike any he had seen before. Most striking was a strange bracer with an intricate mechanism attached, reminiscent of designs he had glimpsed in Leonardo da Vinci's workshop. The chest was locked, but a folded parchment lay atop it. Ezio hesitated, then picked it up. It contained a list of names, some crossed out, others circled. He recognized some prominent citizens of Florence, including members of the Pazzi family, but others were unfamiliar. At the bottom was a symbol, a triangular shape that resembled a stylized A. "What are you doing, Ezio?" He whirled around, nearly dropping the candle, to find Federico standing in the doorway. His brother's expression was not surprised, merely resigned. "I could ask you the same," Ezio countered, recovering quickly. "Were you following me?" Federico entered, closing the door quietly behind him. "I was returning from my own engagements when I saw the light under Father's door. I thought it might be him." "You knew about this?" Ezio gestured to the hidden alcove. "It wasn't a question." Federico sighed, running a hand through his hair. "I suspected. Father takes me with him sometimes on what he calls special errands. Nothing like the banking missions he describes to Mother. And you never thought to tell me." Ezio felt a sting of betrayal. "By Father's orders," Federico replied, his tone apologetic. "He said you weren't ready yet, that your temperament needed seasoning." "My temperament?" Ezio scoffed, though in his heart he recognized the truth of it. His impulsive nature, his quick temper, they were qualities Giovanni often counseled him to master. Federico approached the alcove, examining the weapons with knowing eyes. "Father is more than a banker, Ezio. He serves other interests. Interests that protect Florence from threats most citizens never see." "What are you saying?" Ezio demanded. "That our father is some kind of spy, a hired blade." "Neither and both," Federico replied cryptically. "He calls it a brotherhood. Men and women who work in the shadows to preserve liberty where others would impose tyranny." Ezio stared at his brother, trying to reconcile this revelation with the father he thought he knew, the respected banker, the family man, the pillar of Florentine society. "These names," he said, holding up the parchment, "are they his targets?" Federico took the list, his expression hardening as he scanned it. Some are targets, others are allies, and some, he pointed to several names marked with a small cross. Some are already gone. The implications sent a chill through Ezio. Our father is an assassin. The word hung in the air between them, heavy with meaning. He is an assassin, Federico confirmed, emphasizing the word in a way that suggested it carried deeper significance. But not as you imagine. Their work follows a creed, guided by principles older than Florence itself. Before Federico could elaborate, footsteps sounded in the corridor outside. The brothers exchanged alarmed glances. Federico quickly replaced the parchment, while Ezio closed the hidden door. He had barely composed themselves when the study door opened to reveal Giovanni, still dressed in outdoor attire, despite the late hour. His sharp eyes took in the scene, his sons, the lit candle, their guilty expressions. "I see curiosity runs in the family," he remarked dryly, closing the door behind him. "Though breaking into my private study shows a concerning lack of judgment." "Father, Ezio began. Giovanni raised a hand, silencing him. "What did you find?" Direct question caught Ezio off guard. He glanced at Federico, who gave a slight nod. "A hidden compartment," Ezio admitted. "Weapons, a list of names." Giovanni's gaze remained steady, evaluating. "And what conclusions have you drawn?" "That you serve interests beyond banking," Ezio replied carefully. "That you eliminate threats to Florence." A simplified understanding, but not incorrect. Giovanni moved to his desk, removing his gloves with deliberate care. "Federico knows some of it. I had planned to introduce you to these additional responsibilities gradually. Why keep it secret from me?" Ezio couldn't keep the hurt from his voice. "Don't you trust me?" "With my life," Giovanni answered without hesitation. "But this isn't about trust, Ezio. It's about readiness." He studied his second son intently. "The path I walk is dangerous, not just to me, but to anyone connected to me. I wanted to protect you and your siblings from it as long as possible." "I don't need protection," Ezio insisted. "I need truth." Giovanni's expression softened slightly. "You remind me of myself at your age, eager for action, confident in your abilities." He sighed deeply. "Perhaps it is time. Recent developments make secrecy increasingly difficult." "What developments?" Federico asked sharply. "There are rumors of a plot against the Medici," Giovanni replied, his tone grave. "Something significant, involving parties both within Florence and beyond. I've been gathering information, but the pieces don't yet form a clear picture. And the list of names," Ezio pressed, "people of interest in my investigation. Some I believe are involved in the conspiracy. Others may be unwitting pawns." Giovanni fixed both sons with an intense gaze. "This information goes no further than this room. Not to your mother, not to Claudia or Petruccio, not to friends or lovers. The danger is real and immediate." Both brothers nodded solemnly. "Tomorrow," Giovanni continued, "we will speak more of this brotherhood and what it stands for. You've stumbled upon a heritage far older and more significant than our banking concerns, a lineage that flows through our family's veins across generations." He moved to the window, opening the shutters to gaze out at the sleeping city. "Florence stands at a crossroads, my sons. Dark days approach. Whether you choose to follow my path or not, you must be prepared for what comes." 3 auditor men stood in silence, the weight of unspoken history and uncertain future settling around them. "Go now," Giovanni said finally. "Rest. Tomorrow's lessons will require clear minds." As they departed, Ezio glanced back to see his father press the hidden mechanism, revealing the secret compartment once more. In the flickering candlelight, Giovanni removed the strange bracer, strapping it to his own forearm with practiced ease. For the first time, Ezio saw his father not just as the banker, the patriarch, the respected citizen, but as something else entirely. A shadow warrior in a conflict he was only beginning to comprehend. In his bed that night, sleep eluded him as he pondered the revelations. The banking lessons, the rooftop training, the emphasis on observation and awareness, all of it had been preparation for something far beyond the life he had imagined for himself. As dawn approached, a resolute calm settled over him. Whatever secrets his father had kept, whatever dangers lurked in Florence's shadows, Ezio would face them. The carefree days of his youth might be ending, but perhaps a greater purpose awaited. Little did he know how soon, and how brutally, that purpose would be thrust upon him. Chapter 5, Street Fights. Knowledge of his father's secret life weighed on Ezio as he moved through Florence in the days that followed. Every shadow seemed deeper, every conversation layered with possible meaning. Giovanni had begun to share fragments of the Brotherhood's history during their private sessions, tales of an ancient order dedicated to preserving freedom, of hidden conflicts that shaped empires, of a creed that guided their actions. Nothing is true, everything is permitted, Giovanni had explained, revealing the source of the phrase Ezio had occasionally overheard. Not an invitation to chaos, but a reminder that we shape reality through our actions, that the rules of society are constructs to be questioned. These philosophical discussions, however, were frequently interrupted by Giovanni's increasingly urgent business. The plot against the Medici, whatever its exact nature, consumed his attention. Ezio found himself once again excluded from the most critical matters, left to wonder and worry. On a bright spring afternoon, seeking distraction, he made his way to the Mercato Vecchio to meet his friend Christina. The marketplace bustled with activity, merchants hawking their wares, nobles examining exotic goods, children weaving through the crowds on various errands. Ezio spotted Christina near a silk merchant's stall, her profile illuminated by sunlight as she examined a bolt of cerulean fabric. Before he could reach her, a familiar and unwelcome voice called out, "If it isn't the auditor brat, strutting through the market like he owns it." Yuri Pazzi emerged from a side street, flanked by half a dozen companions, young men from families aligned with the Pazzi, known troublemakers in their own right. The recent fencing tournament had only intensified their rivalry, and Viri's bruised pride clearly still smarted. Viri, Ezio acknowledged coolly, aware that heads were turning toward the confrontation. Shopping for a new personality. I hear the rag sellers might have something less repulsive than your current one. Nearby merchants began ushering customers away, recognizing the signs of imminent trouble. These skirmishes between rival family sons had become all too common in recent months. Yuri's face darkened. "Mock while you can, auditor. Your family's days of influence are numbered. My father says the Medici lapdogs will soon learn their place." Something in his tone, a certainty beyond typical bravado, sent a chill through Ezio. It echoed his father's warnings about conspiracies taking root in Florence. "Big words from a small man," Ezio replied, positioning himself to keep Viri's companions in view. "Does your father know you're here making threats? Or does he only let you out when his real men are busy?" With a snarl, Viri lunged forward. Ezio sidestepped easily, using the momentum to send his opponent stumbling into a nearby stall. Apples cascaded across the cobblestones as the merchant shouted in protest. "5 florins for your trouble, good man," Ezio called, never taking his eyes off Viri's group. Add it to the Pazzi tab. The fight erupted in earnest then. Two of Viri's friends rushed Ezio simultaneously. He dispatched the first with a quick combination block, jab, elbow strike, learned during Giovanni's training sessions. The second landed a glancing blow to his ribs before Ezio's knee found the man's stomach, doubling him over. Viri himself circled more cautiously now, drawing a small dagger from his belt, an escalation that transformed the brawl into something more dangerous. Is this how Pazzi solved disagreements? Ezio taunted, backing toward a vendor's table. With steel when fists fail. You'll speak of the Pazzi with respect soon enough, Viri spat, advancing steadily. Or not at all. From the corner of his eye, Ezio saw Christina watching in horror. A city guard finally pushing through the crowd toward them. He needed to end this quickly. As Viri thrust forward with the blade, Ezio swept a clay pitcher from the table, smashing it against his attacker's outstretched arm. Viri howled, the dagger clattering to the ground. Ezio followed with a decisive punch that sent the Pazzi heir sprawling into the dirt. Enough, the guard shouted, finally breaking through. Sheathe weapons and disperse, by order of the Signoria. Viri's remaining friends helped him to his feet, his furious glare promising future retribution. This isn't finished, Auditor, he hissed, blood trickling from his split lip. Never is with you, Viri, Ezio replied evenly. Run home now. I'm sure your father needs his boots licked. As the Pazzi group retreated, Christina approached, her expression a mixture of concern and exasperation. Are you determined to fight every Pazzi in Florence? She asked, brushing dust from his shoulder. Only the ones who deserve it, Ezio grinned, though the smile didn't reach his eyes. Viri was unusually bold today. Something has them confident. Christina glanced in the direction the Pazzi had gone. There are rumors, Ezio. My father speaks of factions forming, of Roman influences. He's worried. As is mine, Ezio admitted, suddenly serious. Be careful, Christina. These aren't normal times. She touched his cheek gently. Says the man who just brawled in the marketplace. That was different, he protested. That was your pride, she finished for him, which may be your greatest vulnerability. Before he could respond, a familiar voice called his name. Federico approached from the direction of the Duomo, his expression stern. You've been busy, brother, he observed, nodding respectfully to Christina before turning back to Ezio. Word of your market brawl reached father before you'd even finished it. He's not pleased. Ezio winced. Viri started it. He was making threats. Save it for father, Federico interrupted. He wants to see you. Now, with an apologetic glance at Christina, Ezio allowed his brother to lead him away. They walked in silence for several blocks before Federico spoke again. You can't afford these public spectacles anymore, Ezio. Not with everything else happening. What would you have me do? Let Viri insult our family unchallenged. Federico stopped, gripping Ezio's shoulder firmly. I would have you think before you act. The Pazzi want us to show our hand, to make mistakes. Every time you rise to Viri's bait, you give them what they want. Rebuke stung, especially coming from Federico, who had participated in his share of street scraps over the years. You sound like father, Ezio muttered. But perhaps one of us should. Federico resumed walking. Father has been teaching me more about the Brotherhood's ways. The first lesson is that we work in the shadows. Public brawls attract exactly the kind of attention we cannot afford. Giovanni's study seemed smaller somehow as Ezio stood before his father's desk, head bowed like a chastened schoolboy. Federico had departed, leaving him to face Giovanni's disappointment alone. Explain yourself, Giovanni said simply, his voice carefully controlled. Ezio recounted the confrontation, including Viri's veiled threats against the Auditor family and the Medici. There was something in his manner, Father, more than usual arrogance, as if he knew of something to come. Giovanni listened intently, his anger seemingly tempered by this information. Describe his exact words. He said our family's days of influence are numbered, that the Medici lapdogs would soon learn their place. Ezio hesitated. It felt connected to these conspiracies you've been investigating. Perhaps, Giovanni acknowledged, rising from his chair to pace the room. Or perhaps just a boy parroting his father's boasts. He stopped, fixing Ezio with a penetrating stare. Regardless, your response was reckless. You exposed yourself in a public setting, drew unnecessary attention. I couldn't just walk away, Ezio protested. Not after he drew a blade. You could and should have, Giovanni countered firmly. An assassin chooses his battles carefully, engages only when necessary, and on terms he controls. I'm not an assassin, Ezio replied, frustration edging his voice. No, Giovanni agreed, his tone softening slightly. Not yet, but you carry our blood, and with it comes responsibility. The choices you make affect more than just yourself. He moved to the window, gazing out at the city, as he often did during moments of contemplation. The Ponte Vecchio at sunset. Be there. The abrupt change of subject caught Ezio off guard. Father, you have energy to spare, clearly. We'll put it to better use. Giovanni turned back, his expression unreadable. Until then, you're confined to the palazzo. No visits to Christina, no excursions to the markets, no rooftop adventures. Reflect on how an assassin masters himself before attempting to influence the world around him. Ezio wanted to argue, but recognized the futility. With a stiff nod, he turned to leave. Ezio, Giovanni called as he reached the door. Your instincts about Viri may be correct. The Pazzi grow bolder by the day. But instinct without discipline is as dangerous as a blade without a handle. It cuts the wielder first. Ponte Vecchio bustled with activity, even as the sun began its descent. Merchants in the bridges shops made their final sales of the day. Well-dressed couples strolled arm in arm, and laborers crossed wearily toward home after long hours of work. Ezio waited at the designated spot, still smarting from his father's rebuke. He had spent the intervening hours in forced idleness, his mind replaying the marketplace confrontation, and wondering what lesson Giovanni intended to teach here, on Florence's oldest bridge. Walk with me. Giovanni's voice came suddenly from beside him, though Ezio hadn't seen him approach. They moved along the bridge in silence, Giovanni nodding occasionally to acquaintances while maintaining a purposeful pace. When they reached the midpoint, he stopped, gesturing for Ezio to look out over the Arno. Beautiful, isn't it? Giovanni said quietly. The lifeblood of Florence. It brings commerce, connects us to the sea, sustains our people. Yes, Father, Ezio replied, uncertain where this was leading. The Ponte Vecchio has spanned this river for centuries, Giovanni continued. It has witnessed the rise and fall of dynasties, survived floods and wars, adapted as Florence itself, transformed. He turned to face his son directly. Do you know why it endures when other structures fail? Ezio considered the question carefully. Its foundation is strong, built on solid principles. A smile touched Giovanni's lips. Indeed, and what else? Studying the bridge's structure, Ezio noted the way it distributed weight across its arches. It bends without breaking, accommodates pressure rather than resisting it directly. Precisely. Giovanni clasped his shoulder approvingly. The bridge teaches us that strength comes not just from rigidity, but from flexibility, from knowing when to stand firm gestured to a group of city guards patrolling the far end of the bridge. Your confrontation with Viri was like a man standing in the middle of a flood, legs braced, refusing to move. Admirable in principle, foolish in practice. So I should have run from Viri, Ezio asked, still not convinced. No, you should have redirected him, used his own momentum against him, not physically, but strategically. Giovanni lowered his voice. If Viri sought to provoke you publicly, the victory was in denying him that satisfaction. If he revealed hints of Pazzi conspiracies, the advantage was in seeming not to notice, while remembering every word. Understanding began to dawn. The way of the assassin. The beginning of it, Giovanni corrected. We fight, yes, but we choose the battlefield. We strike, but only after patience and preparation. We face our enemies, but on our terms, not theirs. Commotion erupted at the south end of the bridge shouts. The sound of breaking glass. A woman's scream. Guards rushed toward the disturbance. Perfect timing, Giovanni remarked with a hint of satisfaction that suggested the incident was not entirely coincidental. Now, your task. Discover what's happening, who's involved, and their motivations, all without being noticed by guards or participants. Ezio stared at his father in disbelief. Now, how am I supposed to? Improvise, Giovanni cut him off. Use the environment. Observe without being observed. I'll be watching. With that, he melted into the crowd of onlookers already gathering to witness the disturbance. For a moment, Ezio stood frozen, uncertain how to proceed. The direct approach, simply walking toward the commotion, would make him just another gawker, unable to gather useful information. Fighting his instincts, he turned away from the scene, moving instead to the bridge's edge. Ponte Vecchio's unique design included overhanging structures that extended beyond the bridge's footprint, supported by sturdy brackets. Checking that no one was watching, Ezio swung himself over the edge, finding precarious handholds on the brackets and decorative stonework. Suspended above the Arno, he traversed the bridge's outer edge, moving toward the disturbance while remaining hidden from those above. The position afforded him a unique vantage point through the gaps in the bridge's structure. At the center of the commotion, he observed a merchant's cart overturned. Its contents, fine Murano glassware, shattered across the cobblestones. The merchant himself shouted accusations at a young man in distinctive livery, a courier bearing Medici colors. You did this deliberately, the merchant cried. Compensation. I demand compensation. The courier protested his innocence, claiming he'd been shoved. Guards struggled to maintain order as the crowd grew more animated, some taking the merchant's side, others defending the Medici servant. From his hidden position, Ezio noted details others would miss. The merchant's accent wasn't Florentine, but Venetian. The accidental collision had occurred directly in front of a moneylender's shop known for Medici connections. Most tellingly, two men on the periphery observed the scene with calculating eyes rather than the typical curiosity of bystanders. One of those men, Ezio realized with a jolt, was Viri de Pazzi himself, partially concealed beneath a hood, but recognizable nonetheless. The other, older and more refined in bearing, could only be his father, Francesco de Pazzi, as the guards finally restored order, escorting the still protesting merchant away. Ezio saw Francesco place a hand briefly on Viri's shoulder before they separated, moving in different directions. Ezio worked his way back to his starting point, pulling himself up onto the bridge proper, only to find Giovanni waiting. Well, his father asked, as if Ezio had merely stepped away for a moment, rather than performed a death-defying traverse along the bridge's understructure. Staged, Ezio replied confidently. The merchant is Venetian, likely hired to create a disturbance. The target was the Medici courier, delayed from his route by the confrontation. And behind it all, he hesitated, still processing the implication. The Pazzi. Both Francesco and Viri were watching, separate from the crowd. Giovanni's expression remained neutral, but approval flashed in his eyes. And what do you conclude from this? They're testing responses, observing how quickly guards react, how crowds form, how Medici servants are protected. Ezio frowned, connecting this incident to Viri's earlier threats. Preparation for something larger. Very good, Giovanni nodded. You observed without being observed, gathered intelligence rather than rushing to intervene. You controlled your impulses. The Pazzi are planning something against the Medici, Ezio pressed, concern evident in his voice. Shouldn't we warn Lorenzo? Lorenzo already knows of general threats, Giovanni replied carefully, but without specific details. Warnings only breed paranoia. We need more information. He began walking back toward the north end of the bridge, which is why tonight's lesson was crucial. You'll accompany me on certain errands in the coming days. Eyes and ears open, blade sheathed unless absolutely necessary. As they left the Ponte Vecchio, Ezio glanced back, seeing the bridge anew, not just as a structure spanning the Arno, but as a symbol of the path he was beginning to walk. A path of balance between action and restraint, of strength through flexibility, of foundations built on principles that endured while the world changed around them. I won't disappoint you, Father, he said quietly. Giovanni's hand settled on his shoulder, warm and reassuring. I know, son. The blood of assassins flows in your veins. It calls you to purpose greater than street brawls and personal vendettas. As they walked home through the gathering dusk, the streets of Florence seemed different to Ezio, layered with hidden meanings, populated by figures whose true allegiances remained masked. The carefree youth who had raced across rooftops for the thrill of it was transforming, step by step, into something else entirely. Brotherhood beckoned, and Ezio Auditore, despite his rebellious nature, his pride, his thirst for immediate justice, found himself answering its call. Back at the palazzo, Federico waited in the courtyard, curiosity evident in his expression. How did it go? He asked once Giovanni had disappeared inside. Ezio considered his answer carefully. I think I'm beginning to understand, he said finally. The fight isn't what I thought it was, and neither am I. Federico smiled, clapping his brother on the back. Welcome to the Brotherhood, little brother. The real lessons have only just begun. Chapter 6, Family Secrets. Late spring air carried the scent of jasmine through the open window of Giovanni's study, as Ezio meticulously sorted through correspondence. In the weeks following the Ponte Vecchio incident, he had taken on new responsibilities within the auditor household. While officially assisting with banking matters, his true task was to help Giovanni sift through the mountain of information flowing into the palazzo, identifying patterns, flagging suspicious communications, learning to read between carefully crafted lines. The language of politics is seldom direct, Giovanni had explained. Truth hides beneath pleasantries and coded references. Today, Giovanni had entrusted him with a particularly sensitive task, organizing documents retrieved from one of his mysterious errands. Ezio hadn't been permitted to accompany his father on this mission, despite his growing involvement in Brotherhood activities. Some contacts would be unsettled by a new face, Giovanni had explained. In time, Ezio, frustrated but obedient, Ezio now examined a series of letters exchanged between Florentine nobles and various Roman officials. Most appeared innocuous, discussions of trade agreements, marriage arrangements between prominent families, commentary on artistic commissions. Yet subtle patterns emerged. Certain phrases appeared too frequently to be coincidental. References to our mutual friend, or the arrangement, peppered otherwise mundane correspondence. Ezio set aside those that struck him as significant, creating a separate pile that grew steadily as the afternoon progressed. His attention sharpened when he came across a letter bearing the Pazzi seal. Unlike the others, this one had been partially burned, with only fragments remaining legible. Grateful for your continued guidance. The arrangement proceeds as planned. Opposition remains strong in Florence, but with proper persuasion. When the Grand Master gives the signal, the final line sent a chill through him. The auditor problem will be addressed when the time comes. Ezio stared at the charred parchment, the direct threat against his family, impossible to misinterpret. He set it aside carefully, making a mental note to bring it to his father's immediate attention. Deeper in the pile, he discovered a document unlike the others, older, the parchment yellowed with age, written in a language he didn't recognize. Symbols decorated its borders, including the stylized A he had seen in his father's secret compartment. The only words in Italian appeared at the bottom. The apple must be secured before they obtain it. Apple, Ezio murmured, puzzled. The context suggested something far more significant than fruit. A small journal bound in worn leather caught his attention next. Opening, it revealed his father's distinctive handwriting, but in a format Ezio had never seen before, not banking records or family accounts, but what appeared to be a personal record of brotherhood activities. Pages detailed meetings, observations, and suspicions dating back several years. Against his better judgment, knowing he was violating his father's trust by reading this private journal, Ezio began to scan the entries. Most contained cryptic references he couldn't fully comprehend, but certain passages stood out with alarming clarity. Templar influence grows within the papal court. Francesco has made his allegiance clear, though Lorenzo refuses to see the danger. The Pazzi are merely the visible face of a conspiracy that reaches to Rome itself. Ezio's brow furrowed. Templars. The name stirred vague recollections of history lessons, warrior monks from the Crusades, disbanded centuries ago. Yet, Giovanni wrote of them as a present threat. Another entry, dated just 3 months earlier, proved even more disturbing. My investigations have made me a target. B reports increased surveillance of our family. Federico is ready should action become necessary, but Ezio remains unprepared. His training must accelerate events, may not allow for the gradual introduction I had planned. Footsteps in the corridor outside jolted Ezio from his reading. He hastily returned the journal to its place among the other documents, arranging them to appear undisturbed, just as the study door opened. Maria Auditor entered, carrying a tray with bread, cheese, and wine. "You've been shut away for hours," she said, setting the tray on a corner of the desk, not covered in papers. "Your father works you too hard these days." Ezio smiled, grateful for the interruption, yet anxious to conceal what he discovered. "Banking is more complex than I imagined, Mother." Maria's eyes swept over the piles of documents, a flicker of something, concern, resignation, crossing her features. "Indeed, though I sometimes wonder if all these papers truly concern banking." The comment, delivered casually, yet with pointed meaning, caught Ezio off guard. "What else would they be?" he asked carefully. Maria held his gaze for a long moment before sighing softly. "Your father has his secrets, Ezio. As a wife, I've learned which questions not to ask. She touched his cheek affectionately. As a son coming into manhood, perhaps you must learn similar discretion. Before he could respond, voices approached from the corridor. Giovanni's unmistakable baritone, accompanied by another man, whose identity Ezio couldn't immediately place. "They come early," Maria murmured. "Eat something, then make yourself scarce. Your father's visitor isn't one who appreciates young ears." He departed swiftly, intercepting the men in the corridor. Through the partially open door, Ezio heard her offering refreshments in the main salon, buying him precious minutes to gather himself and the documents. Curiosity overwhelmed prudence. Instead of leaving as instructed, Ezio quickly arranged the papers into a semblance of order, then slipped behind the heavy curtains beside the window alcove. The hidden compartment Giovanni had showed him weeks earlier lay just behind this position, a fact that now seemed significant rather than coincidental. Giovanni entered moments later, accompanied by a man in the simple robes of a monk, though his bearing suggested military training rather than monastic contemplation. The visitor pushed back his hood to reveal a weathered face with keen eyes that immediately surveyed the room with professional assessment. "We're alone?" the man asked, his accent marking him as Roman. Giovanni nodded, closing the door firmly. "My family knows not to disturb us. Speak freely, Gilberto. The situation deteriorates rapidly," the monk Gilberto reported without preamble. "Our brothers in Rome confirm that Rodrigo has secured papal approval for whatever the Pazzi have planned. They move carefully, but with growing confidence. The Pope himself is involved." Giovanni's expression darkened. Sixtus sees advantage in destabilizing Lorenzo's position. The Medici Bank's influence over papal finances has become inconvenient to his ambitions. Gilberto moved to the desk, glancing at the documents. "Your intercepted correspondence confirms our suspicions. Some of it." Giovanni indicated the pile Ezio had set aside. "Foreign mercenaries entering Tuscany under various pretexts. Unusual movement of funds through Pazzi banks. Communications between Francesco and Rome increasing in frequency." Gilberto picked up the burned letter Ezio had discovered, his expression grim as he read the fragment. "They no longer bother to disguise their intentions toward your family. The auditor problem, indeed. My position as Lorenzo's ally makes me an obvious target," Giovanni replied with unsettling calm. "But this goes beyond politics. They believe I possess knowledge about the piece of Eden rumored to be hidden in Florence." The apple Gilberto nodded. "Do you?" Giovanni's hesitation was barely perceptible. "I have leads, nothing concrete. But if such an artifact exists and falls into Templar hands, the consequences would extend far beyond Florentine politics." From his hiding place, Ezio struggled to make sense of the conversation. Pieces of Eden, Templars conspiring with the Pope against Florence, his father at the center of what sounded increasingly like a shadow war rather than mere political intrigue. "Brotherhood cannot offer much additional support," Gilberto continued. "Our numbers are thin, and Rodrigo's agents are everywhere. Your sons, how do they progress? Federico understands his heritage and accepts it." "Ezio," Giovanni paused, consideration evident in his tone. "Ezio has the natural talents of our bloodline, perhaps more raw ability than any auditor in generations. But he remains impulsive, led by heart rather than calculation. I've accelerated his training, though he doesn't yet comprehend its full purpose. You must tell him everything, Giovanni," Gilberto urged. "If the worst occurs." "I know." Giovanni's voice hardened. "But not yet. Let him hold on to innocence a while longer. Federico can guide him if necessary. Visitor gathered his robes, preparing to depart. The Templar Grand Master doesn't share your patience, my friend. Our sources suggest their plan enters its final phase. Whatever they intend for the Medici, and for you, will come soon. Then we will be ready, Giovanni replied, with quiet determination. Once the monk had gone, Giovanni remained in the study, his gaze fixed on the documents spread across his desk. After a long moment of contemplation, he moved to the hidden compartment, activating the mechanism Ezio had discovered weeks before. From within, he removed a distinctive bracer similar to the one Ezio had glimpsed previously, but more ornate, bearing the Brotherhood's insignia. As Giovanni strapped the hidden blade to his forearm, testing its spring mechanism with practiced ease, his expression reflected a man preparing for battle, rather than a banker reviewing accounts. The curtain beside Ezio shifted slightly with an unexpected breeze from the window. Giovanni's head snapped up, eyes narrowing as they fixed on Ezio's hiding place. "Come out," he commanded, his voice leaving no room for disobedience. Heart pounding, Ezio emerged from behind the curtain, straightening to his full height as he faced his father's displeasure. "How much did you hear?" Giovanni asked, making no move to conceal the weapon on his arm. "Enough," Ezio admitted. "Templars, conspiracies against the Medici, threats against our family." He gestured to the documents on the desk. "And something about an apple, a piece of Eden." Giovanni's expression remained unreadable as he assessed his son. "Your mother told you to leave and miss the truth about what's really happening," Ezio countered. "Father, I've sorted your correspondence for weeks, trained in combat and stealth, learned to gather intelligence rather than confront enemies directly. Yet, you still keep the most important matters from me. To protect you, don't need protection." Ezio's frustration finally boiled over. "I need honesty. These Templars, whoever they are, already see our family as a problem to be addressed. I'm already involved, whether you wish it or not." Giovanni sighed deeply, the weight of his responsibilities evident in the slight slump of his shoulders. "You're right," he acknowledged. "The time for half-truths has passed." He gestured for Ezio to sit, then moved to secure the study door. Returning to his desk, he activated another hidden mechanism, revealing a second, smaller compartment in the wall. From within, he retrieved an ancient codex page covered in unfamiliar script and intricate diagrams. Brotherhood of Assassins and the Templar Order have waged a secret war for centuries, Giovanni began, his voice taking on the cadence of a formal history. Where Templars seek control through power and uniformity, we assassins fight for freedom and individual choice. This conflict has shaped empires, toppled rulers, redirected the course of human progress, all beyond the awareness of ordinary citizens. He spread the codex page before Ezio. These pages, written by our ancestor Altair ibn Lahad in the 12th century, document not only assassin techniques, but knowledge of powerful artifacts left by an ancient civilization. The pieces of Eden, objects of incredible power that both assassins and Templars have sought throughout history. "Apple you mentioned," Ezio said, studying the strange drawings that depicted a spherical object emanating rays of influence over human figures. "One such piece, yes. Rumors suggest it lies hidden somewhere in Florence. The Templars believe I know its location, or at least possess information that could lead them to it." Giovanni's expression grew grim. "They intend to recover it, then use it to reshape Florence according to their vision, with the Pazzi replacing the Medici as their puppets. And our family stands in their way," Ezio concluded, the full implications of their situation becoming painfully clear. I have served as an assassin since before you were born, Giovanni confirmed. When you were children, I hoped, foolishly perhaps, that this burden might not pass to you and your brothers. But the assassin legacy flows in our bloodline, has done so for generations. Ezio's mind raced, connecting fragments from throughout his life, the rooftop training disguised as games, the emphasis on observation and awareness, his father's frequent, unexplained absences, and mysterious correspondence. The creed, he said suddenly. Nothing is true, everything is permitted. You've said this for years. Giovanni nodded approvingly. The core philosophy that guides our brotherhood. Not a permission to do whatever one wishes, but a reminder that we shape the reality around us through action, that no authority is absolute, that we must think for ourselves in all things. And the hidden blade, Ezio gestured to the bracer on his father's arm, our signature weapon, concealed, precise, requiring intimate proximity to our targets, a reminder that assassination is a grave responsibility, never to be undertaken lightly or from a safe distance. Giovanni's fingers traced the Brotherhood insignia etched into the metal. Each assassin earns this blade through dedication to the creed. Ezio processed these revelations, feeling as though the foundations of his world had shifted beneath him. The banker, the family man, the respected citizen, these aspects of Giovanni Auditor were real, but incomplete. The truth was both more complex and more dangerous than he had imagined. Why tell me now? He asked finally. After keeping these secrets for so long. Because we may be running out of time, Giovanni replied with painful honesty. The Templar conspiracy accelerates. If something happens to me, nothing will happen to you. Ezio interrupted forcefully. Listen to me, son. Giovanni's tone left no room for argument. If something happens, you must be prepared. Federico knows some, but not all. The responsibility may fall to you to protect our family, to continue our work. The gravity of this possibility settled over Ezio like a physical weight. What would you have me do? For now, continue as you have been. Observe, gather information, stay vigilant, but with clearer purpose, understanding the true stakes. Giovanni placed a hand on his shoulder. The time may come when you must choose to fully embrace the Brotherhood's path. That choice must be yours, made with full knowledge of what it means. A gentle knock interrupted them. Federico's voice came through the door. Father, Lorenzo's messenger has arrived. He requests your presence at the Palazzo Medici immediately. Giovanni exchanged a significant look with Ezio. We'll continue this discussion later. Say nothing of what you've learned, not even to Federico, until we've spoken again. As his father moved to answer Federico's summons, Ezio remained seated, the ancient codex page still open before him. Altair's writings, though in a script he couldn't read, seemed to call to him across the centuries. One assassin reaching out to another, a connection transcending time. The family business, he now understood, had never been banking, not truly. The Auditor legacy was written in shadow and sacrifice, in blood and belief. A heritage both glorious and terrible in its implications. Inside the study window, Florence continued its daily rhythms, citizens going about their lives, oblivious to the currents of power flowing beneath the city's elegant surface. Ezio envied them their ignorance, even as he accepted that he could never return to it. Knowledge once gained could not be unlearned. The secrets of his family were now his to bear, and perhaps soon enough to act upon. He carefully refolded the codex page, returning it to its hiding place with a sense of reverence for what it represented. Whatever came next, Ezio Auditor was no longer simply the carefree second son of a Florentine banker. He was his father's son, in ways he was only beginning to comprehend, heir to a legacy, both ancient and urgent. A silent war waged in the shadows of history. As he left the study, the weight of these revelations accompanied each step. The Pazzi, the Templars, the mysterious apple, threats converging on his family from directions he hadn't known existed mere hours before. In the courtyard, he paused to watch his younger siblings at play, Claudia instructing Petruchio in some game of her devising, their laughter echoing against the palazzo walls. Their innocence, their safety, now seemed precarious in ways he had never before considered. I will protect them, he vowed silently, whatever it takes. The assassin's creed, his father's creed, resonated with new meaning. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. The world was not as it appeared, and his actions, his choices, would shape reality for those he loved. The sun began its descent behind Florence's skyline, casting long shadows across the courtyard. As darkness approached, Ezio Auditore faced it with newly opened eyes, seeing at last the hidden world his father had inhabited all along, and his own place within it. Chapter 7. Conspiracy against the Medici. Summer heat lay heavy over Florence, the narrow streets offering little relief as Ezio moved purposefully through the San Giovanni district. 2 days had passed since his discovery of his father's true identity and the Brotherhood's ancient struggle. In that time, Giovanni had been in near constant consultation with Lorenzo de' Medici, returning home only for brief intervals before departing again on urgent business. A summons had come that morning, a sealed note delivered by a young boy who vanished into the crowd before Ezio could question him. His father's handwriting was unmistakable, the message cryptic but clear to its intended recipient. The Dove Coop at midday. Come alone. Tell no one. Dove Coop was their private code for the rooftop garden of an abandoned palazzo near the Mercato Vecchio, a location Giovanni had used for observation during previous missions. As Ezio approached the designated meeting spot, he was acutely aware of the changed nature of this familiar journey. Every passing guard, every nobleman's escort, every cluster of citizens engaged in animated discussion now represented potential threats or sources of intelligence. His father had opened his eyes to the hidden currents of power flowing beneath Florence's elegant surface, and Ezio could never again see the city with innocent eyes. Reached the abandoned palazzo, ensuring he wasn't followed before scaling the building with practiced ease. The rooftop garden, once the pride of some long-departed noble family, had fallen into picturesque disrepair. Overgrown trellises and weathered planters provided excellent cover, while allowing clear views of several important sites: the Palazzo della Signoria, the Medici Bank's main entrance, and significantly, the Pazzi family's principal residence. Giovanni awaited him, dressed not in his usual banker's attire, but in more functional garments suited for movement. The hidden blade bracer adorned his left forearm, no longer concealed now that he stood before his initiated son. You came alone, Giovanni confirmed, his gaze sweeping the surrounding rooftops. As instructed, Ezio replied, though Federico asked many questions about where I was headed. Your brother follows his own assignments today. Giovanni gestured for Ezio to join him at the garden's edge, where a gap in the foliage provided an unobstructed view of the street below. Look there, the entrance to the Pazzi Bank. Ezio observed the ornate doorway across the piazza, noting the guards positioned with careful casualness nearby. Doubled security, he remarked. Recently changed, judging by their posture, and still settling into new routines. Giovanni nodded approvingly. Good, what else? Scanning more carefully, Ezio identified patterns in the flow of visitors. regular messengers every quarter hour. Always different faces, but similar builds, similar movements. Trained men disguised as common couriers. Pazzi prepare for something significant, Giovanni confirmed. Lorenzo believes they merely position themselves for financial advantage, banking rivalries played out through political maneuvering. But we know the truth runs deeper. The Templar conspiracy, Ezio said quietly. Indeed, for the past week, Francesco de Pazzi has hosted a series of meetings in his private residence, ostensibly business gatherings, but our intelligence suggests otherwise. Giovanni extracted a folded document from his doublet. This arrived from Rome yesterday, a warning from our Brotherhood allies. The architect of the conspiracy has arrived in Florence. Ezio examined the message, a seemingly innocuous letter about cloth shipments that contained an encoded warning about a Spanish diplomat traveling under papal authority. Rodrigo Borgia, Giovanni explained, his voice hardening. Cardinal, power broker in Rome, and secretly, Grand Master of the Templar Order in Italy. His presence confirms our worst fears. The plot against the Medici reaches to the highest levels of church and state. What would you have me do, Father? Ezio asked, eager to contribute meaningfully to countering this threat. Observe, listen, gather intelligence where I cannot. Giovanni pointed to a particular window in the Pazzi Palazzo. Francesco meets with his conspirators again tonight. His son Viri will attend, along with others we've identified as likely Templar agents. I need to know who else joins them. You want me to spy on their gathering? From a distance, Giovanni cautioned. The palazzo itself is too heavily guarded, but this position offers a clear view of the main entrance. Record every arrival and departure times, descriptions, any notable details. Do not engage. Do not risk detection. Ezio nodded, understanding the assignment's importance, despite its seemingly passive nature. What of Lorenzo? He asked. Have you warned him of the specific threat? Vanni's expression tightened. Lorenzo respects my counsel, but remains skeptical of what he considers shadow conspiracies. He acknowledges the Pazzi's ambition, but believes their methods will remain within the bounds of political maneuvering, financial pressure, strategic alliances, appeals to Rome for favorable treatment. He doesn't anticipate violence, Ezio concluded. Medici have ruled Florence through wealth and patronage for 3 generations. The notion that anyone would risk the Republic's stability through direct action against his family seems inconceivable to Lorenzo. Giovanni gazed across the sun-baked city, his concern evident. But the Templars seek more than political advantage. If they believe the apple of Eden lies within Florence, they will stop at nothing to secure it and reshape the city according to their vision. And our family stands in their way, Ezio added grimly, as we have for generations. Giovanni placed a hand on his son's shoulder. I must return to Lorenzo's side, continue to press for increased security, try to convince him without revealing Brotherhood secrets that would strain his rationalist sensibilities. You will maintain this observation post until midnight. Record everything in this. He handed Ezio a small leather-bound notebook. Trust no detail as insignificant. As Giovanni prepared to depart, Ezio voiced the question that had troubled him since their conversation in the study. The apple, do you truly know where it is? His father paused, considering his response carefully. I have theories, fragments of information passed down through assassin records. If my suspicions are correct, it has been hidden in plain sight for centuries, protected by those who understood its power without fully comprehending its nature. And if the Templars obtain it, then Florence as we know it, as a cradle of art, learning, and relative freedom, would be only the first casualty. Giovanni's expression darkened. The Templars believe humanity requires absolute control to thrive. The apple would give them the means to impose their will not just through physical force, but through influence over minds themselves. With that disturbing thought, Giovanni departed, moving across the rooftops with the confident agility that Ezio now recognized as the product of decades of assassin training. Hours passed slowly as Ezio maintained his vigil. He recorded the comings and goings of Pazzi household staff, noted patrol patterns of guards, and observed with particular interest the arrival of several richly dressed men who entered the palazzo with the furtive manner of those conducting business they preferred to keep private. As evening approached, the frequency of such visitors increased. Most arrived in closed carriages, their features obscured by cloaks despite the summer heat. Ezio meticulously documented each arrival, sketching distinguishing characteristics and noting any observable patterns. Most significant moment came shortly after sunset, when a carriage bearing papal insignia arrived with pronounced discretion. No heralds, minimal escort, the driver taking a circuitous route before approaching the Pazzi entrance. From this conveyance emerged a heavy-set man in the robes of a cardinal, his face partially concealed by his hood, yet carrying himself with unmistakable authority. "Rodrigo Borgia," Ezio murmured, recognizing the description from his father's intelligence. Templar Grand Master paused briefly before entering, surveying the piazza with calculating eyes that seemed to pierce the gathering darkness. For a heart-stopping moment, his gaze appeared to fix directly on Ezio's position. The young assassin remained perfectly still, years of rooftop training crystallizing into absolute control of his body and breath. After what seemed an eternity, Borgia continued inside, apparently satisfied. Ezio released a silent breath, recording the time and details of this most significant arrival. As full darkness descended, candles illuminated the meeting room window, transforming it into a backlit stage where Ezio could discern the silhouettes of those gathered inside. Though he couldn't hear their words or clearly identify individuals at this distance, the animated gestures and frequent pointing toward what appeared to be maps spread on a table suggested strategic planning rather than financial discussions. Movement on a nearby rooftop caught his attention, a flash of white quickly concealed behind a chimney stack. Ezio tensed, hand moving instinctively to the dagger at his belt, the only weapon Giovanni had permitted him to carry on this observation mission. He waited, all senses alert, weighing whether to abandon his post or investigate the potential threat. The decision was made for him when a small stone clattered deliberately beside him, a signal rather than an attack. "Your vigilance improves, little brother," came Federico's whispered voice as he emerged from the shadows. "Though you still favor your right side when watching for threats." "Federico," Ezio hissed, "Father ordered me to come alone." "And so you did," his brother replied, crouching beside him. "But Father also assigned me my own task tonight, following a certain courier who delivered messages between the Palazzo Vecchio and the Pazzi Bank." He nodded toward the meeting room window. "It seems our assignments converge." Ezio hesitated, torn between his father's explicit instructions and the potential value of Federico's intelligence. "What did you discover?" The courier was intercepted after leaving the Signoria. Pazzi men, 5 of them, but not common thugs. Trained soldiers disguised as merchants. Federico's expression grew troubled. They took documents bearing Lorenzo's seal, details of Medici security arrangements for the upcoming feast day. The implications were immediately clear. They're planning to strike during a public celebration. and the city guards will be occupied with crowd control, when Lorenzo would be visible and vulnerable, Federico agreed. Father suspected as much, but lacked confirmation. Sudden commotion from the street below interrupted their exchange. The Pazzi Palazzo's main door opened, releasing a stream of men who moved with urgent purpose toward waiting carriages. The meeting had concluded earlier than anticipated. Something's changed, Ezio observed. They're dispersing too quickly. Brothers watched as Rodrigo Borgia emerged last, engaged in intense conversation with Francesco de Pazzi. Though they couldn't hear the exchange, the cardinal's authoritative gestures and Francesco's deferential nods conveyed a clear power dynamic. As Borgia entered his carriage, Vieri de Pazzi emerged from the palazzo, accompanied by 4 men whose bearing marked them as soldiers rather than bankers or merchants. Instead of joining the departing conspirators, this group moved purposefully in the direction of the auditor district, headed toward our palazzo. Federico realized with alarm. Why would they? Ezio began, then froze as understanding dawned. The observer becomes the observed. They know we're watching. We need to warn Father, Federico said, already rising to depart. He's with Lorenzo, Ezio replied. Mother and the others are unprotected. The brothers exchanged a quick glance, years of unspoken communication, allowing them to reach an immediate decision. Go home, Federico directed. Secure our family. I'll find Father and bring reinforcements. Take this. Ezio passed him the notebook containing his observations. Father needs to know who attended. Federico nodded, securing the valuable intelligence. Be careful, brother. These are not the same Pazzi thugs you've brawled with in the markets. Neither am I the same opponent, Ezio replied with newfound gravity. They clasped hands briefly before separating, each taking different routes across Florence's rooftops, Federico toward the Medici Palazzo, Ezio racing toward home with increasing urgency. Night air rushed past him as he traversed the familiar path with unprecedented speed, fear for his family driving him beyond his normal capabilities. The revelation of his father's true identity and the ancient conflict that defined the auditor legacy had transformed Ezio's understanding of danger. This was no street brawl or rivalry between banking families. The Templars sought dominion, and his family represented an obstacle to be eliminated. As he approached the auditor district, Ezio detected an unusual pattern of movement in the streets below men positioned at corners, moving with military coordination rather than civilian randomness. Pazzi soldiers establishing a perimeter. He changed course, using less direct but more concealed routes to approach his home. The palazzo itself appeared undisturbed, lights glowing from within as they would on any evening. Yet the hairs on the back of Ezio's neck stood alert, his instincts, honed by years of training, he now recognized as assassin preparation warning of imminent threat. Instead of dropping directly into the courtyard, Ezio circled to his mother's balcony, slipping silently into the family's private quarters. The corridor lay quiet and empty, but voices drifted from below, his mother's calm tones responding to unfamiliar male voices. Ezio moved silently to the mezzanine, overlooking the main hall. Below, Maria Auditor stood with impressive composure, addressing 4 men in the livery of the Florentine Guard. Though Ezio immediately noted inconsistencies in their uniforms that marked them as impostors. My husband is conducting business with Lorenzo de Medici, Maria was saying, her posture betraying none of the fear she must surely feel. I expect him to return shortly. Perhaps you could state your business with him to me. Our orders come directly from the Gonfaloniere. the lead impostor replied. Giovanni Auditor is to appear before the Signoria immediately to address certain irregularities in Medici banking records. Even from his hidden position, Ezio could detect the falsehood in this claim. He scanned the hall, nodding with relief that Claudia and Petruccio were nowhere to be seen, hopefully secured in their rooms upstairs. At this hour, Maria questioned, skepticism evident in her tone. Surely such matters can wait until morning. Signoria's concerns are time-sensitive, Madonna Auditor. The man's hand drifted toward his sword hilt, a subtle threat. We are instructed to escort your husband immediately upon his return. We will wait. Maria's eyes flickered almost imperceptibly toward the mezzanine. She had sensed Ezio's presence. Then, I shall have refreshments prepared while you wait, she replied smoothly. Please, make yourselves comfortable. As she turned toward the kitchen, her gaze met Ezio's for the briefest moment. The unspoken message was clear. Be careful. Do nothing rash. Ezio weighed his options. These men, clearly Pazzi agents rather than legitimate guards, presented an immediate threat. Yet confronting them directly would endanger his mother. He needed to remove her from danger first, then deal with the intruders. Moving silently along the mezzanine, he reached the rear staircase that led to the kitchen. Maria was already there, instructing the startled cook and housekeeper with remarkable calm. Take the side entrance to the Gonconda residence, she directed the servants. Tell them we require assistance. They will understand. As the servants hurried to obey, Maria turned to find Ezio. If she was surprised by his silent appearance, she gave no sign. Pazzi men, Ezio said quietly. Not real guards. I know, she replied, her composed expression belying the gravity of the situation. They arrived moments ago, asking for your father with thinly veiled threats. Claudia and Petruccio are in the hidden room behind the study. I secured them immediately. Ezio stared at his mother with newfound respect and awareness. You know, he realized, about father, about the brotherhood. Sad smile touched Maria's lips. I have been an assassin's wife for longer than you have been alive, Ezio. Did you think your father could keep such secrets from me? Her expression hardened with determination. Now, we must act. These men will not wait patiently for long. Federico has gone to warn father, Ezio explained quickly. I came directly here. Giovanni and Federico will bring help, but we must manage until then. She moved to a cabinet, retrieving a small key from her bodice. The cabinet unlocked to reveal a slender blade, not ornate, but clearly well-crafted. Your father is not the only one with hidden resources. Ezio accepted the weapon with astonishment, as his mother's role in the family legacy suddenly clarified. What would you have me do? Get Claudia and Petruccio to safety first, Maria instructed. The tunnel beneath the study leads to the river dock. Take them to Paola's establishment in the La Rosa district. She is an ally. She pressed a ring bearing the auditor crest into his palm. Show her this. She will provide sanctuary. And you, Ezio demanded. I will distract our guests while you secure your siblings. Then I shall join you. Seeing his hesitation, she added firmly, I am not helpless, my son, nor am I unfamiliar with danger. Do as I ask. Crash from the main hall interrupted their planning. The false guards had apparently tired of waiting. Search the house, a voice commanded. Find the documents. Maria pushed Ezio toward the back stairs. Go, now. I will delay them. Before he could protest further, she strode purposefully back toward the main hall, her bearing transforming from noblewoman to something more formidable. Gentlemen, what is the meaning of this disturbance? I was preparing refreshments, as promised. Ezio hesitated only briefly before racing upstairs toward his father's study. The hidden room, a concealed chamber he had discovered during childhood explorations, but had never connected to his father's secret life, lay behind a movable bookshelf activated by pressing specific points in the ornate woodwork. Inside, he found Claudia clutching Petruchio protectively, both wide-eyed with fear, but maintaining the silence their mother had undoubtedly impressed upon them. Ezio, Claudia whispered with relief. "What's happening?" "Mother said we needed to hide, that men were coming." "No time to explain fully," he interrupted, moving to the far wall where another concealed mechanism opened a narrow passage. "We need to leave. Now, stay close and remain silent." "But Mother," Petruchio began, his voice small and frightened. "Will join us soon," Ezio assured him, though uncertainty gnawed at him. "She's creating a diversion to secure our escape." The passage descended steeply into darkness. Ancient stone steps worn smooth by generations of auditor feet. Ezio led the way, one hand guiding his siblings, while the other held the blade his mother had provided. Behind them, muffled shouts and the sound of breaking furniture penetrated even the thick stone walls. They're ransacking the palazzo, Claudia realized, her initial fear hardening into anger. "The Pazzi," Ezio confirmed grimly. "This is more than a banking rivalry, sister. Much more." The passage eventually opened onto a small dock on the Arno's edge, concealed from view by overhanging trees and the shadows of nearby buildings. A small boat waited, secured with a chain that Ezio quickly unlocked using another mechanism hidden in the stone wall. "Get in," he directed his siblings. "Stay low." As they settled into the craft, Ezio took a final look back at the hidden entrance, hoping to see his mother emerging from the darkness. The passage remained empty. "We need to wait for Mother," Claudia insisted, reading his concern. "A few minutes only," Ezio agreed, though every instinct urged immediate departure. Those minutes stretched painfully as they waited in tense silence. Petruchio's breathing had grown labored, the excitement and fear aggravating the mysterious illness that had plagued him since birth. Claudia voiced what Ezio had been dreading to acknowledge. "She's not coming, is she?" Before he could respond, shouts echoed from nearby streets, search parties expanding their perimeter. The decision could wait no longer. "We have to go," Ezio said, pushing the boat into the current with a heavy heart. "Father and Federico will help Mother. Our task is to reach safety." As the small craft drifted silently downstream, guided by Ezio's careful steering to avoid the attention of bridge guards and riverside patrols, the auditor siblings left behind the only home they had ever known, now transformed from sanctuary to target in the space of a single evening. The conspiracy against the Medici had expanded to encompass the auditor family directly. Thrusting Ezio into the conflict, his father had tried to prepare him for gradually. But events had accelerated beyond anyone's planning, forcing him to adapt immediately to his heritage as an assassin's son. Florence's landmarks slid past in the darkness as they made their way toward La Rosa district and the promise of sanctuary. Ezio's thoughts, however, remained with his mother and the choice she had made to ensure her children's safety, a sacrifice that revealed Maria Auditor understood the Brotherhood's central tenet more profoundly than he had realized. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted, including a mother's decision to place herself in danger to protect what mattered most. The weight of the Auditor legacy settled more firmly on Ezio's shoulders with each oar stroke that carried them deeper into a night that had forever changed their lives. Chapter 8, Betrayal. Dawn broke over Florence with deceptive tranquility, golden light spilling across the Arno, as Ezio guided the small boat toward a secluded dock in the La Rosa district. Throughout the night, he had navigated the river with painstaking care, avoiding the watchful eyes of guards stationed at bridges and major waterways. Claudia had maintained an anxious silence, while Petruchio had eventually succumbed to exhausted sleep in his sister's protective embrace. As they approached their destination, Ezio scanned the shoreline for threats. The district housed Florence's more discreet entertainments, courtesans, gambling houses, and taverns that catered to gentlemen seeking anonymity. Even at this early hour, the occasional figure staggered homeward after a night of excess, providing convenient cover for three young nobles clearly out of their element. "Are you certain about this place?" Claudia whispered, as Ezio secured the boat beneath a canopy of trailing willow branches. "Mother said to seek out a woman named Paula, but this district is hardly appropriate for survival. Any port will do," Ezio interrupted, helping Petruchio onto the dock. The boy was alarmingly pale, his slight frame trembling with cold and lingering fear. "Besides, Father would not direct us to anyone untrustworthy." Claudia's eyebrow arched skeptically. "And what exactly does our banker father know of courtesans and their establishments?" Ezio hesitated, the weight of family secrets pressing upon him. How much should he reveal about their father's true identity? About the brotherhood that had shaped the auditor legacy for generations? "There is much about Father you don't yet know," he said finally. "Much about our family that I've only begun to understand myself." Before Claudia could press further, movement along the riverbank caught their attention. A slender woman in elegant attire, accompanied by two similarly well-dressed companions. Unlike the gaudy appearance of common streetwalkers, these women carried themselves with practiced grace and subtle authority. "You seem lost, young nobles," the central figure called softly, her voice cultured despite her profession. "The river is a dangerous path at night. Perhaps I can offer assistance." Ezio positioned himself protectively before his siblings, hand instinctively moving toward the blade concealed beneath his doublet. "We seek Paula of La Rosa Colta." The woman studied him carefully, her gaze surprisingly perceptive. "And what business brings auditor children to my doorstep before dawn?" Her emphasis on their family name confirmed her identity without explicit declaration. Ezio produced the ring his mother had given him. "Our mother, Maria Auditor, instructed us to find sanctuary with you. She said you would understand." Paula's expression shifted subtly as she examined the family crest. "Madonna Maria sent you directly. Where is she? And Giovanni?" "Our palazzo was infiltrated by men disguised as city guards," Ezio explained, the events of the previous night still raw. "Mother secured our escape while she delayed them. Father and Federico were with Lorenzo de' Medici when the attack came." A significant look passed between Paula and her companions. "The timing suggests coordination. Come quickly, the streets grow more active, and auditor faces may soon be unwelcome in public." His cryptic statement sent a chill through Ezio as they followed Paula through a series of narrow alleyways toward a surprisingly elegant building whose discreet exterior concealed its true purpose. Unlike the bawdy houses of Florence's lower districts, La Rosa Colta maintained an atmosphere of refined pleasure. Its main salon arranged with tasteful furnishings and subdued lighting. "My girls will not appear until noon," Paula explained, leading them to a private chamber removed from the establishment's public areas. "You will be undisturbed here. Food and fresh clothing will be provided shortly." As her companions departed to make arrangements, Paula turned her full attention to Ezio. "Now, Tell me everything. Hold nothing back. For the next hour, Ezio recounted recent events in detail. His father's gradual revelation of the Assassin Brotherhood, the conspiracy against the Medici, Rodrigo Borgia's arrival in Florence, and the previous night's attack on their family home. Throughout his explanation, Paola listened with the sharp focus of someone confirming suspicions rather than learning new information. Your father feared this moment might come, she said when he concluded, though he hoped to prepare you more thoroughly before circumstances forced your hand. You know of the Brotherhood, Ezio observed. Not a question. A slight smile touched Paola's lips. More intimately than you might imagine. But that discussion can wait. She gestured toward Claudia and Petruccio, who had finally surrendered to exhaustion on a nearby city. Your siblings need rest, and you require information. My girls hear much from loose-tongued patrons, particularly those connected to the Signoria. What have you learned? Ezio asked, dread coiling in his stomach. Rumors only, but concerning ones. The Gonfaloniere Uberto Alberti convened an emergency session of the Signoria shortly after midnight. The official explanation involves allegations of treason against certain prominent citizens. Her expression grew grave. Your father's name was mentioned. Treason. Ezio's voice rose sharply before he controlled himself. That's absurd. My father has served Florence and the Medici loyally for decades, which makes him a perfect target for those who wish to undermine both, Paola countered. If Giovanni Auditor can be portrayed as a traitor, it casts doubt on Lorenzo's judgment and creates opportunity for rival factions. The Pazzi, Ezio growled. As figureheads, yes, but the puppet master pulls strings from Rome. Paola moved to a writing desk, retrieving parchment and ink. We must act quickly. If your father has been formally accused, he will need evidence to counter the charges. What evidence? We don't even know the specific allegations. Giovanni maintains records of his true activities, documents that would prove his loyalty to Florence and expose the real conspirators. Paola's quill scratched across the parchment as she wrote with swift precision. Such evidence would typically be hidden in several locations, with one set securely stored at your family's villa in Monterigini. Ezio stared at her in confusion. Monterigini? We have no property there. Paola paused, studying him thoughtfully. Your father's caution extended even to his family, it seems. The Auditor Villa in Monterigini has been your family's ancestral seat for generations, and a Brotherhood stronghold under your Uncle Mario's protection. This revelation staggered Ezio. An uncle he'd never met, an ancestral home never mentioned. How many layers of secrets had his father maintained? For now, we focus on immediate needs, Paola continued pragmatically. Giovanni would have kept evidence of Pazzi conspiracies somewhere accessible in case of emergency, perhaps in his banking office, or a secure location nearby. A hidden compartment in his study contained documents, Ezio recalled. But returning to the palazzo is too dangerous if Pazzi men still occupy it. There may be another option. Giovanni sometimes mentioned a loyal ally who held copies of sensitive materials, Uberto Alberti himself, the Gonfaloniere. Ezio's brow furrowed. But you said he's the one who called the emergency session. Politics in Florence is rarely straightforward, Paola replied. Uberto has been your father's friend for many years. His public actions may be necessitated by his position, while privately he works to help Giovanni. The logic seemed plausible, yet something nagged at Ezio's intuition. Before he could voice his concerns, a commotion arose from the building's entrance. Urgent voices and hurried footsteps approach. Paola, a feminine voice called. The city heralds are making proclamations in every district. You must hear this. One of Paola's courtesans rushed in, breathless with urgency. Giovanni Auditor has been arrested on charges of treason, along with his sons Federico and Petruccio. They're being held in the Palazzo della Signoria dungeons. The proclamation orders all auditor men to surrender themselves to the Gonfalonieri's justice immediately. The blood drained from Ezio's face. Petruccio. But he's herewith. He turned toward the settee where his siblings had been resting, finding only Claudia awake and staring in confusion. "Where is Petruccio?" he demanded. Claudia shook her head, equally bewildered. "He said he needed air. I only closed my eyes for a moment." Her voice trailed off as horrified understanding dawned. "He must have slipped out while we were talking." "Impossible," Paola insisted. "My girls watch every entrance." "You don't know Petruccio," Ezio said grimly. "Small and sickly he may be, but he moves like a ghost when determined." A terrible realization struck him. He went home to mother, to father, and walked directly into their hands, Paola concluded. Ezio moved toward the door with single-minded purpose, only to find his path blocked by Paola. "Charging blindly into the Signoria will only result in your arrest," she cautioned. "We must think strategically. My father and brothers are imprisoned on false charges. What strategy could possibly matter more than their freedom? One that ensures their survival," Paola countered firmly. "Your father's evidence is the only thing that can save them now. If Uberto truly is Giovanni's ally, he will help present this evidence at the hearing." Every instinct urged immediate action. Ezio forced himself to consider her words. "When will they be brought before the Signoria?" "Tomorrow morning, according to the proclamation." A public hearing in the Piazza della Signoria. One day. One chance to gather evidence and prevent a miscarriage of justice that could destroy his family. "I need to reach Uberto," Ezio decided. "If he holds evidence of my father's innocence, he must be convinced to produce it at the hearing." "A wise choice," Paola nodded approvingly. "But first, you cannot move through Florence as yourself. Every guard will be searching for the missing auditor's son." She gestured to one of her girls. "Bring the package from my private chamber." While they waited, Ezio turned to his sister. "Claudia, you must remain here, safely hidden." For once, she didn't argue. Her usual spirited defiance replaced by shocked concern for their family. "Find them, Ezio. Bring them home." The courtesan returned with a bundle wrapped in plain cloth. Paola unfolded it carefully to reveal what appeared to be common merchant attire, well made, but unremarkable, along with a hooded cloak of distinctive design. "Your father left these in my care months ago," she explained. A precaution against exactly this sort of circumstance. Ezio examined the garments with growing comprehension. Not mere disguise, but equipment designed for an assassin's work, flexible, with hidden pockets and reinforced sections that would deflect blades without restricting movement. "There is more to these clothes than simple fabric," Paola acknowledged, reading his expression. "But their greatest value lies in transforming you from nobleman to anonymous citizen. Put them on, then I will teach you how to move through Florence unseen." By mid-afternoon, Ezio had absorbed Paola's introductory lessons in the art of blending, techniques for becoming effectively invisible even in plain sight. The courtesan's expertise in misdirection and social camouflage provided the foundation for skills his father had hinted at, but never fully explained. "Remember," Paola instructed as she prepared him for departure, "crowds are your ally. Guards look for individuals, not faces within groups. Move with purpose, but without drawing attention." Armed with this knowledge, and the location of Uberto Alberti's residence, Ezio set out into a Florence, transformed by his new perspective. Streets he had traveled his entire life now presented strategic considerations: patrol patterns, crowd density, sightlines from guard towers. The city of his carefree youth had become a dangerous game board, where detection meant imprisonment, or worse. Uberto's palazzo stood in the Santa Croce district, a respectable but not ostentatious residence befitting a public servant of his stature. Guards flanked the main entrance more than usual, Ezio noted, but the building's rear garden wall offered a less protected approach, scaling the wall with techniques honed through years of rooftop exploration. Ezio dropped silently into a meticulously maintained garden. Light spilled from the palazzo's windows, illuminating a scene of hurried activity within servants packing trunks, documents being sorted, preparations suggesting imminent departure. Moving from shadow to shadow, Ezio approached a ground floor window where voices carried into the evening air. Inside, Uberto Alberti himself paced anxiously while addressing a figure whose Spanish-accented voice sent a chill of recognition through Ezio. The arrangements are sufficient, Rodrigo Borgia's distinctive tones confirmed. You will conduct the execution tomorrow without incident or delay. Execution. The word struck Ezio like a physical blow. Not a hearing or trial, but a predetermined death sentence. And what of the evidence Giovanni collected? Uberto asked, tension evident in his normally measured voice. If any reaches Lorenzo, all evidence will be dealt with appropriately, Borgia interrupted with the casual authority of one accustomed to absolute obedience. Your task is straightforward. Publicly eliminate the auditor threat while maintaining the appearance of justice, and afterward, my family's safety will be guaranteed as promised. Passage to Rome awaits you immediately following tomorrow's formalities. Your loyal service to our cause will be amply rewarded. The conversation continued, but Ezio had heard enough. The Gonfaloniere, his father's supposed ally, had betrayed them to the Templars. Tomorrow's public hearing was nothing but theater, the outcome predetermined. He retreated from the window, mind racing to formulate a new plan. With Uberto compromised, the only hope lay in recovering his father's evidence directly and bringing it to Lorenzo de' Medici before the morning execution. As Ezio prepared to depart, the garden gate opened, admitting a cloaked figure carrying a small chest. Recognition froze him in place. A servant from the Auditor Palazzo, one of his father's trusted retainers. The man approached the house with obvious trepidation, glancing repeatedly over his shoulder as if fearing pursuit. Ezio followed silently, reaching the servant just as he placed the chest at Uberto's service entrance. Alberto, Ezio whispered, causing the servant to whirl in alarm. Master Ezio. The old man's eyes widened with both relief and terror. You shouldn't be here. They search for you everywhere. What's in the chest? Ezio demanded. Documents your father instructed me to deliver to Messer Alberti in case of emergency, Alberto explained. Evidence of the Pazzi conspiracy. I was the only servant who escaped when they seized the palazzo. And my mother, what news of her? Alberto's expression fell. Taken, Messer. She resisted valiantly, but they overwhelmed her. She's imprisoned with your father and brothers. Another blow to Ezio's already staggering heart. He gestured toward the chest. This evidence, it could save them. Your father believed so, yes. Proof of Pazzi plots against the Medici, correspondence with foreign powers, details of bribes paid to officials. Uberto Alberti will destroy it, Ezio said grimly. He conspires with the very men who arranged my family's arrest. Horror dawned on Alberto's weathered face. Then all is lost. Not yet. Ezio lifted the chest, testing its weight. Return to Paola at La Rosacolta. Tell her what has happened, and that I have the evidence. As Alberto hurried away, Ezio retreated to the garden wall, chest secured beneath his arm. Its contents represented his family's only hope proof of a conspiracy that reached from Florence to Rome itself. But where to take it? Lorenzo remained the logical choice, yet reaching the heavily guarded Medici palazzo without detection presented nearly insurmountable challenges. Memory surfaced, his father mentioning another ally, someone positioned to influence Lorenzo directly. Leonardo da Vinci, the artist whose acquaintance Ezio had made months earlier, maintained connections to the Medici court through his patron Verrocchio. More importantly, his workshop lay closer than the Medici palazzo, in a less heavily patrolled district. Decision made, Ezio moved through Florence with renewed purpose, employing palace techniques to avoid the numerous guard patrols now actively searching for him. The chest grew heavier with each passing block, its precious contents representing not just evidence, but the lives of his entire family. Leonardo's workshop stood illuminated despite the late hour, the artist famously working into the night when inspiration struck. Ezio approached cautiously, circling to ensure no guards monitored the location before rapping urgently on the side entrance. After a moment, the door opened to reveal Leonardo himself, paint-stained hands and distracted expression, suggesting interrupted work. Recognition dawned slowly. Ezio Auditore, what brings you here at this hour? I need your help, Ezio replied tersely, glancing over his shoulder at the empty street. May I enter? Leonardo stepped aside immediately, curious, but perceptive enough to recognize desperate circumstances. Once inside, surrounded by the organized chaos of the artist's workspace, Ezio placed the chest on a work table. You've heard the proclamations, he asked. Leonardo nodded gravely. About your family? Yes, though I find the accusations impossible to believe. Your father has been Lorenzo's loyal supporter for years. The charges are fabricated, part of a Pazzi conspiracy against both my family and the Medici. Ezio gestured to the chest. This contains evidence that could exonerate my father, but I cannot reach Lorenzo directly. Every guard in Florence searches for me, and you hope I might serve as intermediary, Leonardo concluded, understanding dawning. While I do have Medici connections, I'm hardly in Lorenzo's inner circle. You can move freely through the city, enter the Palazzo Medici without suspicion. Ezio's voice took on a pleading quality he would have been too proud to employ mere days ago. My entire family faces execution tomorrow morning. This evidence is their only hope. Leonardo studied him thoughtfully, then nodded with sudden determination. I'll need to examine these documents first, understand what I'm delivering. Lorenzo won't grant audience based on vague assurances. Together, they opened the chest, revealing bundles of correspondence organized with a banker's meticulous attention to detail. As they sorted through the evidence, a comprehensive picture emerged of the conspiracy Ezio's father had uncovered, detailed records of meetings between Pazzi representatives and foreign powers, documentation of weapons and mercenaries entering Florentine territory, intercepted messages discussing plans to eliminate the Medici and seize control of the Republic. This is extraordinarily dangerous information, Leonardo observed, studying a letter bearing papal seals. If authentic, it implicates church officials in conspiracy to overthrow Florence's legitimate government. Every document is genuine, Ezio insisted. My father risked everything to gather this evidence. I don't doubt it, Leonardo replied. The question is whether Lorenzo can act quickly enough, even with proof in hand. Dawn approaches, and the Signoria moves with the ponderous weight of bureaucracy, especially when certain members may themselves be compromised. The artist's logical assessment struck at Ezio's deepest fears. Even with evidence delivered successfully, would Lorenzo mobilize in time? Could political machinery move quickly enough to halt a public execution already set in motion? I must have faith in justice, Ezio said, though uncertainty colored his words. Get these documents to Lorenzo as early as possible. I'll be at the Piazza della Signoria at dawn, ready to intervene if necessary. Leonardo began carefully repacking the chest. And if Lorenzo cannot or will not act in time, the question hung between them, its implications too terrible to voice directly. Ezio's hand moved unconsciously to the dagger concealed beneath his borrowed assassin attire, a wholly inadequate weapon against the forces arrayed against his family. Yet, perhaps, the only option should all else fail. Then I will do what I must, he replied softly. Whatever that may be. Dawn broke with merciless clarity over the Piazza della Signoria, as Ezio positioned himself among the growing crowd. Sleep had eluded him during the intervening hours, spent instead in restless movement through Florence's darkened streets, avoiding patrols, while his mind cycled through scenarios of rescue and revenge. Piazza filled steadily as citizens gathered for what had been proclaimed as a significant public hearing. Most came from curiosity or duty, unaware they had been summoned to witness an execution disguised as justice. Gallows had been erected overnight before the Palazzo Vecchio's imposing facade, a sight that confirmed Ezio's worst fears, despite his desperate hope for Leonardo's success with Lorenzo. He pulled his hood lower, adopting the blending techniques Paola had taught him to become just another face in the crowd. Guards stationed throughout the square paid him no particular attention as he maneuvered gradually toward the front, positioning himself with clear sightlines to both the gallows and the palazzo entrance. Ripple of anticipation moved through the assembled Florentines as Uberto Alberti emerged onto the platform, resplendent in his official robes of office. The Gonfalonier's expression projected appropriate judicial gravity, though Ezio now recognized it as merely another weapon in the arsenal of a consummate traitor. Citizens of Florence, Uberto's voice carried across the hushed square. We gather today with heavy hearts to witness justice administered in defense of our republic. Guards emerged from the palazzo, escorting 3 prisoners in chains. Ezio's breath caught painfully in his throat at the sight of his father and brothers, Giovanni, dignified despite obvious signs of rough treatment, Federico, bloodied but defiant, and little Petruccio, terrified yet struggling to maintain composure. Giovanni Auditor and his accomplices stand accused of the highest treason against Florence. Uberto continued. Evidence has been discovered of their conspiracy with enemies of the Republic, their plot to undermine the very foundations of our beloved city. Murmurs spread through the crowd, shock mixed with skepticism, from those who knew Giovanni's reputation for loyalty. This is an outrage, Giovanni called out, his voice still commanding despite his circumstances. I demand the right to present evidence of my innocence. Uberto raised a placating hand. All relevant evidence has been considered by the Signoria, which finds the proof of guilt incontrovertible. Liar, this from Federico, earning him a brutal blow from a guard's gauntleted fist. Ezio's muscles tensed. every fiber urging immediate action. Only the faint hope that Lorenzo might yet intervene kept him rooted in place, watching this perversion of justice unfold. "Where is Lorenzo de' Medici?" Giovanni demanded. "He knows of my loyalty." "Lorenzo is indisposed," Uberto replied smoothly, "and perhaps fortunate to be so, as evidence suggests he too may have been targeted by your conspiracy." The sheer audacity of this inversion of truth, accusing Giovanni of plotting against the very man he had worked to protect, nearly drove Ezio to rash action. His hand closed around his dagger, weighing the futility of attacking against the impossibility of inaction. "In consideration of the severity of these crimes," Uberto proclaimed, "the sentence of death shall be carried out immediately." Nooses were fitted around the necks of all three prisoners. Petruccio's small frame required the executioner to adjust the rope, an obscene care taken to ensure effective murder of a child. "Father," Ezio's cry escaped before he could suppress it, drawing the attention of nearby guards. Giovanni's head snapped toward the sound, his eyes searching the crowd until they locked with his son's. In that moment of recognition, the condemned assassin straightened with renewed purpose. "Ezio," he called out, "it is your responsibility now. Remember my teachings. Protect our family legacy." Guards began pushing through the crowd toward Ezio's position, as Uberto signaled the executioner. "For the crimes of treason, I, Uberto Alberti, Gonfaloniere of Florence, pronounce the sentence of—" "Stop," a new voice rang out across the piazza. Lorenzo de' Medici himself appeared at the edge of the square, accompanied by his personal guard and Leonardo da Vinci. "This proceeding is suspended by my authority." Hope surged through Ezio. Leonardo had succeeded. The evidence had reached Lorenzo in time. Uberto, recognizing the threat to his plans, gave a sharp nod to the executioner. The platform dropped beneath the feet of the prisoners before Lorenzo could cross half the distance to the gallows. "No," Ezio's anguished cry tore from his throat as his father and brothers plummeted, ropes pulling taut with sickening finality. The crowd erupted in confusion, some surging toward Lorenzo, others backing away from the unexpected violence, guards uncertain where to direct their attention. In the chaos, Ezio broke free from the hands that had begun to restrain him, fighting his way toward the gallows with blind fury. "Seize him," Uberto shouted, pointing directly at Ezio, the last auditor's son. Guards converged from all directions as Ezio reached the edge of the platform, looking up at his family's bodies swaying gently in the morning breeze. Giovanni's eyes, still open, seemed to fix on his surviving son with a final, urgent message that needed no words. Run. Survive. Remember. Survival instinct overrode grief and rage barely. With guards closing in and Uberto screaming for his capture, Ezio turned and fled through the chaotic square. He glimpsed Lorenzo being hustled away by his personal guard, the Medici leader's face contorted with shock and fury at the scene he'd been unable to prevent. Ezio ran as he never had before, employing every technique of escape his father and brother had taught him over years of games on Florence's rooftops. Behind him, pursuit organized itself with military efficiency. This was no ordinary manhunt, but a coordinated effort to eliminate the final auditor witness. As he raced through streets he had known from childhood, a transformative fury crystallized within him. The carefree youth who had brawled with Pazzi thugs and courted noble daughters was gone, consumed in the flames of betrayal and loss. In his place emerged something harder, colder, more focused, an assassin not by training, but by necessity. Uberto Alberti's betrayal had destroyed the Auditor family, but in doing so, had created its most dangerous heir. As Ezio disappeared into Florence's labyrinthine alleys, one thought burned through the haze of grief with perfect clarity. Justice would come not through courts or official channels, but from the blade of the last Auditor. The Brotherhood had claimed him at last, not through ceremony or choice, but through blood and fire and unforgivable betrayal. Chapter 9, Tragedy on the Square. Blood pounded in Ezio's ears as he raced through the streets of Florence. The horrific image of his family swinging from the gallows seared into his memory. Behind him, the shouts of guards grew more organized, their pursuit gaining structure as orders filtered through their ranks. Find the Auditor boy. 10 florins to the man who brings him in. Years of climbing, running, and leaping across the city's rooftops had made Ezio intimately familiar with Florence's hidden pathways and escape routes. What had once been boyish adventure now became the difference between life and death. He scaled a merchant's awning, pulling himself onto a low balcony before ascending to the rooftops where fewer guards would follow. Grief threatened to overwhelm him at every turn. His father's final gaze, Federico's defiant posture, even as the noose tightened, little Petruccio's terrified expression. Each memory stabbed like a physical wound, yet some coldly practical part of his mind, a part that sounded unnervingly like his father, urged focus on immediate survival. Honor their deaths by living, the voice insisted. There will be time for mourning after vengeance is secured. Ezio paused momentarily in the shadow of a bell tower, assessing his situation with forced clarity. The guards' search patterns indicated they were concentrating on major streets and city gates, assuming he would try to flee Florence immediately. His assassin garb, while practical for movement, marked him as distinctive if spotted. Most crucially, he had no weapons beyond a simple dagger, woefully inadequate against the forces arrayed against him. La Rosa Colta remained his only safe haven, but reaching Paola without leading guards directly to her doorstep required caution. Ezio charted a circuitous route across the rooftops, moving steadily toward the courtesan's district while avoiding areas of heavy patrol. The city that had been his home for 17 years now felt alien and hostile, each window potentially concealing an informant, each crossing a possible ambush point. More than physical geography had changed. The invisible map of power and safety in Florence had been redrawn in a single morning. When he finally approached Paola's establishment, he descended to street level several blocks away, adopting the flowing walk of a courier late for delivery. Groups of citizens discussed the morning's shocking events in hushed tones, their expressions reflecting confusion and unease. The Auditor name, once respected throughout Florence, was now spoken with suspicion and morbid curiosity. Never would have suspected Giovanni of treason. Always seemed loyal to the Medici. What will happen to their banking interests? Ezio lowered his head, fighting the urge to defend his father's honor. Such emotional indulgence would only reveal his identity and squander the sacrifice his family had made to ensure his escape. Familiar melody floated from an approaching courtesan, one of Paola's girls, he realized, her casual saunter deliberately taking her past him. Without breaking stride, she murmured, "Side entrance." Guards watched the front. He followed her direction, slipping into La Rosa Colta through a servant's passage moments later. Paola awaited him in the same private chamber where he had left Claudia the previous night. His sister rose at his entrance, hope flaring in her eyes, hope that died as she registered his expression. "No," she whispered, reading the truth before he could speak it. They couldn't have. All of them, Ezio confirmed, his voice hollow. Father Federico Petruccio, executed as traitors before the entire city. Claudia swayed, collapsing back onto the settee as sobs racked her body. Ezio moved to comfort her, but found himself frozen, unable to bridge the chasm between them. What comfort could he possibly offer when his own grief remained locked in a cage of shock and fury? And your mother, Paola asked softly, still imprisoned as far as I know. They didn't. He couldn't complete the sentence, the possibility too terrible to voice. She lives, Paola confirmed, reading a message that had arrived during his absence. My sources in the Signoria report, she has been transferred to the convent of Santa Lucia, officially as a courtesy due to her noble status, though in truth, it is another form of imprisonment, small mercy in an ocean of cruelty. But Ezio seized it desperately. Mother lived. One piece of his shattered family remained. I must go to her, he declared. Impossible, Paola countered firmly. The convent is watched. Any attempt to reach her now would endanger you both and squander the sacrifice your father made to ensure your survival. I cannot simply abandon her. It is not abandonment to bide your time until rescue becomes possible. Paola's expression softened slightly. Your mother is safe for the moment. The Pazzi have what they wanted, the elimination of Giovanni and his sons as obstacles to their conspiracy. Not all his sons, Ezio reminded her grimly. Precisely why you must proceed with caution rather than reckless haste. Paola gestured for him to sit, though he remained standing, too agitated for stillness. Lorenzo de' Medici himself witnessed Uberto's treachery this morning. That changes the political landscape significantly. Lorenzo arrived too late, Ezio said bitterly. The evidence reached him, but not in time. Yet it reached him nonetheless, exposing the Pazzi conspiracy and Uberto's betrayal. Lorenzo will act cautiously, but decisively. The protection of your mother may well be part of his response. Logic penetrated grief, forcing Ezio to acknowledge the wisdom in her words. Charging into a guarded convent would accomplish nothing beyond his own capture and execution, the completion of what Uberto had begun in the piazza. What would you have me do? He asked, the question directed as much to his absent father as to Paola. First, secure yourself and your sister, she replied practically. Florence is no longer safe for either of you. You must leave the city tonight, while confusion still reigns, and before the guards, organize more systematic searches. And go where? Claudia asked through her tears. We have nowhere. Monterigini, Ezio said, remembering Paola's earlier revelation. Our uncle's villa. Paola nodded approvingly. Mario Auditor maintains the family's ancestral home there, a fortified villa that has withstood siege more than once. More importantly, he is a Brotherhood ally who can provide protection and guidance. I know nothing of this uncle, Claudia protested. Father never spoke of Monterigini. Giovanni kept many secrets to protect you, Paola reminded her gently. But Mario is auditor by blood and assassin by choice. He will welcome you. Practicalities of escape occupied the next several hours, securing traveling clothes that would not mark them as nobles, plotting a route that avoided major checkpoints, arranging for a small cart that would allow Claudia to travel without drawing attention. Throughout these preparations, Ezio moved with mechanical efficiency, his mind unnaturally focused on details, as if concentrating on trivialities might hold grief at bay a while longer. Only one matter remained unresolved, one that Ezio had deliberately avoided addressing until their departure grew imminent. Before we leave Florence, he said finally, voice low and controlled, there is something I must do. Paola studied him with knowing eyes. Uberto Alberti betrayed my family, orchestrated their execution, conspired with the Pazzi and their Templar masters. Ezio's hands clenched involuntarily. Justice demands an accounting. Justice or vengeance? Paula asked, though her tone suggested she already knew the answer. Is there a difference when the courts themselves are corrupted? Ezio countered. Uberto will never face legal consequences for his actions. His position protects him from conventional justice, and you believe yourself capable of delivering the alternative. The question cut to the heart of his transformation. Days ago, Ezio Auditore had been a banker's son with talent for climbing and brawling, a young man of privilege whose greatest concerns involved romantic conquests and fraternal competitions. Now, he contemplated assassination with cold determination. Capable? I don't know, he admitted. But I know I cannot leave Florence with my family's betrayer still drawing breath. I would never find peace. Paula's expression revealed neither approval nor condemnation. Then you will need more than righteous anger and a dagger. She crossed to a cabinet, unlocking it with a key from around her neck. From within, she retrieved an ornate wooden box. Your father left this in my keeping some months ago. He said it was a family heirloom that might one day be needed. Ezio opened the box with reverent care. Nestled in velvet lay a bracer similar to the one he had seen his father wear an assassin's hidden blade, the Brotherhood's signature weapon. Its mechanisms appeared ancient, yet meticulously maintained. The leather straps worn, but serviceable. This belonged to your grandfather, Paula explained. Giovanni hoped to present it to you under different circumstances, after proper training and formal induction into the Brotherhood. Fate has forced a more precipitous inheritance. Ezio lifted the bracer, feeling its weight, both physical and symbolic. I don't know how to use it properly. The basics are simple enough, Paula replied. The complexity comes in wielding it effectively while remaining undetected. She moved to stand beside him, positioning his arm as she secured the weapon. The mechanism is triggered by specific muscle tension. Flex your wrist while extending your ring finger. He followed her instruction, startling slightly as the blade shot forth with lethal precision. The engineering was remarkable, a perfect extension of the wielder's arm, designed for silent, intimate killing. Hidden blade requires proximity, Paula continued, her tone shifting to that of instructor rather than sympathizer. To use it effectively against a target as well protected as Uberto, you must move beyond basic concealment to true anonymity. For the remainder of the day, she trained him in the fundamentals of approaching targets undetected, how to use crowds as camouflage, how to track quarry without drawing attention, how to identify optimal moments for action. These were accelerated versions of lessons Giovanni would have imparted gradually over months or years, compressed now into desperate hours by necessity. As dusk approached, Claudia emerged from her chambers, dressed in the simple attire of a merchant's daughter, her noblewoman's bearing carefully subdued. She had spent the afternoon in private grief, but now faced their changed circumstances with remarkable composure. You're going after him, aren't you? She asked Ezio directly. The man responsible. He saw no point in denial. Yes. She nodded once, a gesture reminiscent of their father's decisive manner. Good. Make him suffer. The cold vindictiveness surprised him coming from his normally gentle sister. Yet he understood its source. Grief manifested differently in each heart. His had crystallized into focused determination, hers into razor-edged hatred. I will meet you at the southern gate by midnight, he promised. Be ready to travel immediately. Paula provided final details of Uberto's likely whereabouts. A private artistic reception at the home of a wealthy merchant who sponsored cultural events. The Gonfaloniere attends to maintain appearances of normalcy, she explained. He believes himself safe behind his public persona. Armed with this information, a functional hidden blade, an implacable purpose, Ezio departed La Rosacolta for the last time. As he moved through Florence's darkening streets, he felt himself shedding his former identity with each step. The carefree young noble was gone, consumed in the flames of family tragedy. What remained was something harder, colder, more focused, an instrument of retribution, honed by loss. Merchant's palazzo blazed with light and music, Florentine elite celebrating art and culture, while the bodies of innocent men still hung in the public square. The juxtaposition fueled Ezio's righteous anger as he scouted the perimeter, identifying guard positions and potential entry points. Service entrance provided the simplest access. Servants moved constantly between kitchen and main hall, carrying trays of wine and delicacies. Ezio appropriated an abandoned serving jacket, adopting the deferential posture of staff as he merged into their flow. Inside, the reception unfolded with typical Florentine opulence. Musicians played in one corner, while animated discussions of art and philosophy filled the air. Uberto Alberti stood near the center of the main hall, glass in hand, laughing with apparent ease, as if he hadn't ordered the execution of an innocent family mere hours before. The sight of the traitor's casual enjoyment froze Ezio momentarily. How could any man transition from orchestrating judicial murder to appreciating fine art without visible burden on his conscience? He believes himself beyond consequence. The cold voice of reason answered. Show him his error. Ezio circulated through the gathering with practiced invisibility, a skill developed through Paola's training and perfected now by necessity. Servants became natural allies in concealment, ignored by nobility. They created currents through which he could navigate unnoticed, positioned himself to observe Uberto's movements, waiting for the ideal moment. The Gonfaloniere eventually separated from his immediate group, moving toward a relatively private alcove where a new painting was being unveiled to select guests. A remarkable acquisition, Uberto commented to the merchant host. Da Vinci's work grows more impressive with each commission. Irony of Leonardo's art being appreciated by the man who had ignored the artist's delivery of exonerating evidence was not lost on Ezio. He moved closer, a serving tray held at precise height to obscure his face from casual observation. Uberto stepped away from the small gathering, momentarily isolated as he examined the painting's details. The opportunity would not come again. Ezio approached from behind, servant's demeanor maintained until the last possible moment. As he reached Uberto's side, he allowed the serving tray to tilt slightly, spilling wine on the Gonfaloniere's expensive sleeve. Clumsy fool, Uberto hissed, turning in irritation, only for recognition to dawn as Ezio raised his gaze. You, me, Ezio confirmed quietly, flexing his wrist as Paola had taught him. The hidden blade extended with deadly precision, finding its mark beneath Uberto's ribs before the traitor could call for guards. They stood in grotesque intimacy, Ezio supporting Uberto's weight as the blade penetrated vital organs. To observers, it appeared merely as a servant steadying an unsteady guest, a courtesy rather than an execution. This is for my father, Ezio whispered, twisting the blade slightly. And my brothers. Blood stained Uberto's fine doublet, though the dark fabric concealed the spreading crimson from distant observers. His eyes widened in shock and pain, lips working as he struggled to respond. "I was only following orders," he gasped. "The conspiracy is larger than you know. Rodrigo will. Save your excuses for whatever judgment awaits you," Ezio interrupted, easing the dying man onto a nearby bench, as if helping an overindulged guest to sit. "You betrayed my family, men who trusted you. Your father was a fool," Uberto managed, blood beginning to trickle from the corner of his mouth. "The assassins fight a losing battle. The Templars control everything now." "Not everything," Ezio contradicted, leaning close one final time. "Not me." He withdrew the blade with practiced smoothness, already moving away as Uberto slumped against the wall. It would be seconds before anyone realized the Gonfalonier's condition. Precious moments Ezio used to slip back into the servant circulation and toward the kitchens. Behind him, a woman's scream announced the discovery. "The Gonfalonier, he's been stabbed." Chaos erupted in the reception hall, guards rushing toward the commotion, guests backing away in horror, servants frozen in confusion. Ezio discarded the borrowed jacket, exiting through the kitchen, where staff fled in the opposite direction, toward the excitement rather than away from it. The cool night air hit his face as he emerged into an alley, already calculating his route to the southern gate where Claudio would be waiting. His hands should have been shaking, he thought distantly. His first kill, his first assassination, should have affected him more profoundly. Yet he felt only a grim satisfaction. A solitary piece clicked into place within a much larger puzzle of justice. Uberto had been merely one traitor among many, the visible face of a conspiracy that had destroyed his family and threatened Florence itself. The beginning, not the end. His father's voice seemed to whisper in his mind. Remember the creed. As he traversed the rooftops of Florence, one final time, Ezio silently recited the words Giovanni had taught him, words that now resonated with blood-bought understanding. Nothing is true. Everything is permitted. The assassin's creed. His creed now, inherited through tragedy rather than ceremony. Florence fell away behind him as he reached the southern gate, finding Claudio waiting anxiously beside the small cart Paola had arranged. His sister asked no questions about Uberto's fate, reading the answer in Ezio's expression and the subtle crimson stain on his sleeve. "Monterigini awaits," she said simply, climbing onto the cart. Ezio took one last look at the city that had been their home, the only home they had ever known. Florence's elegant towers and domes stood silhouetted against the night sky, beautiful and treacherous, familiar and forever changed. He will return, he promised, though whether to Claudia or to himself remained unclear. When the time is right. As they passed through the gate, city guards, distracted by news of Uberto's assassination, spreading through their ranks, Ezio felt the weight of his family's legacy settle more firmly upon his shoulders. No longer the carefree second son, he had become in the space of 2 terrible days both the head of the Auditor family and an assassin by blood and deed. Road to Monterigini stretched before them, dark and uncertain. Yet somewhere in that darkness lay answers about the Brotherhood, about the Templars, about the conspiracy that had claimed his father and brothers. Most importantly, somewhere along that road lay the path to rescuing his mother and bringing the remaining conspirators to justice. Ezio Auditore had died in the Piazza della Signoria alongside his family. Who he would become on the journey ahead remained to be seen, but the blade secured to his forearm suggested possibilities that would have been unimaginable mere days before. The wheels of the cart creaked rhythmically as they left Florence behind, carrying the last Auditor children toward their ancestral home, and an uncertain future shaped by tragedy, legacy, and the inescapable call of vengeance. Chapter 10. The Road to Monterigny. Tuscan countryside unfolded before them as dawn broke over the rolling hills. Ezio and Claudia had traveled through the night, putting as much distance as possible between themselves and Florence before the city gates closed, and search parties inevitably fanned out across the surrounding territories. The small cart Paula had provided creaked rhythmically along the rutted road, its aged horse maintaining a steady, if unimpressive pace. Neither sibling had spoken much since their departure. Grief hung between them like a physical presence, an invisible passenger accompanying them into exile. Occasionally, Claudia would stifle a sob, quickly masking it as discomfort from the rough journey. Ezio pretended not to notice, offering his sister what small dignity remained to them both. His own emotions remained locked behind a wall of cold pragmatism, accessible only in brief, overwhelming surges he fought to suppress. Every time his mind began to replay the execution in the piazza, he deliberately shifted focus to the road ahead, to potential threats, to the immediate demands of survival. There would be time for mourning later, if they survived to mourn at all. By mid-morning, they reached a crossroads where several travelers had gathered around a weathered shrine. An old man distributing water to pilgrims called out as they approached, "God's blessing on you, young ones. Have you news from Florence?" Ezio tensed, hand moving unconsciously toward his hidden blade. News of the Auditor executions, and possibly of Uberto's assassination, would have spread quickly among travelers. "We left yesterday," he replied carefully, adopting the rough accent of a tradesman rather than the cultured tones of his upbringing. Before any excitement. "Ah, then you haven't heard. The Gonfalonier himself murdered at some fancy gathering." The old man crossed himself dramatically. "And after that business with the banker and his sons in the morning. Dark days in Florence, indeed." Murmurs of agreement spread among the gathered travelers, spurring an impromptu exchange of rumors and speculation. "They say it was revenge a merchant's guard offered for the executions." "Auditor boy," a pilgrim woman added, "the one who escaped. They say he appeared like a ghost and vanished just as quickly." "What of the Pazzi?" Ezio asked casually, unable to resist gathering intelligence. "They stand to gain much from recent events." The old man spat on the ground. "Vultures, already positioning themselves as Lorenzo's new confidants. Francesco practically lives at the Medici Palazzo now, offering support during this difficult time." Claudia stiffened beside him, and Ezio placed a cautioning hand on her arm. They couldn't afford emotional reactions that might reveal their identity. "The road to San Gimignano," he asked, deliberately changing the subject. "Is it clear these days?" "We have goods to deliver." "Clear enough if you're cautious," the merchant's guard replied. "Though bandits have grown bolder since spring. Travel with companions when possible." Ezio nodded his thanks, urging their horse forward before further conversation could be expected. As they continued south, he processed this new information with growing concern. "Pazzi move quickly," he observed once they were alone again, positioning themselves as Lorenzo's allies while their conspiracy unfolds. "How can Lorenzo not see through such obvious manipulation?" Claudia demanded. "After what they did to father, politics in Florence is never straightforward," Ezio replied, echoing Paola's earlier words. "The Pazzi represent significant banking interests. Lorenzo can't simply accuse them without proof, especially with father." He couldn't complete the sentence. "With father dead," Claudia finished flatly. along with Federico and Petruccio. "You can say it, Ezio." Avoiding the words doesn't change what happened. Her directness startled him. Since childhood, Claudia had been emotional and often dramatic. Yet now she faced their tragedy with unexpected fortitude. Grief had transformed her as surely as it had changed him. "I know they're gone," he admitted quietly. "But saying it makes it final. It was final the moment Uberto gave the signal." Claudia's voice hardened. "Did he suffer when you killed him?" The question hung between them for several beats. Ezio had shared no details of Uberto's assassination, and Claudia had asked for none until now. "Not enough," he answered honestly. "No death could balance what he took from us." She nodded, seemingly satisfied. "Good. Not enough means you'll continue." The others who conspired with him, the Pazzi, this Rodrigo Borgia father, investigated. They still breathe Florentine air, while our family lies in unmarked graves. "Claudia," Ezio began, concerned by her vengeful tone. "Don't patronize me, brother," she cut him off. "I'm not suggesting I'll wield the blade myself, but neither will I pretend our family can rest while those responsible remain unpunished." They lapsed into silence again, the weight of shared purpose settling alongside their grief. By unspoken agreement, they had both accepted that this journey represented not just physical displacement, but a fundamental realignment of their lives' trajectories. Near midday, they stopped to rest the horse at a small stream feeding into the Elsa River. While the animal drank, Ezio surveyed their surroundings with a heightened awareness that had become second nature in recent days. Something about the adjacent hill's configuration disturbed him, a subtle wrongness he couldn't immediately identify. "We should move on," he said abruptly, leading the horse back to the cart. "This place feels exposed." Claudia didn't question his instinct, gathering their meager provisions without complaint. They had barely resumed their journey when riders appeared on the road behind them. 6 men moving with purpose rather than the casual pace of normal travelers. "Pazzi men," Ezio observed grimly, recognizing the distinctive riding style of Francesco's mercenaries. "They're tracking us. Oh, we've been so careful." Claudia's composure cracked slightly as she glanced back at their pursuers. Someone at the crossroads, perhaps, or informants posted along likely escape routes from Florence. Ezio assessed their options quickly. The cart is too slow to outrun them, and there's no settlement nearby where we might lose ourselves in a crowd. The tactical situation was clear and unforgiving. Open countryside offered no hiding places, and the horse couldn't outpace mounted pursuers. Only one option remained. "When I tell you, take the reins and continue toward that copse of trees," Ezio instructed, indicating a small woodland about half a mile ahead. "Keep to the road and don't look back no matter what you hear." Understanding dawned on Claudia's face. "You're going to face them alone. There are 6 armed men. I need only delay them long enough for you to reach the trees," he replied, checking that his hidden blade mechanism moved freely. "Trust me, sister." "I trust you," she said, grasping his hand briefly. "But return to me, Ezio. I cannot bear to lose anyone else." The riders had spotted them now, spurring their mounts to greater speed. Ezio waited until they were within 200 yards before giving Claudia the signal. "Now go." He took the reins, urging their tired horse to its fastest trot as Ezio leapt from the moving cart. He positioned himself in the center of the road, alone, and seemingly defenseless against the approaching horsemen. The Pazzi mercenaries slowed as they approached, clearly surprised by this unexpected confrontation. Their leader, a scarred veteran whose bearing suggested military experience, raised a hand to halt his companions. "Well now," he called out with mock cordiality, "what have we here? A brave fool, or merely a regular one?" "I am Ezio Auditore de Firenze," he replied, throwing back his hood to reveal his face clearly. "And you are hunting my family." Recognition rippled through the group. "The missing son," the leader observed. "Francesco will pay handsomely for your head. Many have tried to claim it recently," Ezio replied evenly, assuming a balanced stance as his father had taught him. "None have succeeded." The leader gestured to his men. "Take him alive, if possible. Francesco may have questions before the execution." Two riders dismounted, drawing swords as they approached with the confidence of experienced killers facing an untested youth. Ezio allowed them to advance, maintaining an appearance of nervous defiance rather than combat readiness. First man lunged with a straightforward thrust meant to intimidate rather than kill. Ezio sidestepped with fluid grace, allowing the momentum to carry his attacker past him before striking with precision, the hidden blade extending to slice through the exposed tendon behind the mercenary's knee. The man collapsed with a howl of pain as Ezio spun to face the second attacker, who approached more cautiously after witnessing his companion's fate. This opponent circled slowly, sword extended in proper form, evaluating the unexpected threat before him. "Assassin," he spat, recognizing the distinctive weapon on Ezio's forearm. "Your family truly were traitors to Florence. My family served Florence, while yours serves Templar coin," Ezio countered, provoking the man into an aggressive combination of strikes. Ezio parried with his bracer, the reinforced leather deflecting the blade without damage. His counterattack was economical and lethal, the hidden blade finding the gap beneath the mercenary's armpit, where protection gave way to mobility. The remaining mounted men watched in growing concern as their comrade crumpled to the ground. What should have been a simple capture had become unexpectedly deadly. "Enough games," the leader snarled, unslinging a crossbow from his saddle. "Dead will suffice after all." Ezio dove aside as the bolt whistled past, rolling to his feet and sprinting toward a roadside ditch that offered minimal cover. The four remaining mercenaries spread out, coordinating their approach to flush him from his position. The situation had deteriorated exactly as he'd expected. Defeating two men had bought Claudia valuable time to distance herself from the confrontation, but now survival became his priority. Direct combat against four mounted opponents offered poor odds even for a trained assassin, which he emphatically was not, despite the weapon adorning his wrist. As the mercenaries closed in, Ezio eyed the nearest rider, calculating angles and timing. When the man drew alongside the ditch, Ezio exploded upward in a leap his father had drilled countless times during rooftop games, grasping the startled rider's leg and using it as leverage to pull himself up behind the man on his horse. Hidden blade ensured the mercenary's permanent dismount before Ezio claimed his sword and spurred the liberated horse toward the trees where Claudia had disappeared. Behind him, crossbow bolts peppered the ground as the remaining pursuers gave chase. He leaned low over the horse's neck, urging greater speed, while mentally mapping the terrain ahead. The woodland Claudia had entered offered better defensive options than open road. Trees would break line of sight for ranged weapons and force pursuers to separate. During the copse, he spotted the abandoned cart immediately positioned across the narrow path as a makeshift barrier. Claudia herself was nowhere to be seen, suggesting she'd followed his instructions to seek deeper cover. Ezio dismounted quickly, sending his borrowed horse galloping deeper into the woods as false trail. He scaled the nearest suitable tree with practiced ease, positioning himself on a sturdy branch overlooking the path where the mercenaries would soon appear. He didn't wait long. The 3 remaining Pazzi men approached cautiously, crossbows loaded and eyes scanning the woodland. Their leader raised a clenched fist, signaling his companions to halt before the abandoned cart. "Clever boy," he called out. "But delaying us changes nothing. Florence belongs to the Pazzi now, and no auditor will live to see the next carnival." Ezio remained motionless, controlling his breathing as Giovanni had taught during hunting expeditions. Patience had never been his natural virtue, but survival demanded it now. The mercenaries dismounted, 2 advancing on foot, while their leader remained with the horses. They examined the cart briefly before proceeding deeper into the woodland, weapons ready. When the closest man passed directly beneath his position, Ezio struck, dropping from above in the signature move his father had demonstrated, but never asked him to perform. The hidden blade found its mark with terrible efficiency, piercing the mercenary's neck and severing his spine before he could cry out. The second man turned at the sound of his companion's collapse, raising his crossbow instinctively. Ezio was already moving, keeping the first body between them as temporary shield while closing distance. The crossbow fired, its bolt embedding harmlessly in the fallen mercenary as Ezio vaulted forward, borrowed sword leading his attack. Steel met steel as the mercenary switched to his sidearm with commendable speed. They exchanged a flurry of blows, Ezio's athleticism and fury balanced against his opponent's experience and technique. Blood flowed from a shallow cut across Ezio's forearm, but determination drove him forward, inside the mercenary's guard, where the hidden blade again proved decisively superior to conventional weapons in close quarters. Only the leader remained, watching from horseback as Ezio emerged from the trees, bloodied but victorious. For a moment, professional evaluation replaced anger in the scarred man's expression. "You fight well for a banker's son," he observed. "Better than expected." "I am more than that," Ezio replied, advancing steadily. "As my father was before me." Understanding dawned on the mercenary's face. So the rumors were true. The great Giovanni Auditor, secretly an assassin. He gathered his reins, preparing to depart. "Francesco will want this information. You won't live to deliver it," Ezio promised, breaking into a run. But the veteran fighter had survived too many battles through prudent choices. Rather than engaging a clearly dangerous opponent, he wheeled his horse and galloped away, leaving his fallen companions behind. Ezio considered giving chase, but abandoned the impulse as impractical. The woodland offered Claudia better protection than a protracted pursuit that might expose her to additional danger. He would have other opportunities to eliminate this particular Pazzi agent. "Claudia," he called softly, sheathing the borrowed sword. "It's safe now." He emerged from deeper within the trees, leading their horse, which she had wisely secured rather than abandoned. Her expression reflected both relief at his survival and shock at the evidence of violence surrounding him. "You're hurt," she observed, eyeing the bloody tear in his sleeve. A scratch, he dismissed, though in truth the wound stung fiercely. "We should move quickly. One escaped to report our position." Claudia nodded, practical concerns overriding her natural distress at the carnage before her. "The cart is damaged. They shot the wheel deliberately. We'll have to ride double." "Then we ride," Ezio agreed, helping her mount before swinging up behind her. Monterigini can't be more than a day's journey now. As they left the woodland behind, he glanced back at the bodies of the men he had killed. 4 mercenaries in a single confrontation, men whose names he would never know, whose lives he had ended without hesitation or regret. Something fundamental had changed within him since that terrible morning in the piazza. The carefree youth who brawled for sport and honor, now killed with cold efficiency when necessity demanded. Is this what you meant, Father? He wondered silently. Is this what becoming an assassin truly means? No answer came from the empty sky above, but perhaps none was needed. The blood drying on his hidden blade provided answer enough. They traveled cautiously through the afternoon, avoiding main roads and settlements where news from Florence might have preceded them. Claudia rode in silence for long stretches, processing everything she had witnessed. When she finally spoke, her question surprised him. Did Father teach you to kill like that? Ezio considered carefully before answering. Not directly. He taught techniques that I've adapted. The hidden blade is designed specifically for such work, but I've had little instruction in its proper use. It seemed effective regardless, she observed drily. Desperation enhances performance, he replied. Though I would trade skill for proper training, if such were available. Perhaps this Uncle Mario will provide it. Claudia turned slightly to study his profile. If he truly is an assassin like Father was, if Monterigny has been an auditor stronghold for generations, as Paula claimed, there may be others of the Brotherhood there. Ezio's tone betrayed his uncertainty. Though how we will be received remains to be seen. We are auditor by blood, Claudia said firmly. Surely that counts for something in our ancestral home. Ezio wished he shared her confidence. Giovanni had never mentioned Monterigny or this brother Mario during their abbreviated lessons on the Brotherhood. Such deliberate omission suggested complications Ezio could only speculate about. Made camp that night in an abandoned shepherd's hut, taking turns keeping watch. Ezio insisted on the first shift, cleaning and binding his wounded arm, while Claudia attempted to rest on the rough earthen floor. You think Mother is safe? She asked quietly, sleep eluding her despite exhaustion. The convent will protect her from immediate harm, Ezio replied, wishing he felt as certain as he tried to sound. The Pazzi have no reason to harm her now that. He still struggled to complete such thoughts. Now that Father and our brothers are dead, Claudia finished for him. You must say it, Ezio. Denial helps nothing. He nodded, acknowledging her point without comment. After a moment, she spoke again, her voice smaller. I keep thinking about Petruccio. He was so frightened, Ezio, so young. The memory of his youngest brother's terrified face, as the noose was placed around his small neck, threatened to shatter Ezio's carefully maintained composure. He closed his eyes, fighting for control. I know, he managed finally. I see them all when I close my eyes. Does killing their murderers help? She asked. Does it ease the pain at all? Ezio considered the question honestly. No, he admitted. Huberto's death brought satisfaction, but no peace. Perhaps justice and comfort exist on separate paths. Claudia absorbed this in silence, before finally drifting into restless sleep. Ezio maintained his vigil, alert to every sound in the darkness beyond their shelter, determined that no further harm would come to what remained of his family. Dawn found them already on the road, pushing their tired horse toward Monterigny with renewed urgency. As the sun climbed higher, a distinctive silhouette appeared on the horizon, a walled settlement crowning a prominent hill. Is that it? Claudia asked, hope threading through her exhaustion. It must be, Ezio confirmed, studying the approaching fortress town with a banker's assessor's eye. Smaller than I expected, but the defenses appear formidable. On Monterigini presented a striking contrast to Florence's elegant sprawl, where the Arno city celebrated beauty and commerce with its grand cathedral and bustling markets. This hilltop community projected military pragmatism in every visible feature. Substantial walls encircled the settlement completely, punctuated by defensive towers positioned for overlapping fields of fire. A single visible gate stood flanked by guard posts, with arrow slits ensuring any approaching threat would face withering coverage. As they drew closer, Ezio noted signs of age and disrepair in these once impressive fortifications. Sections of wall showed crumbling stonework, and at least one tower appeared abandoned entirely. Whatever Monterigini's former glory, recent years had clearly brought challenges. Guards observed their approach with professional interest, hands casually near weapons, without exhibiting outright hostility. Ezio kept the hood of his assassin garb lowered, conscious that its distinctive design might provoke unwanted reactions before they could establish their identity. "State your business," the senior guard called as they reached hailing distance. "We seek Mario Auditor," Ezio replied, straightforward in his exhaustion. "We are family." Skepticism flashed across the guard's features as he evaluated the dust-covered travelers on their single weary horse. "Auditor, you say? From where?" "Florence," Claudia interjected, before Ezio could consider a more cautious response. "I am Claudia Auditor de Firenze, and this is my brother Ezio. Our father was Giovanni Auditor." The guard's demeanor transformed instantly. Surprise, and something like concern replacing professional distance. "Wait here," he instructed, dispatching a subordinate who disappeared through the gate at a run. Minutes stretched uncomfortably as they remained under the watchful eyes of the remaining guards. Ezio maintained alertness despite his fatigue, cataloging defensive positions and potential escape routes should this reception prove less welcoming than hoped. The runner returned shortly, accompanied by a barrel-chested man whose bearing announced authority without need for insignia or formal declaration. He approached purposefully, studying the travelers with intense scrutiny. "So," he said finally, his voice a graveled baritone, "Giovanni's children come to Monterigini at last." He stepped closer, examining Ezio with particular attention. "You have your father's eyes, boy. His stance too, though you favor your mother's coloring. You knew them both?" Ezio asked cautiously. A humorless laugh escaped the man. "I should hope so. Giovanni was my brother." He straightened, offering a formal, if abbreviated bow. "Mario Auditor, at your service. Though I suspect from your arrival in this condition, it is I who may be at yours." Relief washed through Ezio, tempered immediately by the task of explaining what had driven them to seek this previously unknown refuge. "Uncle, we come bearing terrible news." Mario's expression sobered. "Giovanni is dead. I know this already. Our network brought word yesterday, though details remain sparse." His gaze sharpened. "Tell me everything, nephew, but not here. Come inside where private matters can remain so." Gates of Monterigini opened to admit them, revealing a compact settlement whose interior reflected the same practical functionality as its defensive walls. Where Florence celebrated wealth through artistic flourish and architectural grandeur, Monterigini expressed pragmatic efficiency, buildings arranged to maximize defensive positions, public spaces designed for rapid conversion to military use if necessary. Citizens regarded the newcomers with undisguised curiosity as Mario led them through narrow streets toward the settlement's dominant structure, the Villa Auditor, positioned at Monterigini's highest point with commanding views of the surrounding countryside. Unlike the practical simplicity of the town below, the villa exhibited unmistakable nobility in its design. Though smaller than the grand palazzos of Florence, its proportions and details spoke of refined taste tempered by military considerations. This was a noble residence that could become a final defensive position if walls were breached, beautiful but ultimately practical. "Welcome to your ancestral home," Mario declared as they entered a spacious courtyard. For generations, Auditor have defended these walls and guided this community's development. Pride and something like challenge colored his tone. Though Giovanni chose banking and Florence over his birthright, servants appeared to take their horse and meager possessions as Mario guided them into the villa proper. The interior revealed comfortable, if somewhat dated furnishings, with the distinctive Auditor crest prominently displayed throughout. Most striking was a massive hall, whose walls bore dozens of portraits, generations of family members, overlooking the space with painted dignity. "Refreshment first," Mario insisted, directing them to a dining chamber where food and wine awaited. "Then we will discuss what has transpired in Florence and what must be done in response." Ezio exchanged glances with Claudia, both recognizing that their uncle already anticipated a course of action beyond mere sanctuary. They ate gratefully, if cautiously, the first proper meal since fleeing Florence, reviving bodies exhausted by travel and trauma. When servants had been dismissed and doors secured against eavesdropping, Mario leaned forward intently. "Now, nephew, tell me how my brother died." Ezio recounted recent events with brutal efficiency. The Pazzi conspiracy, Giovanni's investigations, Uberto's betrayal, and the public executions that had destroyed their family. He detailed his own actions afterward, including Uberto's assassination, with neither embellishment nor apology. Mario listened without interruption, his weathered features revealing little beyond focused attention. Only when Ezio described the execution itself did a muscle jump along his jawline, the solitary physical evidence of emotional response to his brother's death. "And your mother?" he asked when Ezio concluded. "Imprisoned in the convent of Santa Lucia," Claudia supplied. "Alive, but beyond our reach for now." Mario nodded thoughtfully. The Pazzi show unexpected restraint in sparing her. Perhaps they fear repercussions from harming a noblewoman without more substantial pretext than marriage to an alleged traitor. Or they believe her ignorant of father's true work, Ezio suggested. Knowing's smile touched Mario's lips. "Then they know little of Maria Auditor. Your mother has been aware of the Brotherhood's existence since before she married Giovanni. She may appear a conventional noblewoman, but she has assisted your father's work in ways neither of you likely suspect." This revelation stunned both siblings into momentary silence. Their mother, the embodiment of Florentine nobility and maternal propriety, involved in assassin activities. Yet Ezio recalled her surprising competence during the attack on their palazzo, how she had produced a hidden weapon and created diversion with calm efficiency. "The Pazzi served Templar interests," Mario continued, refilling their wine cups. "This execution was no simple political maneuver. It was a calculated strike against the Brotherhood, eliminating one of our most effective agents in central Italy." Father mentioned Templars, Ezio acknowledged, but he had little time to explain their nature or goals before he left the sentence unfinished. Mario's expression softened slightly. "Giovanni intended to introduce you to your heritage gradually, I suspect. Fate has forced a more precipitous education." He rose, gesturing for them to follow. "Come, there are things you should see." He led them deeper into the villa, past areas arranged for normal noble life, until they reached a substantial wooden door secured with multiple locks. Mario produced a ring of keys from within his doublet, selecting one with practiced ease. The heart of auditor power in Monterigny, he explained, swinging the door open to reveal a circular chamber whose contents immediately captured Ezio's complete attention. Maps covered one section of wall-detailed representations of territories throughout Italy and beyond, marked with symbols Ezio recognized from his father's secret documents. Another wall supported weapon racks holding blades of distinctive assassin design, including several variations of the hidden blade, now strapped to his own forearm. Most striking was the chamber's center, dominated by a massive desk, upon which lay codex pages similar to those Giovanni had shown him, ancient documents covered in unfamiliar script and detailed diagrams. Your father sent copies of his most significant discoveries here for safekeeping, Mario explained, indicating a locked cabinet bearing the assassin insignia, including his research on the Apple of Eden that the Templars seek. The artifact he mentioned, Ezio recalled. He believed it hidden somewhere in Florence. More specifically, he suspected it concealed within one of the city's most prominent structures, hiding in plain sight, as our Brotherhood has done for centuries. Mario's expression grew grave. If the Templars secure this piece of Eden, their control over Tuscany will merely be the beginning. The apple grants influence over minds, nephew. Imagine such power in the hands of men who believe absolute control necessary for human advancement. Implications staggered Ezio, a conspiracy not merely for political control of Florence, but for fundamental power over humanity itself. His father had died, protecting not just the Medici or the Republic, but freedom of thought itself. What would you have us do? He asked, sensing the conversation's inevitable direction. You nephew, I would have you train. Mario gestured to the hidden blade on Ezio's wrist. You wear the weapon of our order, yet lack the skills to wield it effectively. Your success thus far owes more to desperation and natural talent than proper technique. And after training, Ezio pressed, that choice remains yours, Mario replied carefully. The Brotherhood does not conscript unwilling members, even those born to our bloodline. Giovanni chose this path freely. As did I, you must do the same. And if I choose otherwise, if I wish only to secure my mother's freedom and take what remains of my family far from Templar influence, Mario spread his hands in a gesture of acceptance. Then Monterigny remains your sanctuary for as long as required. Protection of family transcends Brotherhood obligations. He smiled slightly. Though I suspect Giovanni's son will find walking away more difficult than anticipated once he understands what truly transpired in Florence. Claudia, who had remained silent during this exchange, stepped forward. And what of me? Do women have place in this brotherhood of yours? A genuine laugh escaped Mario. Your grandmother would have appreciated that question, child. Yes, women have served the Brotherhood since its founding, though often in roles less visible than their male counterparts. Your own mother proved quite effective in gathering intelligence that even Giovanni could not access. Then I would train as well, Claudia declared firmly. I may not wield a blade like Ezio, but I refuse to remain ignorant or helpless while our enemies prosper. Pride swelled in Ezio's chest at his sister's determination. The pampered daughter of Florence's banking aristocracy had discovered unexpected steel within herself through tragedy's forge. Mario decided, studying both siblings with evaluating eyes. Tonight, you rest and recover. Your bodies require healing as much as your spirits. He placed a hand on Ezio's shoulder, the gesture both comforting and challenging. But know this, nephew, the men who orchestrated your family's destruction will not stop with Giovanni's death. The Pazzi conspiracy extends beyond Florence, and you have made yourself a target by eliminating Uberto. Let them come, Ezio replied with quiet intensity. I welcome their attention. Brave words, Mario acknowledged. Tomorrow, we begin transforming bravery into skill. For now, welcome home to Monterigini, children of my brother. Whatever else changes, know that auditor blood makes this your rightful refuge, for as long as walls stand upon this hill. As servants led them to chambers prepared with surprising speed, Ezio paused before a particular portrait in the great hall, a dignified figure, whose features combined familiar elements of both his father and uncle. His grandfather, perhaps, or some earlier progenitor, whose blood had carried the assassin legacy through generations to reach him. For the first time since the executions, Ezio felt something beyond grief and vengeful purpose stirring within him, a sense of connection to something larger than personal tragedy, a lineage that had faced Templar threats across centuries and persevered. I will avenge you, father, he whispered to the empty hall. All of you. But perhaps there is more to this path than vengeance alone. Hidden blade seemed lighter on his wrist as he climbed the stairs to his assigned chamber, not a burden of circumstance, but an inheritance of purpose. Tomorrow would bring training, pain, and the discipline his impulsive nature had always resisted. Tonight, however, brought the first true rest since his world had shattered in the Piazza della Signoria. As exhaustion claimed him, Ezio's final conscious thought acknowledged the irony in finding peace only after accepting his place in an ancient war. The Brotherhood had claimed another auditor, not through ceremony or choice, but through blood and legacy, and the inescapable call of justice deferred. Chapter 11, Heritage of Blood. Dawn broke over Monterigini with military precision. The first rays of sunlight illuminating ancient stone walls that had withstood siege and time with equal resilience. Ezio had barely settled into restless sleep when a firm knock at his chamber door announced the day's beginning. Up, nephew. Mario's voice carried easily through the wooden barrier. Training begins with the sun. Ezio dragged himself from the unfamiliar bed, muscles protesting after days of travel and combat. The cut on his arm had scabbed overnight, but throbbed with dull persistence as he donned the assassin garb that now constituted his only clothing. In the villa's courtyard, Mario awaited him with the patient posture of a man accustomed to training reluctant recruits. Several men stood nearby, hard-faced mercenaries, whose scarred features and watchful eyes spoke of countless battles survived. Your sister sleeps still, Mario inquired as Ezio approached. I thought it best not to wake her, Ezio replied. She has endured much. Mario nodded approvingly. A considerate brother. But do not coddle her excessively. Claudia possesses auditor steel beneath her noblewoman's manner. She will find her place here. He gestured toward his waiting men. These are my captain's loyal soldiers who protect Monterigini and assist in Brotherhood matters when required. Mercenaries acknowledged Ezio with respectful nods rather than the deference his noble status might once have commanded. Here, it seemed, worth would be measured by demonstrated skill rather than inherited position. I had expected to train with you directly, Ezio observed, studying the assembled men with renewed interest. So you shall, Mario assured him. But effective combat requires multiple teachers. Each man here excels in different aspects of warfare. Before you learn assassin techniques, you must master fundamental combat skills that your father's banking focus perhaps neglected. The implied criticism of Giovanni's priorities stung, but Ezio maintained his composure. "I am ready to begin." Mario barked a short laugh. "We shall see." He drew his sword with practiced fluidity, presenting it hilt first to his nephew. "First, we assess your current capabilities. Show me what Giovanni taught you of swordplay." Ezio accepted the weapon, testing its balance, as Federico had once demonstrated during their informal training sessions. One of the mercenary captains stepped forward, drawing his own blade with casual confidence. "Borghese will be your opponent," Mario explained. "He is instructed to test, not injure. Defend yourself, nephew." Without further preamble, Borghese attacked, a measured advance, with controlled aggression that nonetheless drove Ezio immediately into defensive response. The mercenary's technique reflected formal military training, rather than the stylized fencing Ezio had practiced in Florence. Each movement brutally economical, where noble instruction emphasized flourish. Ezio parried the initial combination with respectable skill, muscle memory from Giovanni's lessons, activating despite his fatigue. He countered with a sequence that might have impressed his former tutors in Florence, but merely earned a contemptuous grunt from Borghese, who deflected the attack with minimal effort before launching a renewed offensive. In minutes, Ezio found himself disarmed, sword clattering across the courtyard stones as Borghese's blade hovered near his throat. "Enough," Mario called, satisfaction rather than disappointment coloring his tone. Better than expected, if overly dependent on formalized patterns. Borghese lowered his weapon, offering a curt nod that contained a fragment of newfound respect. "He has foundation, rigid but present. My father taught me defensive techniques," Ezio explained, retrieving the fallen sword with wounded pride. "Federico and I practiced whenever time allowed. Giovanni prioritized survival over aggression," Mario observed thoughtfully. "Wise, considering his cover as banker and diplomat." He gestured for Ezio to return the sword. But assassins must master offensive capabilities alongside defensive ones. Our targets rarely stand conveniently still while we perfect our approach. Morning proceeded through similar evaluations of Ezio's capabilities, hand-to-hand combat, knife, fighting, basic archery. In each discipline, he demonstrated foundational skills that impressed his evaluators with their presence, while disappointing with their incompleteness. "Your father prepared you better than I anticipated," Mario concluded as they broke for a sparse midday meal. But preparation for possibilities differs fundamentally from training for certainties. "Giovanni hoped you might never need these skills. I must ensure you master them now that such hope is lost." Ezio nodded, accepting both the assessment and its implications. "When do we begin actual assassin techniques?" "The hidden blade." "Patience, nephew," Mario interrupted with a raised hand. "The hidden blade is not merely a weapon, but a philosophy embodied in metal and mechanism. Before you truly wield it, you must understand what it represents." After their meal, Mario led Ezio to the villa's library, a well-appointed chamber whose shelves contained volumes ranging from military strategy to philosophical discourse, many bearing symbols Ezio now recognized as brotherhood markers. The Assassin Brotherhood traces its formal origins to the Holy Land during the Crusades, Mario began, selecting a particular manuscript from a locked cabinet. But our true beginnings extend much further into history, to an ancient civilization whose knowledge and artifacts we still struggle to comprehend. He placed the manuscript before Ezio, a codex page similar to those Giovanni had briefly shown him, covered in unfamiliar script and detailed diagrams. "Your father spent years collecting and deciphering these pages, written by our ancestor Altair ibn Lahad in the 12th century. They document not only assassin techniques, but knowledge of the pieces of Eden and the civilization that created them. Applefather mentioned, Ezio recalled, studying the strange drawings that depicted a spherical object emanating rays of influence. One among several such artifacts, Mario confirmed. Objects of immense power created by those who came before, a civilization predating recorded human history, possessed of knowledge and technology we can scarcely comprehend. Skepticism must have shown on Ezio's face, for Mario smiled slightly. You doubt, as does any rational mind encountering such claims. Yet your father verified much of Altair's account through his investigations. The apple exists, nephew, as do other pieces of Eden. Their power is no mere legend, but demonstrable fact, which makes the Templar obsession with acquiring them all the more dangerous. What exactly does this apple do? Ezio asked, trying to reconcile these fantastical claims with his father's practical nature. Allows control over human perception, and to some extent, human will, Mario replied gravely. Imagine a device that could make men see what isn't there, or compel obedience from even the strongest-willed opponent. In qualified hands, it could create illusions indistinguishable from reality. In Templar hands, it becomes the ultimate tool for their vision of perfect order, a world where freedom exists only as permitted concept rather than fundamental right. Implications staggered Ezio, contextualizing his father's sacrifice within a framework far larger than Florentine politics or banking rivalries. Giovanni had died, protecting not just the Medici or the Republic, but human autonomy itself. This is the truth behind our conflict, Mario continued, sensing Ezio's growing comprehension. Where Templars seek control through power and imposed uniformity, we assassins fight for freedom and individual choice. This philosophical divide has defined our struggle across centuries, manifesting differently in each era, but remaining fundamentally unchanged in its essence. Nothing is true, everything is permitted, Ezio recited, the creed's meaning expanding with each new revelation. Mario nodded approvingly. The creed acknowledges reality's malleability and human responsibility for shaping it. No authority, divine, governmental, or otherwise, possesses absolute claim to truth. Each individual must determine their own path while accepting consequences of choices made. A dangerous philosophy, Ezio observed, understanding why such beliefs might threaten established powers. All meaningful truths contain danger, Mario replied. The Templars fear a world where individuals think freely, believing chaos the inevitable result of unconstrained choice. Our brotherhood recognizes that true stability comes not from control, imposed externally, but from wisdom cultivated internally. Hours passed as Mario detailed the brotherhood's structure and history, from its ancient origins to its current diminished state across Italy. Ezio absorbed this education with growing interest, connecting fragments of knowledge Giovanni had shared with this more comprehensive framework. The Templars have gained significant advantage in recent decades, Mario explained, his tone darkening. Our brotherhood operates from shadows, ever narrower, our numbers reduced through strategic elimination of key members, your father among the latest. How many assassins remain in Italy? Ezio asked. Active, trained assassins. Perhaps 24 across all territories, Mario admitted grimly. Plus associates, allies, and informants, who may not wear our insignia, but support our cause. The execution in Florence eliminated not just Giovanni, but 3 promising recruits he had been cultivating within Medici circles. The scale of the Brotherhood's vulnerability shocked Ezio. He had imagined a substantial organization with resources comparable to the Templars they opposed. Instead, they fought as desperate underdogs against an enemy whose influence extended through the highest levels of church and state. This is why your training cannot follow traditional paths, Mario concluded. We lack time for gradual introduction to our ways. The Templars believe the assassin threat in Tuscany eliminated with your father's death. By the time they discover otherwise, you must be prepared to strike effectively. As afternoon shadows lengthened across the library floor, Claudia joined them, her expression determined despite evident fatigue. Mario welcomed her without comment on her late arrival, immediately incorporating her into the historical discussions. While Ezio trains in combat, you shall manage the villa's accounts and correspondence, he informed her. Previous auditor women have turned this role into a formidable intelligence position. Our mercenary company requires funding, our informants require payment, and our operations require coordination. The ledgers may appear mercantile, but they conceal brotherhood activities throughout the region. Rather than protest this seemingly administrative assignment, Claudia nodded with evident interest. Father insisted I learn accounting alongside my other studies. I can manage financial matters effectively. Good. Monterigani's economy has suffered in recent years, Mario acknowledged with surprising candor. Your banking knowledge may revitalize our operations beyond brotherhood concerns. With educational foundations established, Mario returned them to practical matters. Enough history for today. Ezio, you will join me and my men for evening training. Claudia, my steward, will familiarize you with the villa's accounts. He fixed both siblings with an evaluating gaze. Your lives as Florentine nobility have ended. Your inheritance as auditor now begins in earnest. Are you prepared to accept it fully? I am, Claudia responded immediately, her voice steady despite the weight of this transition. Ezio hesitated briefly, vestiges of his former self resisting complete surrender to this new identity. Yet, what alternative remained? Return to Florence, where execution awaited. Flee to some distant territory, abandoning his mother to imprisonment and his family's murderers to continued prosperity. I am prepared, he declared finally, resolution settling into his bones like physical weight. Though the path differs from anything I imagined, I will walk it with determination. Mario clasped his shoulder approvingly. Your father would expect nothing less. Subsequent weeks transformed Ezio more profoundly than years of ordinary life in Florence had done. Each dawn brought renewed training, swordplay with Borghese, hand-to-hand combat with a scarred mercenary named Orazio, knife techniques with a silent killer called simply Il Lupo, whose precisely executed demonstrations left permanent impressions on both mind and muscle. Mario supervised this martial education with exacting standards, interrupting frequently to correct posture, adjust blade angles, or demonstrate improved techniques. Unlike Ezio's former fencing instructors in Florence, his uncle accepted no aesthetic flourishes or stylistic indulgences. Each movement served explicit purpose, maximum efficiency, with minimum exposure. You fight not for audience approval, but for survival and mission success, Mario reminded him repeatedly. An elegant defeat earns no praise from the grave. Most challenging were the early morning runs along Monterigani's walls, grueling circuits that built endurance, while Mario lectured on assassin history or Templar methodology. Physical exhaustion combined with intellectual engagement to embed lessons more deeply than either approach could accomplish alone. Body remembers what the mind forgets, Mario explained during one particularly punishing session. When blade meets blade in combat, theoretical understanding gives way to physical memory. We train until proper response becomes instinct rather than considered choice. Evenings brought specialized instruction in the hidden blade's utilization, techniques Giovanni had apparently intended to impart gradually over years, compressed now into intensive sessions that left Ezio's forearm aching and his mind reeling with deadly possibilities. Hidden blade requires intimate proximity, Mario demonstrated, executing a flawless assassination move against a straw-filled training dummy. This proximity creates vulnerability unless approach remains undetected. Hence our Brotherhood's emphasis on stealth, misdirection, and strategic advantage. Through punishing repetition, Ezio's natural athletic abilities transformed into disciplined combat skills. His body, already hardened by years of rooftop exploration and informal training with Federico, adapted to these more intensive demands with surprising resilience. Bruises accumulated and muscles protested, but progress manifested in measurable improvements, longer endurance, faster reactions, more precise strikes. Between training sessions, Ezio continued his education in Brotherhood philosophy and history, poring over codex pages Giovanni had recovered, and texts Mario provided from the villa's extensive collection. The ancient conflict between assassins and Templars revealed itself as more nuanced than simple opposition between freedom and control, a philosophical dispute manifesting across centuries in various guises, but maintaining consistent core principles. Claudia, meanwhile, immersed herself in Monterigani's administration with unexpected enthusiasm. Her natural intelligence, coupled with Giovanni's insistence on proper financial education for all his children, allowed her to quickly identify inefficiencies in the settlement's operations and propose practical improvements. The town should be generating twice its current revenue, she informed Mario during a family dinner near the end of their first month. Several businesses have closed entirely. Tax collection lacks systematic approach, and potential trade opportunities remain unexploited. Rather than take offense at this critique of his stewardship, Mario appeared pleased by her initiative. Giovanni praised your aptitude for numbers. It seems his assessment was justified. He gestured expansively. Implement whatever changes you deem appropriate. Monterigani's prosperity serves Brotherhood interests alongside community welfare. Siblings found different but complementary paths within their ancestral home. Ezio embracing physical transformation into an instrument of justice. Claudia applying intellectual gifts to strengthen the foundation from which such justice might be delivered. Their shared trauma created bonds stronger than typical sibling relationships. Mutual determination to honor their family's legacy, uniting them despite differing methods. 6 weeks into their exile, significant news arrived from Florence. A messenger bearing Brotherhood insignia delivered reports to Mario, who immediately summoned Ezio and Claudia to the villa's war room, a chamber dominated by maps and strategic planning materials. Pazzi conspiracy accelerates, Mario announced without preamble. Francesco has secured appointments for family members throughout Florence's governing structures. The Signoria now contains 3 Pazzi allies where none existed before your father's execution. And Lorenzo permits this, Ezio asked incredulously. After witnessing Uberto's betrayal, Lorenzo finds himself increasingly isolated, Mario explained, spreading a detailed map of Florence across the central table. Many who once supported Medici interests now hedge their allegiances, uncertain which faction will ultimately prevail. The execution of Giovanni Auditor, Lorenzo's trusted advisor demonstrated Pazzi's willingness to eliminate opponents publicly and with apparent legal sanction. What if Mother? Claudia interjected, concern overriding political analysis. She remains at Santa Lucia, closely observed, but physically unharmed, Mario assured her. Our informants report increased security around the convent, suggesting the Pazzi recognize her potential value as hostage should assassin activity resume in Florence. The implication hung heavily in the chamber. Any attempt to rescue Maria might endanger her further, especially if conducted prematurely. There's more, Mario continued gravely. Rodrigo Borgia returns to Florence next month, ostensibly to consecrate a new chapel in Santa Maria Novella. Our intelligence suggests his true purpose involves coordination with Francesco de Pazzi for significant action against the Medici. The conspiracy father uncovered, Ezio realized. Memories of Giovanni's urgent investigations resurfacing. They move forward despite Uberto's elimination. Uberto was merely one instrument among many, Mario confirmed. The Templar strategy continues regardless of individual losses, a principle our Brotherhood would do well to remember. When do we respond? Ezio demanded, weeks of training having honed not just his body, but his resolve. I grow stronger daily, yet we take no action, while Pazzi influence expands unchallenged. Mario studied his nephew with evaluating eyes, measuring the transformation already evident in posture and presence. Where once stood a grieving youth driven by reactive fury, a more calculating figure now awaited strategic direction, still motivated by personal loss, but increasingly capable of channeling that motivation effectively. You have progressed remarkably, he acknowledged. Yet, rushing to confront Francesco or other high-value targets would likely result in your death and further diminishment of our already limited Brotherhood resources. Then what purpose does my training serve, if not action? Ezio countered, frustration evident in his tone. Patience remains the assassin's most valuable weapon, Mario replied evenly. We gather intelligence, identify vulnerabilities, and strike when advantage favors success, rather than martyrdom. He tapped the map decisively. However, circumstances may soon provide opportunity for meaningful intervention short of direct confrontation with Francesco himself. He indicated a location near Florence's northern boundary. Pazzi couriers travel this route weekly, carrying correspondence between Francesco and his Roman sponsors. Capturing these dispatches would provide valuable intelligence, while announcing that assassin opposition continues despite Giovanni's execution. Interest kindled in Ezio's expression. A mission suitable for my current capabilities, with proper preparation and support, Mario confirmed. Intercepting couriers requires skill without demanding the experience necessary for eliminating primary targets. Consider it graduation from training to fieldwork. For the first time since arriving at Monterigini, genuine enthusiasm animated Ezio's features. Theory and practice would finally merge into purposeful action, the beginning of his true journey as an assassin, rather than merely an avenger. When do we depart? He asked. Already evaluating the map with tactical consideration, Giovanni would have recognized with pride. 3 days hence, Mario replied. Time enough for final preparations and specialized instruction relevant to the mission parameters. He clasped Ezio's shoulder firmly. This marks your first official action under Brotherhood auspices, nephew. Consider carefully what that significance demands of your performance. That night, alone in his chamber, Ezio examined his reflection in a polished metal mirror. 6 weeks of intensive training had altered him physically, hardening what had already been an athletic frame into something more purposeful, etching determination into features, once animated primarily by charm and mischief. More profound were the internal changes, invisible yet fundamental. The carefree youth who had raced Federico across Florentine rooftops seemed increasingly distant, a figure from someone else's memories rather than his own lived experience. In his place stood someone both more and less than that former self, forged through loss into an instrument of specific purpose, extended the hidden blade with practiced precision, watching how the mechanism responded as extension of his, well, rather than foreign apparatus. The weapon had become part of him, its deadly simplicity an expression of the brotherhood philosophy he now embraced not merely through inheritance, but through considered choice. "I am ready, Father," he murmured to the empty chamber, "not merely to avenge your death, but to continue your work. The brotherhood endures through our blood." Beyond his window, Monterigny settled into evening quiet, the training grounds empty. The mercenaries retired to taverns, the townspeople secured in homes whose protection the Auditor had guaranteed for generations. This legacy of protection now extended to Ezio's shoulders, alongside the more specific responsibilities of assassin heritage. As he prepared for sleep, disciplined mind already rehearsing mission parameters for the coming courier interception, Ezio recognized that Mario's education had accomplished more than combat training. It had contextualized his personal tragedy within the Brotherhood's centuries-long struggle, not diminishing his family's suffering, but elevating its meaning beyond individual loss to principled sacrifice. The Pazzi, the Templars, Rodrigo Borgia himself, all would eventually face justice delivered by the blade now secured to his forearm. Not through impulsive vengeance, but through calculated intervention aligned with brotherhood principles that transcended personal grievance. For the first time since watching his family hang in the piazza, Ezio felt something beyond grief and vengeful purpose, a sense of connection to something larger than personal tragedy, a lineage that had faced Templar threats across centuries and persevered, heritage of assassin blood, once imposed by circumstance, had become chosen destiny. Chapter 12, First Mission. Pre-dawn mist cloaked the Tuscan countryside as Ezio crouched in the branches of an ancient oak, overlooking the road that connected Florence to Arezzo. 3 days of preparation had culminated in this moment, his first official mission under Brotherhood auspices, the interception of a Pazzi courier bearing correspondence between Francesco and his Roman allies, patience Mario had counseled during their final strategic review. The courier will follow established patterns unless alerted to potential threat. Our intelligence confirms regular passage between sunrise and mid-morning. The uncle's use of our rather than your mission had not escaped Ezio's notice. Though he occupied this observation post alone, 4 of Mario's mercenaries had positioned themselves at strategic points along the route, insurance against unexpected complications and witnesses to Ezio's performance under field conditions. He adjusted the hood of his assassin garb, now properly fitted and reinforced according to Mario's specifications. The white and red color scheme seemed impractical for concealment, until Mario explained its purpose, not merely brotherhood tradition, but psychological strategy. Our enemies glimpse white and red before death claims them, the veteran assassin had explained. Over generations, these colors have become associated with our order's retribution. Fear spreads among Templar ranks when our distinctive appearance is reported, even briefly. Sensible or not, the garments had come to feel like a second skin, during the intensive training of recent weeks. The hidden blade at his wrist no longer registered as separate equipment, but as natural extension of his arm, triggered by muscle memory rather than conscious thought. Movement on the road below interrupted his reflection. A farm cart trundling northward, followed shortly by a merchant and his apprentice on foot. Neither matched the courier's description provided by Mario's intelligence network. A rider on horseback, moving with purpose rather than leisure, carrying saddlebags bearing the insignia of a shipping concern, false identification, concealing Pazzi correspondence. As the sun climbed higher, burning away morning mist, Ezio maintained his vigilance with the patience Mario had drilled into him through punishing exercises designed specifically to extend concentration and control restlessness. Where once he might have shifted positions frequently or allowed attention to wander, he now remained perfectly still, preserving energy while cataloging every movement along the road with mechanical precision. The courier arrived precisely as predicted, a solitary rider approaching from the south, moving at businesslike pace rather than the cautious travel of most individuals on isolated roads. His mount, a fine chestnut gelding, suggested resources beyond common messaging services. Most telling were the distinctive saddlebags bearing the markings of the Traversari Shipping Company, a legitimate business that intelligence suggested provided unwitting cover for Pazzi communications. Ezio observed the rider's passage beneath his position, noting details that confirmed target identification. The subtle bulge of weaponry beneath the courier's cloak, the practiced scanning of surroundings, indicating military training rather than civilian caution, the precise posture of one accustomed to long-distance riding. Once the courier passed his position, Ezio descended from the tree with fluid grace that would have impressed even his exacting uncle. The mission parameters specified minimal visibility. The courier was to simply disappear, his horse and body disposed of where discovery would be unlikely or significantly delayed. Moving parallel to the road through underbrush, Ezio maintained pursuit while remaining invisible to his quarry. Half a mile ahead lay the designated interception point, a sharp bend in the road where dense foliage would conceal the confrontation from any travelers approaching from either direction. As the courier rounded this bend, Ezio emerged silently onto the road behind him, closing distance with swift, controlled strides. The courier, more alert than most targets, sensed movement and began turning in his saddle, hand already reaching for the weapon concealed beneath his cloak. His reaction, faster than anticipated, accelerated Ezio's approach from methodical to explosive. He launched himself upward as Mario had trained him, catching the startled courier mid-turn and dragging him from the saddle in a single, powerful movement. They hit the ground together, Ezio controlling their fall to maximize impact on his target while minimizing his own. The courier recovered with impressive speed, breaking Ezio's initial grip and rolling to create distance between them. A dagger appeared in his hand, confirming Mario's assessment that Pazzi messengers received combat training beyond that of ordinary couriers. Assassin, the man hissed, recognition flashing across his features at the sight of Ezio's distinctive garb. We were told your kind had been eliminated in Florence. Reports of our extinction were premature, Ezio replied, circling cautiously as he assessed his opponent's stance and weapon grip. Courier attacked with unexpected aggression, slashing forward with trained precision rather than desperate flailing. Ezio deflected the initial assault with his bracer, the reinforced leather absorbing the blade's impact without damage. His counterstrike missed as the courier demonstrated surprising agility, suggesting this was no ordinary messenger, but someone with specific defensive training. "You've killed messengers before," Ezio observed, recognizing the man's practiced responses to standard assassin techniques. "You know our methods." A cold smile touched the courier's features. "The Pazzi anticipate Brotherhood interference. Those of us who carry sensitive communications are prepared accordingly." This confirmed the intelligence had greater value than initially estimated. The Pazzi wouldn't assign combat-trained personnel to routine correspondence. Whatever these dispatches contained warranted exceptional security. He exchanged several rapid combinations, Ezio testing his opponent's defenses, while the courier sought opening for decisive strike. Mario's training manifested in Ezio's measured response, conserving energy while allowing the courier's increasing aggression to create vulnerability. The opening appeared. Ezio capitalized with devastating efficiency. A feinted retreat drew overcommitted advance. A swift directional change positioned him inside the courier's guard. The hidden blade deployed with mechanical precision, finding the gap between ribs that Mario had demonstrated on training dummies dozens of times. "The Brotherhood cannot stop what comes," the courier gasped as blood filled his lungs. "Florence will fall regardless." "What is Francesco planning?" Ezio demanded, supporting the dying man's weight while searching his fatting gaze for truth. "Tell me, and your passing will be eased." Something like defiance flickered in the courier's expression. "The Pazzi ascend with Rome's blessing. Your interference changes nothing." Blood bubbled at his lips as life drained visibly from his features. "We know about the surviving auditor son. You're already hunted." These ominous words, the courier shuddered and went still. Ezio lowered the body carefully, respect for death's finality overriding opposition to what the man represented. This had been no innocent bystander, but an active Templar agent. Yet the taking of life remained significant, a threshold crossed with full awareness rather than the reactive violence that had characterized Uberto's assassination. Practical matters demanded immediate attention. The courier's horse had halted nearby, trained not to bolt at the first sign of conflict. Ezio approached slowly, soothing the animal with gentle words before retrieving the saddlebags containing his mission's primary objective. Inside, he discovered several sealed documents bearing Pazzi insignia alongside coded correspondence that would require Brotherhood cryptographers to decipher. Most significant was a detailed map of Florence, with specific locations marked including the Medici Palazzo and the Duomo, with accompanying notations in what appeared to be mathematical formula rather than standard text. Following mission protocol, Ezio secured these materials in his own pack before addressing the body. With efficient movements that betrayed increasing comfort with death's practical aftermath, he dragged the courier deep into the underbrush, where discovery would be unlikely before animals and elements obscured identifying features. Horse presented more complicated considerations. Mario's instructions had specified elimination to prevent the animal from wandering back to Florence or being discovered by passing travelers, raising premature alarm about the courier's disappearance. Yet, as Ezio drew his dagger, prepared to fulfill this requirement, he hesitated. The mount was a superior specimen, well-trained and valuable beyond simple transportation. Brotherhood resources remained limited. Practical advantages outweighed rigid adherence to original parameters when circumstances warranted adaptation. Decision made. Ezio carefully removed all identifying tack and markings from the horse, replacing them with generic equipment he had carried for his own mount. The transformed animal would return to Monterigny as legitimate spoil of warfare rather than evidence requiring disposal. At the designated rendezvous point, Mario's Lieutenant Ezio awaited with a small contingent of mercenaries who had provided backup for the operation. Success, the scarred veteran inquired, though Ezio's return with additional mount and bulging pack rendered the question largely ceremonial. The courier won't deliver further Pazzi messages, Ezio confirmed, handing over the retrieved documents. But his skills suggested special training. This was no ordinary messenger. Ezio examined the sealed papers with professional interest. Significant intelligence, then. The captain will be pleased. He studied Ezio with evaluating eyes that had watched countless recruits transition from training to field operations. You encountered resistance, but appear uninjured. Clean execution. Clean enough, Ezio acknowledged, the courier's final warning about auditor surveillance lingering in his thoughts. Though the courier knew more about Brotherhood operations than seems prudent for a mere messenger. The Pazzi prepare specifically against assassin intervention. His observation earned approving nods from the assembled mercenaries. Strategic assessment, following mission completion, demonstrated development beyond mere physical capability, the beginning of the analytical mindset that distinguished veteran assassins from simple killers. Let us return to Monterigny, Ezio decided, securing the documents in a specialized container designed to protect sensitive materials during transport. The captain awaits your report, and these dispatches require immediate examination. Mario greeted their return with contained enthusiasm, immediately sequestering himself with the captured documents, while Ezio cleaned away the journey's evidence from body and equipment. Only after thorough ablution, another Brotherhood ritual Mario had emphasized during training, did Ezio join his uncle in the villa's strategy room. Your first field operation proceeds from success to significant intelligence, Mario announced as Ezio entered, satisfaction evident in his bearing. The courier carried more than routine correspondence. These documents outlined specific elements of the Pazzi conspiracy against the Medici. Spread across the strategy table lay the intercepted materials, organized by apparent importance. Mario gestured toward the map Ezio had noted during his initial examination of the saddlebags. This outlines positions for coordinated action against Lorenzo and his brother Giuliano during the upcoming Easter celebration at the Duomo, he explained, indicating the marked locations. The mathematical notations represent timing calculations for synchronized attacks at multiple points throughout the cathedral. Cold realization settled in Ezio's stomach. Assassination during High Mass. They would murder Lorenzo before the altar itself. The Templars recognize no sanctuary when power hangs in balance, Mario confirmed grimly. Their agents will strike during the celebration, eliminating both Medici brothers, while simultaneously positioning Pazzi allies to seize control of Florence's government. When Ezio demanded, the theoretical mission suddenly transformed into immediate threat against Florence's legitimate rulers, men his father had served and protected. Easter Sunday, 17 days hence, Mario replied, studying additional documents with narrowed eyes. These dispatches confirm Rodrigo Borgia's direct involvement, though he remains in Rome, while Francesco implements the conspiracy locally. Ezio absorbed this intelligence with growing urgency. We must warn Lorenzo immediately. We shall, Mario agreed, though his tone suggested complications. However, The Medici receive warnings of plots regularly, most proving exaggerated or entirely fabricated. Without specific evidence and credible messenger, our intelligence may join dozens of similar reports deemed unworthy of special preparation. I could deliver the warning personally, Ezio suggested. Lorenzo witnessed my father's execution and Uberto's betrayal. He would recognize the auditor connection. Mario's expression turned cautious. Your face is known to Pazzi agents. The courier confirmed they specifically hunt the surviving auditor son. Entering Florence places you at tremendous risk, particularly as the conspiracy reaches its culmination and security tightens. My father died protecting Lorenzo, Ezio countered with quiet intensity. I cannot remain safely distant while allowing the conspiracy he uncovered to succeed. Approval flickered across Mario's features, despite his strategic reservations. Your father's son, indeed, he acknowledged. Very well, we shall develop an approach that balances warning delivery against your exposure to Pazzi's surveillance. Indicated additional documents from the courier's satchel. These require decryption before full understanding emerges, but preliminary examination suggests the conspiracy extends beyond Florence. References to simultaneous action in other Tuscan cities indicate coordinated Templar offensive rather than isolated Pazzi ambition. All the more reason to intervene decisively, Ezio insisted. Agreed, Mario responded, surprising his nephew with immediate concurrence. Your performance during the courier interception demonstrates readiness for more significant operations. The coming days will test that readiness against Templar resources deployed at their fullest capacity. The remainder of the day, they analyzed the captured intelligence, extracting operational details from the Pazzi correspondence, while Brotherhood cryptographers worked to decipher the more heavily encoded sections. A comprehensive picture gradually emerged of conspiracy, breathtaking in both scope and audacity. The complete replacement of Medici influence throughout Tuscany, with Pazzi-controlled institutions answerable ultimately to Templar direction from Rome. Francesco moves with Rodrigo's explicit blessing, Mario observed, indicating papal seals on several documents. The assassination carries religious sanction, disguised as political necessity. How can the Church support such blatant violation of sanctuary? Ezio wondered, still adjusting to the depth of corruption his father had opposed. The Church as institution remains largely ignorant of Templar infiltration, Mario explained. Individual leaders, Rodrigo prominent among them, advance Templar interests while maintaining facade of religious authority. Most priests and bishops serve faith genuinely, unaware of how their hierarchy has been compromised. This complexity further illuminated the challenges Giovanni had navigated, opposing Templar influence without undermining legitimate religious structures that maintained societal stability. The Brotherhood fought specific corruption rather than institutions themselves, requiring precision rather than destructive revolution. As evening approached, their planning session expanded to include Claudia, whose management of Monterigani's resources would determine available support for the coming operation. Her understanding of financial systems, enhanced by recent immersion in Brotherhood accounting methods, provided practical framework for strategic requirements. The mercenary company can field 30 men with appropriate equipment and supplies for 2 weeks, she reported after reviewing relevant ledgers. Longer deployment or larger force would require liquidating investment holdings currently generating intelligence funding. 30 experienced fighters should suffice, Mario determined. We strike precisely rather than overwhelm through numbers. quality of personnel, rather than quantity, will determine success against Pazzi agents. Their conference continued into early evening, shifting from intelligence analysis to operational planning. Ezio absorbed these practical aspects of Brotherhood methodology with focused attention: how information translated to action, how resources allocated reflected strategic priorities, how contingencies accounted for potential complications. "You've performed admirably for your first field operation," Mario acknowledged as they concluded preliminary planning. The courier's elimination maintained necessary discretion while securing intelligence of tremendous value. The Brotherhood functions as intended, each member contributing according to their capabilities toward shared purpose. The courier mentioned, "I was already hunted," Ezio shared, the dying man's final warning having remained in his thoughts throughout their planning. He implied the Pazzi specifically anticipate auditor intervention despite father's execution. Mario's expression darkened. Templar networks communicate efficiently. News of Uberto's assassination likely prompted increased surveillance for surviving auditor activity. He studied his nephew with evaluating gaze. "This raises operational risk, but changes nothing fundamentally. We proceed with appropriate caution, while recognizing opportunity presented by Pazzi focus on potential assassin involvement." "What opportunity?" Ezio questioned. "Their attention directed toward Brotherhood intervention may blind them to other opposition," Mario explained. Lorenzo's personal guard, loyal Medici allies within Florence's government, even ordinary citizens who prosper under current leadership, all represent potential resistance against Pazzi usurpation. This perspective illuminated another dimension of Brotherhood strategy, working not in isolation, but in concert with natural societal resistance against Templar control. The assassins functioned as specialized instrument within broader symphony of human determination to remain free from imposed order. As they departed the strategy room, Mario placed a hand on Ezio's shoulder, the gesture conveying both approval and caution. "Rest well tonight, nephew. Tomorrow, we begin preparation for an operation with stakes far beyond courier interception. The conspiracy your father died exposing now approaches culmination. I won't fail him," Ezio promised, "or the Brotherhood." "See that you don't," Mario replied with characteristic directness. The price of failure extends beyond personal consequence to Florence's future itself. In his chamber that night, Ezio examined the hidden blade that had claimed its second life under his direction. The mechanism moved with silent precision, the ancient design perfected through generations of refinement. Blood had been cleaned from its surface, yet the weight of its purpose remained, a tangible connection to Brotherhood heritage and responsibility. His first mission had succeeded by objective measures: target eliminated, intelligence secured, operational security maintained. Yet the experience left him contemplating deeper implications of the path he now traveled. The courier's death had been necessary rather than vengeful, tactical rather than emotional, yet no less significant for its calculation. Each life taken under Brotherhood auspices carried philosophical weight alongside strategic consequence. The creed's central tenet: nothing is true, everything is permitted, imposed responsibility rather than license, demanding consideration of necessity rather than mere capability. Ezio closed his eyes, recalling his father's expressions during quiet moments between banking duties and family obligations. The contemplative distance he now recognized as Giovanni balancing assassin burden against human conscience. This was the inheritance beyond physical technique or historical knowledge, the moral weight of dealing death in freedom's name. I begin to understand, Father, he murmured to the silent chamber. Not just the skills or the struggle, but the cost exacted from those who bear the blade. Inside his window, Monterigny settled into night's embrace, the training grounds empty. The mercenaries retired to taverns or barracks. The townspeople secure behind walls generations of Auditor had maintained. This legacy of protection now extended to Florence itself, where Lorenzo's life and the Republic's future hung in balance against Templar conspiracy. As sleep finally claimed him, Ezio's dreams filled not with combat or strategy, but with the courier's final words. The Brotherhood cannot stop what comes. Challenge and prophecy intertwined, underscoring the mission ahead, preventing Pazzi ascension, while honoring the responsibility that accompanied assassin heritage. His first mission had ended. A greater test approached. Chapter 13, Return to Florence. War room in Villa Auditor hummed with focused energy as final preparations for the Florence mission took shape. Maps, intelligence reports, and equipment covered the massive oak table around which Mario's inner circle had gathered. 3 days had passed since the courier's interception, days filled with intensive planning and preparation for what would be Ezio's most significant operation since his initiation into the Brotherhood. Pazzi have increased security throughout Florence, Mario explained, indicating key checkpoints on the detailed city map. All gates are heavily monitored, with particular attention to travelers matching your general description. Then I avoid the gates entirely, Ezio replied, studying alternative entry points he had once traversed for amusement rather than necessity. The southern wall near the Arno has always been poorly maintained. Federico and I discovered several viable climbing routes that guard patrols rarely monitor. Mario nodded approvingly at this practical application of youthful mischief. Once inside, movement presents equal challenge. Your face is known to Pazzi agents. Francesco has apparently distributed your description widely among his men. Hence these, Orazio interjected, presenting Ezio with several carefully crafted items. Merchant disguise for general movement, complete with appropriate documentation. Monk's robes for accessing religious areas where Pazzi surveillance may be concentrated. Claudia, who had proven herself invaluable in mission logistics, added her own contribution. I've arranged a contact at the Wool Guild, a former associate of Father's who remains loyal to the Medici. He can provide sanctuary if complications arise. She handed Ezio a sealed letter bearing no external identification. Show him this. He'll understand the Auditor connection without explicit declaration. Breadth of Brotherhood resources impressed Ezio anew networks extending through every level of Florentine society, maintained despite Giovanni's execution and the Pazzi ascendancy. His father's work continued through connections cultivated across decades, now activated to counter the very conspiracy he had died exposing. Most crucial is your approach to Lorenzo himself, Mario emphasized, returning focus to the mission's primary objective. The Medici employ extensive security, particularly against unexpected visitors claiming to bring warning of assassination plots. A common occurrence, Ezio inquired with raised eyebrow. More common than you might imagine, Mario confirmed wryly. Lorenzo's position attracts both legitimate threats and delusional fantasies. His guards have standing orders to repel anyone claiming imminent danger without proper verification. The Medici bank manager, Bernardo Baroncelli, can facilitate appropriate introduction, Claudia suggested. Father trusted him implicitly. Mario's expression darkened. Baroncelli's loyalty has become questionable. Recent intelligence suggests Pazzi influence may have compromised him. Alternative approach is required. What if Lorenzo's brother, Giuliano, Ezio proposed, recalling his father's occasional references to the younger Medici? Father mentioned him as more accessible than Lorenzo, less encumbered by security protocols. A viable alternative, Mario acknowledged, though Giuliano himself represents equal target in the Pazzi conspiracy. Both brothers must receive warning and implement appropriate precautions. Discussion continued into practical details: timing, communication protocols, emergency extraction. If Ezio's presence triggered Pazzi response before warning delivery. Throughout these preparations, Ezio absorbed not just information, but methodology. How Brotherhood operations balanced necessary risk against achievable objectives. How contingencies accounted for potential complications without overwhelming central purpose. As evening approached, Mario dismissed his lieutenants to complete their assigned preparations, leaving uncle and nephew alone in the war room. For several moments, Mario studied the younger assassin with evaluating gaze that measured changes wrought across 2 months of intensive training and limited field experience. Your father would be proud of your progress, he said finally. Giovanni valued methodical preparation alongside necessary action, qualities you've demonstrated impressively since arriving at Monterigini. I had effective teachers, Ezio acknowledged, discomfort with direct praise evident in his posture. Indeed, yet teaching succeeds only when student brings appropriate qualities to instruction. Mario's expression softened slightly. You returned to Florence, transformed from the youth who fled execution's aftermath. The Pazzi hunted a grieving boy. They will encounter a trained assassin. Not fully trained, Ezio countered honestly. I remain aware of my limitations, as should any wise operative, Mario approved. Overconfidence kills more effectively than enemy blades. He rolled the city map carefully, securing it in a cylindrical case designed for field transport. Florence represents more than operational challenge for you, nephew. You return to the site of profound personal tragedy. This emotional dimension presents complications beyond tactical considerations. The observations struck with unexpected force. Throughout intensive preparations, Ezio had focused entirely on mission parameters and strategic objectives. The emotional impact of returning to Florence, where his father and brothers had died, where his former life had ended, remained deliberately unexamined. I can manage those complications, he insisted, more to himself than his uncle. See that you do, Mario replied, neither challenging nor accepting the assertion. Emotion serves purpose when properly channeled, becomes liability when permitted control. Remember your training when familiar sights trigger unwelcome memories. With final instructions delivered, Mario clasped his nephew's shoulder in rare gesture of physical affection. Return successful, Ezio. The Brotherhood has invested considerably in your development, not merely in training resource, but in hope for future leadership. Demonstrate that investment's wisdom through this mission's execution. Pre-dawn darkness still enveloped the Tuscan landscape as Ezio departed Monterigini the following morning, mounted on the same horse claimed during the courier interception. He traveled alone, reconnaissance, rather than combat, forming this mission's focus, with presence of additional operatives, potentially compromising his ability to move undetected through a city actively hunting assassin intervention. Journey provided hours for final mental preparation, rehearsing approach options and contingency scenarios, while landscape gradually transformed from Monterigini's rural surroundings to Florence's more densely populated outskirts. As the city's distinctive skyline appeared appeared on the horizon, the Duomo's magnificent dome, and Giotto's campanile dominating the architectural profile. Ezio experienced the first emotional surge Mario had warned against. Florence, home, now forbidden territory where discovery meant execution without trial. He suppressed the reaction firmly, channeling emotional response into heightened awareness. As he approached the southern section of city wall he had identified as optimal entry point, securing his mount in a small grove with provisions for extended waiting, Ezio changed into nondescript clothing that would draw minimal attention during his initial wall ascent. A barrier that had once presented exciting challenge to bored noble youth now represented practical security concern, assessed with professional attention to guard patterns and structural vulnerabilities. Ezio identified a section where crumbling mortar created viable handholds between ancient stones, waiting patiently for the patrol schedule to provide optimal entry window. When opportunity presented, he scaled the wall with efficient movement that reflected both natural athleticism and Mario's intensive training. Techniques once performed through instinct, now executed with deliberate precision. Each placement of hand and foot calculated for maximum stability and minimum visibility from potential observers. Atop the wall, Ezio surveyed Florence properly for the first time since his desperate flight following Uberto's assassination. The city appeared deceptively unchanged, morning routines unfolding across neighborhoods with familiar rhythm, merchants establishing market stalls, laborers moving toward construction sites, priests proceeding toward churches for morning devotions, and subtle differences registered to eyes trained for observation. City guards moved in larger groups than previously standard, their patrol patterns concentrated around government buildings and Medici properties. Certain streets that had once bustled with activity appeared subdued, suggesting residents sensed political undercurrents even without specific knowledge of Pazzi conspiracy. Most significantly, Pazzi banners had proliferated across buildings where none had hung before, visual evidence of Francesco's expanding influence within Florence's governmental structure. The family whose rivalry with the auditor had once manifested primarily through street brawls and banking competition now positioned themselves as legitimate successors to Medici authority, descending into a narrow alley where morning shadows provided adequate concealment. Ezio changed into the merchant disguise Orazio had prepared, nondescript yet respectable attire, appropriate for a cloth trader of modest success. The documentation provided convincing background should questioning occur, complete with appropriate guild stamps and commercial references. Moving through Florence's awakening streets required constant balance between observation and inconspicuousness. Ezio maintained the slightly hurried pace of a businessman with appointments to keep, neither so rushed as to attract attention, nor so leisurely as to invite conversation. His eyes cataloged security deployments and potential escape routes behind expression of mild commercial preoccupation. Route toward Medici territory took him past locations laden with personal significance, streets where he had raced Federico, markets where he had brawled with Pazzi thugs, plazas where he had courted Cristina Vespucci in seemingly distant past. Each familiar landmark triggered memories he acknowledged without permitting emotional indulgence to disrupt operational focus. Only when passing near his family's former palazzo did discipline waver momentarily. The building stood occupied, but somehow diminished, auditor banners replaced with Florentine official insignia, suggesting government appropriation rather than private ownership. Guards positioned at its entrance confirmed the property's significance remained recognized. whether as security against assassin return or protection of confiscated assets remained unclear. Focus on the mission, he reminded himself firmly, moving past without betraying recognition. Personal matters await justice's broader application. Medici Palazzo presented formidable security challenge, as Mario's intelligence had indicated. Guards screened all visitors meticulously, with particular attention to unfamiliar faces or individuals claiming urgent business. Direct approach would likely result in detention rather than audience, especially for merchant without established Medici business relationship. Ezio circled the palazzo at respectful distance, assessing vulnerabilities while formulating alternative strategies. Lorenzo's movements outside his residence followed established patterns according to Brotherhood intelligence: regular banking, oversight, diplomatic engagements, cultural patronage activities. Intercepting him during transit between secure locations presented possible approach vector, though heightened security made even this challenging. Near the Duomo, Ezio noticed increased Pazzi presence, guards positioned strategically throughout the cathedral square, their attention focused particularly on routes connecting the religious complex with Medici territory. The Easter celebration conspiracy Mario had identified from courier documents appeared confirmed through this deployment, with key assassination positions likely established well before the planned attack. As midday approached with no clear opportunity for Medici contact emerging, Ezio decided implementation of secondary protocol was necessary. The Wool Guild headquarters, where Claudia had arranged potential ally, offered both information resource and possible intermediary for Lorenzo access. He approached the imposing guild building with practiced confidence. The merchant disguise perfectly appropriate for business within Florence's premier commercial organization. The clerk receiving visitors, a harried-looking man of middle years, regarded him with automatic suspicion common to those responsible for screening access to powerful institutions. "State your business," he demanded without looking up from his ledger. "I seek audience with Maestro Domenico Bertini on matter of guild regulation affecting Prato manufacturers." Ezio replied smoothly, using the contact name and pretext Claudia had arranged. The clerk's demeanor shifted subtly, not toward friendliness, but increased attention. "Maestro Bertini sees associates by appointment only. Your name and affiliation: Francesco Vaselio, representing Vincenzo cloth interests from Monterigny." Ezio provided the established cover identity. "I carry introduction regarding regulatory matters he specifically oversees." After brief hesitation, the clerk dispatched junior staff member to verify whether Bertini would receive unexpected visitor claiming regulatory concerns. During this waiting period, Ezio maintained appropriately patient demeanor while observing guild headquarters security, moderate but professional, typical for commercial institution, rather than aligned with either Medici or Pazzi factions. The messenger returned promptly, instructing Ezio to follow him through labyrinthine corridors to upper administrative level, where senior guild officials maintained private offices. Domenico Bertini proved to be a dignified man of 60 or so years, his practical merchant's attire belying considerable wealth and influence evidenced by office appointments. Once the door closed behind departing messenger, Bertini studied his visitor with shrewd assessment that penetrated disguise more effectively than Ezio had anticipated. "You bring message from Monterigny," he stated rather than asked, "but not regarding cloth regulation, I suspect. My actual purpose requires discretion." Ezio replied carefully, producing Claudia's sealed letter. Bertini examined the document without immediately opening it. His attention focused on the distinctive wax impression securing its contents. This seal, I recognized the pattern, even without explicit insignia. He glanced up sharply. "Auditor, you knew my father," Ezio confirmed, vigilance heightened by this immediate recognition. "Giovanni Auditor was more than business associate," Bertini replied, his formal manner softening slightly. "When Pazzi influence threatened guild independence years ago, your father's financial expertise and other, less public assistance preserved our autonomy." He broke the seal deliberately, reading Claudia's message with growing solemnity. "So, the son returns to Florence on brotherhood business," he concluded, setting the letter aside. "A dangerous homecoming, young auditor. The Pazzi search for you continuously, with substantial reward offered for information leading to your capture. I'm aware of the risk," Ezio acknowledged. "But Lorenzo must be warned of imminent threat during Easter celebration. The Pazzi conspiracy your father identified approaches culmination. Lorenzo receives warnings regularly," Bertini observed, echoing Mario's earlier caution. "Most without merit, others exaggerated through paranoia or personal interest. Why should this particular message receive priority?" From concealed inner pocket, Ezio produced copied excerpts from the intercepted courier documents, specifically architectural diagrams of the Duomo, with attack positions, marked, and timing notations. Bertini examined these with growing alarm, professional assessment, recognizing authenticity that random fabrication could not achieve. "These are genuine Pazzi documents," he concluded, alarm evident in his expression. "This represents coordinated assassination plan rather than vague conspiracy." "Precisely," Ezio confirmed. "I require secure access to Lorenzo or his brother Giuliano, preferably both, to deliver complete warning with supporting evidence." Bertini's expression reflected internal calculation, risk assessment, balanced against civic duty and commercial interests. The Wool Guild maintained carefully cultivated neutrality between Florence's powerful factions, prospering through independence rather than explicit alignment. Involving himself in assassination, politics represented significant deviation from this profitable neutrality. "Cannot arrange direct Medici access," he decided finally. "Such intervention would compromise guild position beyond acceptable parameters." However, he moved to ornate cabinet, retrieving sealed document bearing official guild insignia. This provides introduction to Francesco Sassetti, Lorenzo's personal financial manager and trusted advisor. Presented at Sassetti's private residence rather than bank offices, he maintains direct Medici access, independent of standard security protocols. This compromise balanced assistance against self-preservation, providing viable path forward without directly implicating Bertini in Auditor Pazzi conflict. Ezio accepted the document with appropriate gratitude, recognizing practical realities that tempered idealistic allegiance even among those sympathetic to Medici continuity. "The Wool Guild remembers its friends, young auditor," Bertini added as Ezio prepared to depart. "Giovanni's memory remains honored among those who understood his true service to Florence. When political winds eventually shift, remember those who offered assistance despite considerable risk." Sassetti's residence occupied respectable position near Santa Trinita, close enough to banking district for commercial convenience, while maintaining appropriate distance from Medici Palazzo for security separation. Approaching as afternoon shadows lengthened across Florentine streets, Ezio noted moderate but alert household guard, professional security, without ostentatious display that might attract unnecessary attention. Majordomo, who received Bertini's introduction, responded with appropriate protocol, neither unquestioning acceptance nor suspicious rejection. Ezio was escorted to comfortable waiting area while his credentials underwent verification. The delay precisely calibrated to demonstrate respect for visitor status while establishing household control over interaction timing. Francesco Sassetti himself projected exactly the image one would expect from Lorenzo's financial manager: precise without being rigid, wealthy without ostentation, confident without arrogance. His assessment of unexpected visitor contained professional curiosity alongside cautious reserve. Maestro Bertini's introduction carries significant weight, he acknowledged, studying the guild document carefully. Though his message remains deliberately vague regarding your specific business, the matter concerns Lorenzo's security rather than financial affairs. Ezio replied directly, recognizing that extended pretense would undermine rather than enhance credibility with man of Sassetti's experience. I bring warning of specific threat requiring immediate Medici attention. Sassetti's expression shifted subtly, neither dismissive nor immediately accepting. Lorenzo receives security warnings with unfortunate regularity. What distinguishes yours as deserving special consideration, rather than produce the Caput Pazzi documents immediately? Ezio opted for personal connection that documentation alone could not establish. I am Ezio Auditore di Firenze, son of Giovanni Auditore. My father died protecting Lorenzo from the same conspiracy that now approaches completion. The banker's careful composure cracked momentarily genuine surprise, replacing professional inscrutability. Giovanni's son, we were informed all auditor men perished during the executions. Not all, Ezio confirmed grimly. I returned to Florence specifically to deliver warning. My father would have provided had Uberto Alberti not betrayed him to Pazzi conspirators. Sassetti studied him with renewed intensity, seeking Giovanni's features in his son's face. Whatever confirmation he found appeared sufficient to warrant continued engagement rather than immediate dismissal. What specific threat brings Giovanni's surviving son back to city, where discovery means certain death? He inquired, professional caution reasserting itself alongside personal interest. Ezio produced the Caput documents, focusing particularly on the Duomo diagrams, with assassination positions marked. The Pazzi plan coordinated strike against both Lorenzo and Giuliano during Easter Mass. Their conspiracy includes elements within church hierarchy, providing both sanction and operational support. Sassetti examined the materials with professional thoroughness, his expression darkening as he recognized implications, extending beyond mere political rivalry to fundamental threat against Florence's stability. The Pazzi ascension would transform not just leadership, but the Republic's essential character, replacing Medici enlightenment with regime owing primary allegiance to external powers. These appear authentic, he acknowledged, setting aside the documents with deliberate care. The precision suggests insider knowledge rather than speculative warning. His assessment shifted to Ezio himself. You've changed significantly from reports of Giovanni's second son, the charming youth more interested in social pursuits than banking responsibilities. Circumstances force adaptation, Ezio replied simply. Deed. Sassetti rose decisively. Wait here. Lorenzo remains at the palazzo handling diplomatic correspondence, but Giuliano should be returning from hunting lodge shortly. I will arrange appropriate introduction once his arrival is confirmed. Left alone in Sassetti's study, Ezio maintained operational awareness despite relative security of current position. Contingency planning continued automatically identifying potential exits, assessing defensive capabilities if Pazzi forces somehow traced him to this location, cataloging available resources should rapid departure become necessary. Assetti returned sooner than expected, his expression suggesting altered circumstances rather than simple message delivery. Giuliano has indeed returned, but brings unexpected news. Lorenzo departs Florence tomorrow for several days, visiting Pisa on diplomatic business connected to university funding. This development significantly complicated mission parameters. Warning Giuliano alone would protect only one Medici brother, while potentially alerting Pazzi agents to security concerns through implementing protective measures. Yet, Lorenzo's departure created narrow window for Pazzi response before Easter celebration. Lorenzo must be reached before departure, Ezio insisted. Both brothers require warning with sufficient evidence to implement appropriate security measures. Assetti consulted ornate timepiece with banker's precision. Lorenzo concludes diplomatic correspondence within the hour. He returns home via Santa Trinita Bridge, his usual route when leaving Palazzo at this hour. The financial manager's expression conveyed both assistance and caution. The bridge offers potential interception point with minimal security compared to Palazzo itself, though public exposure creates different risks. I'll intercept him there, Ezio decided immediately. The warning cannot wait until his return from Pisa, and Giuliano, Sassetti prompted, maintain his current location without apparent security changes. Ezio instructed, strategic assessment flowing from Brotherhood training. Visible precautions might alert Pazzi observers that conspiracy has been detected. Once Lorenzo receives warning, coordinated protection can be implemented with appropriate subtlety. Approval flickered across Sassetti's features, recognition of strategic thinking, beyond mere warning delivery. Giovanni taught you more than perhaps you realized, young auditor. Your assessment matches what your father might have recommended under similar circumstances. This unexpected comparison struck deeper than Sassetti could have anticipated. Throughout intensive training at Monterigini and subsequent mission preparation, Ezio had focused on developing capabilities his father had possessed without presuming to achieve Giovanni's strategic wisdom. This simple acknowledgement from a man who had known his father professionally suggested progress beyond technical skill into realm of assassin judgment that defined Brotherhood leadership. And a Trinita Bridge connected Florence's northern and southern sections across the Arno's flowing waters. Its elegant architecture balancing practical necessity with aesthetic refinement typical of cities' public infrastructure. Late afternoon sun cast lengthening shadows across ancient stonework as Ezio positioned himself strategically, visible enough for necessary interception without drawing undue attention from either casual passersby or potential Pazzi observers. Yet exchanged merchant disguise for monk's robes, the humble ecclesiastical garment providing both anonymity and reason for stationary presence on bridge, where commercial travelers would typically maintain purposeful movement. A small prayer book completed the impression of religious contemplation, allowing extended observation without arousing suspicion. Waiting tested patience Mario had drilled through punishing exercises, specifically designed to extend concentration and control natural restlessness. Where once Ezio might have shifted positions frequently or allowed attention to wander, he now maintained perfect stillness, preserving energy while cataloging every movement across the bridge with mechanical precision. Renzo's approach came precisely. As Sassetti had predicted, the Medici leader accompanied by small security detail, appropriate for routine movement within Florence's secure central districts. Despite political pressures and constant threats, Lorenzo maintained public accessibility that distinguished his governance from more isolated rulers, whose separation from citizens undermined effective leadership. Ezio timed his intervention carefully, moving into Lorenzo's path with humble demeanor of religious supplicant seeking brief audience. The security detail reacted with professional alertness, but not immediate aggression. Their trained assessment, recognizing differential between genuine threat and simple citizen approach. Forgive the interruption, Magnifico. Ezio addressed Lorenzo directly, keeping hands visible to prevent security misinterpretation. I bring message concerning Easter celebration security, a matter requiring immediate attention. Lorenzo studied the apparent monk with measuring gaze that had evaluated countless petitioners, seeking Medici attention for matters ranging from artistic patronage to personal grievances. His expression revealed neither immediate dismissal nor unquestioning acceptance, the balanced assessment that had maintained Medici authority through decades of political maneuvering. "Any bring security concerns," he replied evenly. "What distinguishes yours as warranting personal interruption rather than proper channels, with careful movements that avoided triggering guard intervention?" Ezio shifted his position to allow Lorenzo clearer view of his face, hood partially raised, but features sufficiently visible for recognition by man who had witnessed the auditor execution. "I am Ezio Auditore de Firenze," he stated quietly, the name alone representing significance beyond official credentials. "Son of Giovanni Auditor, who died exposing conspiracy that now threatens both yourself and your brother during Easter Mass." Recognition flashed across Lorenzo's features, connection forming immediately between condemned banker's son and current warning. He signaled his guards to maintain distance while creating space for more private conversation. "Giovanni's son," he acknowledged, studying Ezio with renewed intensity. "We were told none survived the executions save Maria. The Pazzi celebration was premature," Ezio replied, controlled fury evident despite professional demeanor. "I bring evidence of their conspiracy against your family, detailed plans for assassination during Easter service at the Duomo." From within monk's robes, he produced copied documents, architectural diagrams with attack positions marked, timing notations for coordinated action, partial list of conspirators involved in implementation. Lorenzo examined these materials with impressive composure, his expression revealing strategic assessment rather than personal alarm. "These appear genuine," he concluded, returning documents with careful discretion that prevented casual observation from bridge pedestrians. "The precision suggests insider knowledge consistent with conspiracy your father attempted to expose before Uberto's betrayal. The Pazzi position assassins throughout the cathedral," Ezio explained, keeping voice low while maintaining awareness of surroundings. "Francesco himself coordinates primary attack against both you and Giuliano simultaneously. Church elements provide sanction and operational support under Rodrigo Borgia's direction from Rome." Lorenzo's expression hardened at this confirmation of suspected Vatican involvement. Sixtus follows political expediency rather than spiritual guidance. His assessment shifted to Ezio himself. "You risk extraordinary danger returning to Florence with this warning, a commitment beyond mere filial duty. My father died protecting Florence's legitimate governance," Ezio replied simply. "His work remains unfinished while those responsible prosper. Something like approval flickered across Lorenzo's features, recognition of principled determination beyond personal grievance. Giovanni chose exile from Monterigny to serve Florence through less visible but equally essential means. His son appears to have inherited both capability and purpose. This unexpected acknowledgement of Giovanni's origins confirmed Mario's accounts of Medici awareness regarding auditor connection to Brotherhood activities. Lorenzo recognized Ezio not merely as banker's son, but as representative of organization that had protected Medici interests through means beyond conventional politics or financial leverage. What precautions do you recommend? Lorenzo inquired, practical concern, replacing historical reflection. Avoid Easter Mass entirely, Ezio advised bluntly. The conspiracy expects confirmation bias, assumption that Medici attendance at significant religious ceremony remains inevitable despite potential security concerns. Your absence undermines carefully coordinated attack without revealing conspiracy has been detected. Absence from Easter celebration carries political cost, Lorenzo observed, though his tone suggested strategic calculation rather than rejection. Pazzi allies would characterize non-attendance as religious disrespect, potentially undermining broader support. Political cost proves insignificant compared to assassination success, Ezio countered. Secondary option involves alternative security arrangement, trusted guards positioned to counter known Pazzi deployment, with particular attention to locations indicated in these diagrams. Lorenzo nodded thoughtfully, decision visibly forming as he weighed competing considerations. We shall implement combined approach. Giuliano will attend with enhanced security, positioned according to your intelligence, while I remain conspicuously engaged with Pisan diplomatic matters. Strategic satisfaction flickered across his features. The Pazzi expect coordinated attack against both brothers simultaneously, eliminating one target while maintaining appearance of normal security measures, creates opportunity to identify conspirators without sacrificing overall security. This sophisticated response demonstrated why Lorenzo maintained effective governance despite constant threats, strategic thinking that balanced multiple objectives rather than simplistic reaction to immediate danger. Ezio recognized implementation superior to his own recommendation, acknowledging Lorenzo's political acumen with respectful nod. A fine solution, magnifico. A warning makes such solution possible, Lorenzo replied. The Auditor family continues service to Florence despite terrible injustice suffered at conspiracy's hands. He gestured to one of his guards, issuing quiet instruction before returning attention to Ezio. When this immediate threat passes, we must discuss appropriate response to those responsible for your family's execution. Justice delayed need not remain justice denied indefinitely. Justice remains my purpose, Ezio confirmed. Controlled intensity, evident despite modest disguise. As it should. Lorenzo glanced toward approaching city guards with calculating assessment. Our conversation attracts attention that creates risk for both parties. Depart now along Eastern Embankment. My men will ensure no immediate pursuit complicates your exit from Florence, with appropriate acknowledgement of both assistance and dismissal. Ezio adopted humble monk's demeanor while moving past Lorenzo's position toward Bridge's eastern terminus. His peripheral vision registered Medici guards subtly intercepting approaching city watch, creating conversational distraction that permitted unobserved departure from increasingly conspicuous bridge position. Mission accomplished, warning delivered with supporting evidence to appropriate Medici authority. Tactical response determined with implementation already beginning through Lorenzo's guard instructions. Brotherhood objective achieved without compromising Ezio's security beyond necessary exposure for direct communication. And as he moved through darkening streets towards southern exit route, Ezio recognized mission completion represented beginning rather than conclusion. The Pazzi conspiracy had suffered significant setback through warning delivery, but fundamental threat remained unaddressed. Francesco and his Templar allies would adapt rather than abandon their objectives, potentially accelerating timeline or modifying approach, while maintaining ultimate goal of eliminating Medici influence throughout Tuscany. Complete success requires eliminating conspiracy leadership rather than merely disrupting implementation. He reflected, Brotherhood training emphasizing systemic intervention rather than temporary obstruction. Warning Lorenzo addresses immediate threat while leaving fundamental problem unresolved. Strategic assessment guided his movement through Florence's evening shadows, not toward immediate extraction, but deeper preparation for subsequent operation that mission evolution clearly indicated. The Pazzi conspiracy would reveal its principles during Easter celebration, regardless of Medici attendance. Operatives positioned throughout Duomo creating identification opportunity that might not recur if conspiracy leadership retreated to safer positions following failed initial attempt. Decision formed with clarity that reflected growing confidence in both Brotherhood methodology and personal judgment. Rather than departing Florence immediately, Ezio would remain through Easter celebration, observing Pazzi deployment, identifying key conspirators, gathering intelligence for subsequent targeted intervention against conspiracy leadership rather than merely their implementation plan. This represented significant deviation from original mission parameters established at Monterigny. Yet Ezio recognized adaptation as essential element of effective field operations. Mario had emphasized flexibility within strategic framework, maintaining objective integrity while adjusting tactical approach based on developing circumstances. As night settled over Florence, Ezio directed his steps toward location that offered both temporary sanctuary and potential operational support for extended mission parameters. Leonardo da Vinci's workshop represented unique resource, nominally independent from political factions, while maintaining connections useful for intelligence gathering and equipment maintenance. The artist had proven himself discreet ally during Uberto's assassination. His sympathy for auditor cause balanced against practical caution necessary for survival amid Florence's dangerous political currents. This combination of principled support and pragmatic self-preservation made him ideal collaborator for operation requiring extended presence within hostile territory. Florence's familiar streets felt increasingly alien as Ezio navigated from memory rather than current observation. Changes in patrol patterns and security deployments, transforming once comfortable environment into operational challenge, requiring constant adaptation. The city remained physically unchanged, yet fundamentally different. Former home, now hostile territory, navigated through assassin methodology rather than casual familiarity. I return not as son, but as sentinel, he murmured to Florence's indifferent stones. Not seeking comfort, but justice delayed. Pazzi conspiracy had transformed Florence from birthplace to battlefield. Ezio's return marked not homecoming, but deployment. Assassin rather than citizen, operative rather than resident. The distinction defined not just his mission, but his identity itself. Evolution from Florentine nobleman to Brotherhood, agent completing transition that execution in the piazza had initiated months earlier. as Leonardo's workshop appeared ahead, lamplight visible through partially shuttered windows, suggesting the artist's customary late work schedule. Ezio acknowledged fundamental transformation with clarity that transcended mere operational assessment. "I am my father's son," he whispered to Florence's knight. "Not merely in blood, but in purpose." Brotherhood had claimed another auditor, not through ceremony or circumstance, but through chosen continuation of legacy that transcended personal vengeance to embrace principled struggle against forces that would replace freedom with control, individual choice with imposed order. Florence might never again represent home, but it remained battleground where that struggle continued with renewed purpose through generation that tyranny had failed to extinguish. Chapter 14, The Pazzi Conspiracy. Leonardo da Vinci's workshop presented the same organized chaos Ezio remembered from his previous visit. Work tables crowded with mechanical devices in various stages of completion, anatomical sketches pinned to walls alongside architectural drawings, canvases stacked against walls awaiting the artist's attention. The scent of paint, wood, and various experimental compounds created distinctive atmosphere that somehow conveyed both intellectual rigor and creative freedom. The artist himself worked intently at his central table, fine-boned hands manipulating delicate clockwork mechanism with surgeon's precision. So absorbed was he in this task that Ezio's entry through workshop's side entrance, deliberately left unlocked despite Florence's security concerns, went momentarily unnoticed. "Your security habits remain concerning, Leonardo," Ezio observed quietly, maintaining position near entrance to avoid startling the focused artist. Leonardo looked up abruptly, surprise transforming immediately to genuine pleasure as he recognized his visitor. "Ezio Auditore, your return to Florence brings both joy and concern." He set aside his tools carefully, moving to embrace his friend with unguarded warmth that contrasted sharply with cautious interactions characterizing most Florentine relationships during these uncertain times. "Joy, I understand," Ezio replied, returning the embrace briefly before securing the workshop door properly. "Concern seems equally warranted given current circumstances." Indeed, Leonardo gestured toward inner chamber where private conversations might proceed without potential observation from street-facing windows. "Florence changes weekly. Pazzi influence expands through government offices, while Medici supporters find themselves increasingly isolated. Many former associates distance themselves from Lorenzo's patronage, sensing political winds shifting direction." This assessment matched intelligence Mario had provided, though Leonardo's artist connections offered unique perspective on cultural dimensions of Florence's transformation. As they settled in the workshop's private area, Ezio noted several incomplete Pazzi commissions, evidence that even Leonardo found navigating Florence's factional politics increasingly necessary for professional survival. "You've accepted Pazzi patronage," he observed without accusation. Leonardo shrugged expressively. "One adapts or starves. The commission is architectural rather than personal portraiture designs for chapel expansion that serves civic purpose regardless of patron's political affiliation." His perceptive gaze studied Ezio's transformed appearance, with artists evaluating assessment. "You've changed significantly physically, yes, but something more fundamental in bearing and presence. Circumstances necessitate adaptation," Ezio acknowledged, unconsciously echoing response given to Sassetti earlier. "I returned to Florence on urgent business rather than sentimental journey. Business concerning the Pazzi, I imagine," Leonardo inferred with characteristic insight. "Your father investigated their activities before his execution. Their conspiracy approaches culmination, Ezio confirmed, trusting Leonardo's discretion without reservation. Easter celebration at the Duomo provides opportunity for coordinated strike against both Medici brothers. Leonardo's expression registered alarm without surprise, confirmation that political observers had sensed gathering storm without knowing specific timeline or methodology. Hence your return despite considerable personal risk, he concluded. Have you warned Lorenzo? Successfully, though implementation created complications. Ezio described his meeting with the Medici leader and the strategic response Lorenzo had developed, Giuliano attending with enhanced security, while Lorenzo remained conspicuously absent on diplomatic business. Clever approach, Leonardo acknowledged. Analytical mind immediately recognizing strategic advantages in partial attendance rather than complete avoidance. The Pazzi expect synchronized elimination of both brothers. Absence of primary target disrupts operational timing while maintaining appearance of routine security around secondary target. Precisely, the warning delivery represents beginning rather than conclusion. Ezio leaned forward, intensity evident despite controlled demeanor. The conspiracy extends beyond single assassination attempt to complete replacement of Medici influence throughout Tuscany. Templar ambition requires eliminating leadership rather than merely disrupting implementation. Leonardo's eyebrows raised at explicit mention of Templars, evidence that Ezio now operated with full knowledge of broader conflict underlying Florence's factional politics. Your father mentioned this organization occasionally, though never in detailed explanation. Historical military order transformed into something different. Visible conflict between banking families conceals philosophical struggle with much deeper implications. Ezio confirmed, recognizing opportunity to recruit informed ally rather than merely temporary sanctuary provider. The Pazzi serve as Templar instruments rather than independent actors, their ambition channeled toward objectives established by Rodrigo Borgia and his associates within church hierarchy. Such explicit discussion of conspiracy extending to Vatican itself might have triggered rejection from less intellectually flexible individual. Leonardo, however, received this information with thoughtful consideration rather than instinctive disbelief. His scientific approach to reality allowing accommodation of evidence regardless of conventional assumptions. You require sanctuary during extended observation, he deduced accurately. Tomorrow's Easter celebration presents opportunity to identify conspiracy principles beyond those already known. Ezio nodded, impressed as always by Leonardo's ability to extract strategic objectives from limited information. The workshop provides both hiding place and operational base, assuming such imposition proves acceptable. More than acceptable, Leonardo replied immediately. Your father assisted me when certain. Anatomical studies attracted unwelcome attention from religious authorities. The auditor family turned official inquiry towards scientific contribution rather than heretical investigation. Such debt transcends conventional hospitality. This reference to Giovanni's intervention on Leonardo's behalf represented new information, another example of his father's activities beyond banking or explicit assassin operations. The pattern of principled assistance to progressive thinkers facing institutional resistance aligned perfectly with Brotherhood objectives, despite operating through ostensibly unrelated channels. Your generosity creates security risk, Ezio cautioned, professional concern overriding personal gratitude. Pazzi actively hunt auditor survivors while maintaining extensive informant network throughout Florence. Leonardo dismissed this concern with artist's practicality. My workshop maintains reputation for eccentric operation and unusual visitors. Apprentices come and go regularly, while patrons from various factions visit regardless of political affiliation. Your presence as assistant examining architectural perspectives for new commission raises no particular suspicion. Practicality of this approach impressed Ezio anew evidence that Leonardo's genius extended beyond artistic or scientific domains to encompass strategic thinking that would serve Brotherhood objectives effectively. Such allies, operating outside formal assassin structure while maintaining aligned purpose, represented resource whose value Mario had emphasized during training sessions focused on network development. Then I accept both sanctuary and disguise as architectural assistant. Ezio agreed. Though actual artistic contribution remains beyond my capability, Leonardo laughed genuinely at this admission. Perhaps less beyond capability than current training. Your father mentioned your drafting showed promise during childhood education, potential diverted toward banking expectations rather than artistic development. This casual reference to Giovanni's observations about his children's aptitudes struck unexpectedly deep. Another fragment of his father, revealed through peripheral conversation rather than direct knowledge. How many such glimpses remained scattered among those who had known Giovanni in his various roles? How much of the man remained undiscovered by the son who now carried his legacy forward? Practical matters reclaimed attention as Leonardo arranged workshop accommodations with precise efficiency that belied his seemingly chaotic creative process. A small but comfortable sleeping area emerged from reorganized storage space, while working materials established plausible artistic assistant presence should unexpected visitors necessitate maintaining cover identity. Tomorrow brings significant risk regardless of preparation, Leonardo observed as these arrangements concluded. The Pazzi will proceed with modified operation despite Lorenzo's absence, particularly if Giuliano attends with only standard security enhancement that maintains appearance of routine protection. Their conspiracy requires public demonstration, Ezio agreed, reviewing mental map of Duomo's interior with attention to locations identified in Pazzi documents. Success against even one Medici brother establishes viable claim to political succession, particularly with church representatives providing apparent sanction through presence during Easter celebration. Leonardo's analytical mind immediately grasped operational implications. You intend observation rather than intervention. Significant restraint given personal connection to conspiracy architects. Strategic objective requires identifying all principals rather than eliminating accessible participants. Ezio explained. Brotherhood training evidenced through prioritization of comprehensive intelligence over immediate satisfaction. The conspiracy extends beyond Florence to Rome itself. Effective response requires understanding complete network rather than merely its visible components. The artist studied him with renewed appreciation recognition. The carefree youth he had briefly known months earlier had transformed into strategic operative, whose thinking encompassed systematic approach rather than reactive response. Your father would approve such methodical assessment, he observed quietly. Giovanni valued precision over passion in matters requiring coordinated response. Simple validation carried weight beyond casual encouragement, confirmation from someone who had known Giovanni that Ezio's developing methodology aligned with his father's approach despite limited direct training. The Brotherhood shaped operatives across generations through consistent philosophy rather than merely technical instruction, creating continuity that transcended individual lifespans. As evening deepened around the workshop, Leonardo returned to his interrupted project, the clockwork mechanism requiring completion for Patron, whose commission provided financial support for more experimental endeavors. Ezio used this opportunity to prepare both equipment and mindset for tomorrow's operation, checking hidden blade mechanism with meticulous attention, while reviewing contingency scenarios should observation require transition to direct intervention. "Your weapon interests me greatly," Leonardo commented, observing this maintenance procedure with professional curiosity. The engineering principles suggest design evolution through practical application rather than theoretical development, solutions addressing specific operational requirements rather than abstract mechanical concepts. Ezio examined the ancient mechanism with renewed appreciation for its elegant functionality. The design originated centuries ago, refined through generations of field experience. My father's notes mentioned historical documentation in codex pages he collected during his research. Leonardo's expression brightened with intellectual excitement. Such historical engineering documentation would prove fascinating study. The mechanical principles likely contain innovations applicable beyond their original purpose. "Mario maintains collection at Monterigny," Ezio replied, recognizing potential value in Leonardo's analytical capabilities applied to Brotherhood historical resources. Perhaps future opportunity will allow proper examination under less urgent circumstances. Their conversation continued intermittently through evening hours, ranging from immediate operational concerns to broader philosophical questions underlying Assassin-Templar conflict. Leonardo's perspective, combining scientific rationality with humanistic values, offered useful counterpoint to Mario's more militaristic approach to Brotherhood principles, expanding Ezio's understanding of why independent thinkers historically aligned with assassin objectives, despite remaining outside formal organizational structure. The fundamental distinction seems philosophical rather than merely tactical, Leonardo observed as their discussion explored Templar methodology. They pursue stability through control imposed externally, while your Brotherhood advocates stability emerging from freedom exercised responsibly. Precisely, Ezio confirmed, impressed by this succinct formulation of conflict's essential nature. Templars believe human nature fundamentally flawed, requiring external constraint to prevent chaos. Assassins recognize human potential for both creation and destruction, advocating individual choice guided by principle rather than external authority, a philosophical distinction with practical consequences throughout society, Leonardo concluded thoughtfully. Artistic expression, scientific inquiry, commercial innovation, all require freedom, constrained by responsibility, rather than authority imposed without consent. This articulation clarified connections Ezio had sensed intuitively, without formal expression. Why his father had protected Florence's Republican governance, despite its imperfections. Why Brotherhood resources defended intellectual and artistic freedom alongside more obvious political objectives. The conflict transcended power dynamics to encompass fundamental questions about human nature and societal organization. Eventually, practical necessity claimed priority over philosophical exploration. Tomorrow's operation required peak physical and mental condition, particularly given extension beyond original parameters and absence direct brotherhood support within Florence itself. Ezio retired to prepared accommodation, Leonardo returning to commissioned work with characteristic intensity that suggested minimal sleep before dawn. Easter morning dawned clear and mild, perfect weather for religious celebration that drew Florentines from all social classes toward Duomo's magnificent structure. The cathedral itself represented both spiritual center and civic pride, architectural achievement, whose dome dominated city skyline, while interior space accommodated significant portion of Florence's population during major religious observances. Ezio approached using ecclesiastical disguise Leonardo had enhanced with subtle adjustments that improved both authenticity and functional movement capability. The monk's robes provided anonymity while explaining presence at religious ceremony, hood offering partial facial concealment without appearing deliberately secretive among many similarly attired attendees. Cathedral Square buzzed with pre-celebration activity, church officials making final preparations, city guards establishing security perimeter, citizens positioning themselves advantageously for processing into limited seating areas once ceremony commenced. Ezio noted Pazzi guards integrated throughout security deployment, their distinctive posture and positioning confirming intelligence regarding planned operation despite Lorenzo's absence. Most significant was their concentration around southern entrance, the route Medici family traditionally used when attending major religious functions. This validated intelligence from intercepted documents, while confirming conspiracy proceeded despite potential awareness of partial Medici attendance. Either Pazzi leadership had not received updated information regarding Lorenzo's diplomatic journey, or they deemed Giuliano's elimination sufficient initial success to justify proceeding with modified operation. Ezio circulated through gathering crowd with practiced inconspicuousness, identifying multiple Pazzi agents positioned at predetermined locations throughout approach routes and cathedral interior. Their deployment matched diagrams intercepted from courier with precise correspondence that confirmed operation proceeded according to original framework despite primary target's absence. Cathedral interior presented different challenges than exterior observation. The vast space accommodated thousands during major celebrations, with architectural grandeur drawing attention upward toward magnificent dome rather than toward fellow worshippers. This provided both advantage and complication, reduced scrutiny from casual observers, balanced against more limited mobility once ceremony commenced. Electing observation position required balancing multiple considerations, maintaining sightlines toward likely Pazzi approach vectors, ensuring access to potential exit routes should intervention become necessary, preserving inconspicuousness through appropriate religious behavior matching surrounding congregation members. Training at Monterigini had included specific instruction for operating within religious settings, matching devotional gestures precisely enough to avoid attention, while maintaining operational awareness throughout extended ceremonies as Ezio established position within southwestern transept. He identified Francesco de Pazzi himself entering with his immediate family, positioning aristocratic presence appropriately for significant religious celebration, while establishing visible legitimacy for subsequent political transition. Francesco's expression betrayed nothing beyond appropriate solemnity. Those subtle signals between family members and positioned guards confirmed coordinated preparation rather than routine security arrangement. Medici contingent arrived precisely according to traditional schedule, though notably reduced from previous celebrations. Giuliano entered with minimal entourage, sufficient for appropriate dignity, without excessive display that might suggest security concerns beyond normal precaution. His personal guard had indeed been enhanced, as Lorenzo indicated, though distribution appeared conventional to casual observation, despite actual positioning that provided coverage against likely attack vectors identified in Pazzi documents. Most revealing was Giuliano's route through Cathedral, modified slightly from traditional Medici approach to create additional separation from Pazzi family position. This subtle adjustment confirmed Lorenzo had implemented security recommendations effectively without revealing conspiracy awareness through excessive precaution that might alert Pazzi observers to compromised operational security. The celebration commenced with processional elements establishing appropriate religious atmosphere. Ezio maintained comprehensive surveillance rather than focusing exclusively on either Pazzi or Medici principles. The conspiracy documents had indicated multiple participants beyond Francesco himself, including church officials providing both authorization and operational support for planned assassinations. This broader awareness yielded critical observation as celebratory procession reached main altar area. Among church officials participating in Easter ceremony, one figure moved with subtle distinction from genuine ecclesiastical participants, his ritualized movements technically correct, yet lacking unconscious fluidity that characterized lifelong religious practitioners. False priest, Ezio recognized immediately brotherhood training enabling distinction between genuine religious officials and impostors adopting ecclesiastical disguise. This individual positioned himself with calculated proximity to area where Medici family would normally be stationed during ceremony, his formal religious attire concealing potential weaponry while providing justification for close approach to targeted nobility. Equally significant was recognition of specific Vatican representative among senior clergy, Archbishop Salviati, whose presence provided official church sanction for ceremony, while representing direct connection to Rodrigo Borgia's Templar leadership. The Archbishop maintained appropriate religious demeanor throughout ceremonial elements, while occasionally exchanging subtle glances with Francesco that confirmed coordinated participation rather than merely coincidental presence. As High Mass proceeded through traditional elements, tension visibly increased among Pazzi agents positioned throughout cathedral interior. Their expectation centered on specific liturgical transition when celebrants moved from altar to congregation, moment when planned assassination would occur with synchronized strikes against both Medici brothers under cover of ceremonial movement that momentarily reduced security effectiveness. When this liturgical transition approached, Ezio shifted position slightly to maintain optimal observation while prepared for potential intervention should Pazzi assassins move against Giuliano despite Lorenzo's absence. The conspiracy might proceed with modified objective, eliminating available Medici target while establishing justification for seizing political authority through subsequent public narrative featuring appropriate religious sanction. Critical moment arrived with choreographed precision. Church officials moving from altar toward congregation according to Easter liturgical requirements. Pazzi agents tensing visibly in preparation for coordinated action. The false priest positioning himself along trajectory that intersected Giuliano's location with minimal security interference. Francesco himself remained ostensibly focused on religious observance, while subtly adjusting position to create operational separation. imminent violence, maintaining plausible deniability should assassination attempt fail, while positioned to respond immediately to successful implementation with prepared political statement. False priest moved with professional precision as liturgical movement reached predetermined position, hand shifting beneath ecclesiastical garments to access concealed weapon, while trajectory intersected Giuliano's location with calculated timing that suggested extensive rehearsal rather than opportunistic attack. Giuliano's enhanced security responded with equally professional counter-movement, guards shifting positions to intercept potential threat without creating disruptive security presence that would interrupt religious ceremony unless absolutely necessary. This measured response confirmed Lorenz had implemented security recommendations with appropriate balance between protection and discretion. Moment of actual attack attempt unfolded with surprising restraint from all participants. The false priest, recognizing deteriorated tactical situation as his approach vector became compromised by Medici security adjustment. Francesco signaling subtle abort command to positioned agents when primary assassin hesitated, as he observers throughout cathedral standing down from imminent action when operational parameters shifted beyond predetermined thresholds for successful implementation. They withdraw rather than proceed with compromised operation. Ezio observed with professional assessment that transcended personal involvement. Strategic discipline rather than emotional commitment to immediate action. This tactical retreat revealed sophisticated operational control, extending beyond simple assassination attempt to coordinated conspiracy with multiple contingency scenarios. Pazzi response demonstrated planning depth that confirmed Brotherhood assessment regarding Templar methodology, systematic approach rather than impulsive action, willingness to delay immediate objective when circumstances required adjustment rather than emotional commitment to predetermined timeline regardless of tactical situation. As Easter celebration concluded without incident, Ezio maintained surveillance while congregation dispersed through cathedral exits. The conspiracy participants separated along predetermined routes that minimized visible connection between official Pazzi family members and operational agents who had prepared for assassination implementation. Francesco himself departed with appropriate aristocratic dignity. Religious observation completed without incident despite underlying conspiracy, temporarily suspended rather than abandoned. Zio followed Francesco at careful distance, maintaining surveillance beyond cathedral confines to identify potential gathering of conspiracy leadership following aborted operation. This extension beyond original observation parameters represented calculated risk balanced against intelligence value opportunity to identify additional conspiracy participants through post-operation gathering that might reveal connections otherwise concealed during normal Florentine social interactions. Francesco proceeded directly to Pazzi Palazzo rather than secondary location, his movement suggesting conference with core conspiracy participants rather than dispersal, until subsequent opportunity presented itself. This assessment proved accurate as Ezio established surveillance position with visibility toward Palazzo entrance, noting arrival of both Archbishop Salviati and the false priest who had attempted approach toward Giuliano during ceremony. Most significant was arrival of individual whose aristocratic bearing and distinctive Spanish features confirmed intelligence regarding Templar leadership involvement. Rodrigo Borgia himself, though traveling without formal Vatican insignia that would have announced official presence with within Florence. His arrival at Pazzi Palazzo, immediately following a boarded assassination attempt, confirmed direct operational involvement, rather than merely strategic authorization from Rome. Conspiracy reaches highest church leadership directly rather than through intermediaries. Ezio confirmed through this observation. Rodrigo coordinates personally rather than maintaining separation from operational implementation. This intelligence represented significant value beyond immediate operational concerns, confirmation of Templar command structure, and validation of Brotherhood assessment regarding conspiracies' importance within broader conflict between opposing philosophies. Pazzi's attempt against Medici leadership constituted pivotal rather than peripheral operation within Templar strategic objectives, warranting direct involvement from organizational leadership, despite potential exposure should operation fail publicly, having confirmed essential intelligence objectives, identification of key conspiracy participants beyond previously known individuals, verification of command structure connecting Pazzi operatives to Templar leadership, confirmation of Vatican involvement through both Archbishop Salviati and Rodrigo himself. Ezio withdrew from surveillance position before extended observation might compromise his security through pattern recognition by Pazzi sentries. Mission had evolved significantly beyond original parameters established at Monterigny. Warning delivery had expanded to conspiracy leadership identification, creating intelligence foundation for subsequent Brotherhood response, targeting organizational structure, rather than merely preventing singular assassination attempt. This evolution demonstrated both operational flexibility and strategic discipline, adapting tactical approach while maintaining focus on fundamental objective of opposing Templar influence, rather than simply protecting individual Medici leaders. Turning to Leonardo's workshop through carefully indirect route that minimized potential surveillance vulnerability. Ezio reflected on philosophical dimensions revealed through operational observation. The conspiracy transcended simple political ambition or banking rivalry to embody fundamental conflict between opposing visions for human governance, control imposed through hierarchical authority versus freedom exercised through individual responsibility. Leonardo awaited his return with characteristic combination of intellectual curiosity and practical concern. Workshops secured against potential observation, while preparations for immediate departure stood ready should security situation deteriorate suddenly. Pazzi attempted implementation despite Lorenzo's absence. He inquired, artist's perceptiveness immediately focusing on operational essentials rather than ceremonial details. Attempted but aborted when security adjustments compromised approach vector. Ezio confirmed, removing Monk's disguise while organizing mental assessment into coherent report format Mario had emphasized during training. Giuliano remained protected, while conspiracy revealed key participants through subsequent gathering at Pazzi Palazzo. Leonardo absorbed this information with analytical precision, moving immediately to strategic implications rather than tactical details. The conspiracy continues despite initial failure. Their fundamental objective transcends singular assassination, attempt to encompass systematic replacement of Medici governance throughout Tuscany. Precisely, Ezio agreed, impressed anew by Leonardo's ability to extract essential strategy from operational fragments. Most significantly, Rodrigo Borgia himself participates directly rather than maintaining distance through intermediaries. The conspiracy importance warrants leadership involvement despite potential exposure. This assessment visibly impacted Leonardo's understanding of situation's gravity. Vatican involvement at highest leadership level suggests resources beyond conventional political rivalry. The Pazzi themselves represent instruments rather than architects. Templar vision requires controlling Florence as philosophical and commercial center, Ezio explained. Brotherhood training providing framework for interpreting observed operational elements within broader strategic context. Medici governance maintains independence from Rome, while encouraging intellectual and artistic freedom that contradicts Templar belief in necessity of external control. As evening approached, they reviewed intelligence gathered through observation operation. Leonardo's analytical mind, organizing fragmented observations into comprehensive assessment that would provide foundation for subsequent Brotherhood response. Artists' drafting skills translated verbal descriptions into precise representations of identified conspiracy participants. Visual documentation that would enable targeting specific individuals rather than merely opposing philosophical concept without operational focus. Your father would approve this methodical approach, Leonardo observed as they completed this intelligence compilation. Giovanni valued comprehensive understanding before decisive action, particularly when confronting conspiracy with institutional support rather than merely individual malefactors. Simple validation carried significance beyond casual encouragement, confirmation from someone who had known his father that Ezio's developing methodology aligned with Giovanni's approach despite limited direct training before execution severed their connection. The son had somehow found his way toward methods the father would have eventually taught directly, suggesting inherited intuition for Brotherhood principles that transcended formal instruction. The mission extends beyond original parameters, Ezio acknowledged, considering implications for relationship with Mario and Monterigini operations. Returning with intelligence seems prudent before undertaking further action against identified targets. Prudent, yet perhaps insufficient given developing situation, Leonardo countered thoughtfully. The Pazzi will adapt quickly, possibly accelerating timeline rather than abandoning objective. Today's failure represents tactical setback rather than strategic reconsideration. This assessment aligned with Ezio's instinctive evaluation. The conspiracy possessed resources and determination that virtually guaranteed continued action despite initial failure. The question became whether response should proceed immediately based on gathered intelligence or await Brotherhood consultation that would provide additional resources but potentially sacrifice opportunity created by current operational positioning within Florence. Decision crystallized with clarity that reflected growing confidence in both Brotherhood methodology and personal judgment. I'll dispatch messenger to Monterigini with intelligence assessment while maintaining position within Florence. The Pazzi will reconvene to establish modified approach, creating opportunity for targeted intervention against conspiracy leadership rather than merely operational participants. Leonardo nodded approval despite obvious concern regarding increased risk this approach entailed. Logical progression, though considerably dangerous. The Pazzi hunt you actively, while Rodrigo's presence suggests resources beyond conventional security deployment. Danger balanced against opportunity, Ezio replied simply. Brotherhood training, emphasizing strategic calculation rather than emotional response to risk assessment. Eliminating conspiracy leadership within Florence potentially disrupts broader Templar objective throughout Tuscany, justifying calculated exposure beyond conservative security assessment. As night settled over Leonardo's workshop, they finalized communication for Monterigny Messenger, comprehensive intelligence assessment, combined with operational recommendation that balanced immediate intervention opportunity against broader Brotherhood strategic considerations. Mario would receive accurate mission evolution reporting, while Ezio maintained position for potential action should circumstances warrant immediate response before reinforcement could arrive from Monterigny. Their planning session concluded with practical preparations for both continued observation and potential direct action should Pazzi conspiracy accelerate timeline following initial failure. Leonardo's workshop provided both sanctuary and operational support. The artist's connections throughout Florence's intellectual and commercial communities, offering intelligence channels beyond conventional Brotherhood networks. Your father would be proud, Leonardo observed quietly as these preparations concluded. Not merely of operational capability, but philosophical understanding that guides its application. You've become more than Avenger. Ezio, you embody principles Giovanni protected through methods he employed. A simple statement penetrated deeper than elaborate praise could have achieved. Throughout intensive training at Monterigny and subsequent mission implementation, Ezio had focused on developing capabilities his father had possessed without presuming to achieve Giovanni's wisdom regarding their application toward Brotherhood objectives. His validation from someone who had known his father suggested progress beyond technical skill into realm of principled purpose that defined true assassin beyond mere operational capability. As Ezio settled into restless sleep that night, Florence continued its normal activities beyond workshop walls, citizens returning to routine following Easter celebration, seemingly unaware that fundamental conflict regarding their governance had merely paused rather than concluded with ceremony's peaceful completion. The Pazzi conspiracy would adapt and continue, driven by philosophical conviction that transcended temporary tactical setback to pursue vision of control, replacing independence throughout Tuscany. Brotherhood response would likewise continue, not through dramatic confrontation that risked broader societal disruption, but through precise intervention targeting specific individuals, whose removal would disrupt conspiracy implementation while preserving stable governance that protected individual liberty against imposed control. His balanced approach, minimal necessary intervention, rather than destructive revolution, represented Brotherhood wisdom Giovanni had embodied throughout his service to Florence. His son would continue that legacy, not through imitation, but through parallel development, guided by shared principles applied to evolving circumstances. The Pazzi conspiracy had revealed its leadership and methodology. Assassin response would target vulnerable points within conspiracy structure, rather than merely opposing philosophical concept without operational focus. As consciousness faded toward sleep, Ezio's final thought acknowledged transformation, more profound than physical capability or tactical skill. I am my father's son, not merely in blood, but in purpose. Brotherhood had claimed another auditor, not through ceremony or circumstance, but through chosen continuation of legacy that transcended personal vengeance to embrace principled struggle for human freedom against forces that would replace choice with control, individual responsibility with external authority. Florence might never again represent home, but it remained battleground where that struggle continued through generation that tyranny had failed to extinguish. Chapter 15, Birth of an Assassin. 2 days after the aborted Easter assassination attempt, Florence simmered with unnatural tension. Though no public disruption had occurred during the cathedral ceremony, political currents shifted beneath the city's seemingly normal functioning. Observant citizens noted increased Pazzi Guard presence throughout key districts, while Medici supporters found themselves subtly isolated within governmental chambers, where policy decisions shaped Florence's immediate future. From Leonardo's workshop, Ezio monitored these developments through a network of informants the artist had cultivated among guild members, market vendors, and intellectual circles. This unconventional intelligence gathering yielded insights beyond traditional Brotherhood channels, perspective from ordinary Florentines who sensed approaching conflict without understanding its philosophical underpinnings or historical context. The Pazzi gathered support among merchant families previously aligned with Medici interests, Leonardo reported, returning from morning consultation with fellow guild members. Francesco offers favorable terms for those who pledge early allegiance to coming changes in governance structure. His exact phrasing, according to 3 separate sources. They proceed despite initial failure, Ezio observed, not surprised by this development. The conspiracy merely adapts timing, rather than abandoning fundamental objective. Most concerning is tomorrow's emergency Signoria session, Leonardo continued, referencing governing council that maintained ultimate authority over Florentine civic affairs. Officially convened to address trade dispute with Siena, but unusual procedural modifications suggest different purpose than stated agenda. This intelligence aligned with pattern emerging from various sources. The Pazzi conspiracy transitioned from assassination attempt to political maneuver, leveraging governmental mechanisms rather than relying solely on public elimination of Medici leadership. This adaptation demonstrated sophisticated understanding of Florence's governance structure and vulnerability to manipulation through procedural technicalities rather than merely violent overthrow. They create legitimate framework for illegitimate transfer of power. Ezio concluded, Brotherhood training enabling identification of strategic pattern beneath tactical adjustments. Physical elimination of Lorenzo and Giuliano remains objective, but they establish governmental authorization that justifies subsequent actions against Medici supporters throughout Florence. Precisely, Leonardo agreed with scientists' appreciation for logical progression. Tomorrow's session creates political foundation for physical action that follows authority established before force applied rather than force, creating subsequent authority. Messenger Ezio had dispatched to Monterigny would have reached Mario by now, delivering comprehensive intelligence assessment with operational recommendations. Under normal circumstances, awaiting Brotherhood response before undertaking further action would represent prudent protocol, particularly given conspiracies, complexity, and resources beyond single operatives' conventional capacity. Circumstances had evolved beyond normal parameters. The accelerated Signoria session created immediate decision point, requiring response before reinforcement could reasonably arrive from Monterigny. Waiting respected Brotherhood protocol while potentially sacrificing opportunity to disrupt conspiracy implementation before institutional framework solidified Pazzi authority throughout Florence's governance structure. Conspiracy leadership gathers tonight, Leonardo revealed, saving most significant intelligence for focused consideration. Francesco hosts gathering at Palazzo Vecchio rather than family residence, symbolic statement regarding governmental transition already underway. Archbishop Salviati attends alongside other participants identified during Easter observation, and Rodrigo, Ezio inquired, recognizing Templar Grand Master's presence represented critical variable in operational assessment, confirmed through multiple sources. Leonardo nodded grimly. His movements suggest departure immediately following gathering, returning to Rome once Florence operation transitions from establishment to implementation phase. His intelligence crystallized decision with clarity that transcended conventional protocol considerations. Templar leadership concentration created unprecedented opportunity to disrupt conspiracy at highest level before organizational dispersion complicated subsequent targeting. The potential strategic impact justified increased operational risk beyond conservative assessment that might recommend awaiting Brotherhood reinforcement. I move tonight, Ezio decided. Brotherhood training enabling calculated rather than emotional decision, despite personal connection to targets. The gathering creates opportunity that outweighs procedural considerations regarding Monterigny consultation. Leonardo studied him thoughtfully. Artist's perceptiveness recognizing momentous transition this decision represented. No longer did Ezio merely follow Brotherhood direction or implement Mario's strategic guidance. He assessed situation independently and determined appropriate response based on principled understanding rather than procedural adherence or emotional reaction. You've completed transformation, begun that morning in the piazza, Leonardo observed quietly. The banker's son, who fled execution, has become assassin, who determines necessary action without external validation. Simple assessment penetrated deeper than elaborate philosophical discussion could have achieved. Throughout intensive training and subsequent mission implementation, Ezio had maintained conscious connection to Brotherhood methodology, following Mario's guidance, implementing techniques his father had begun teaching, respecting organizational structure that transcended individual preference. Knight's decision represented crossing threshold between operative implementing Brotherhood directive and assassin embodying Brotherhood principles through independent judgment. The distinction transcended tactical considerations to represent fundamental transition in identity and purpose, birth of autonomous agent, rather than merely trained instrument. My father would make similar assessment, Ezio acknowledged. Confidence in this statement reflecting deepened understanding of Giovanni's operational methodology, beyond limited direct instruction, received before execution, severed their connection. Indeed, Leonardo agreed simply. Though significant operational challenge remains, given gathering location and security deployment. Palazzo Vecchio, Florence's primary governmental building, represented formidable operational environment, combining historical architecture with contemporary security measures. Located on prominent piazza with minimal approach concealment, its interior spaces combined public governmental chambers with secured meeting rooms protected by both Florentine official guards and supplemental Pazzi security personnel. The traditional approach presents unacceptable risk profile, Ezio acknowledged. Studying architectural diagrams, Leonardo had acquired through legitimate commission work involving building modifications. Direct engagement against concentrated security deployment favors defensive advantage beyond single operatives' reasonable capability. Yet alternatives exist for one with your particular skills, Leonardo suggested, shifting attention to buildings' vertical dimension rather than ground-level security deployment. The palazzo's upper sections received less modern reinforcement than foundations and primary entries, architectural legacy, prioritizing aesthetic consistency over security enhancement. This observation aligned with pattern Ezio had identified throughout Florence's architectural evolution. Buildings, modified over centuries, maintained vulnerability through historical elements, preserved despite practical security considerations that might recommend comprehensive modernization. These preservation choices reflected Florentine cultural values that prioritized artistic legacy alongside practical functionality, philosophical preference that ironically created operational advantage for those possessing appropriate skills to exploit resulting vulnerabilities. The bell tower provides potential access vector, Ezio noted, identifying approach route that leveraged vertical mobility rather than challenging horizontal security deployment directly. Maintenance access remains operational despite limited current utilization. Leonardo confirmed this assessment with additional architectural detail gleaned from guild connections involved in periodic restoration work. The tower connects to upper council chambers through maintenance corridor designed for bell mechanism access. Seldom utilized since modernization redirected primary maintenance approach through interior stairwell. This potential infiltration route transformed operational assessment from prohibitive risk to calculated opportunity, replacing direct confrontation against concentrated security deployment, with indirect approach leveraging specialized climbing capability that PASI security protocols likely discounted when establishing defensive perimeter. Planning continued through afternoon hours, leveraging Leonardo's architectural knowledge alongside Ezio's operational experience to develop a comprehensive approach that balanced opportunity against risk while maintaining focus on primary objective of disrupting conspiracy leadership during rare concentration that preceded geographical dispersion following strategy session. As evening approached, Leonardo contributed final element that significantly enhanced operational capability, technical modification, to hidden blade mechanism that improved both deployment reliability and retraction efficiency. His engineering insight identified subtle refinements to ancient design that maintained fundamental functionality while addressing wear patterns resulting from intensive utilization during recent operations. Your father would approve practical application of intellectual capability toward principled purpose, Leonardo observed as they completed these modifications. Giovanni appreciated functional improvement that enhanced operational effectiveness without compromising ethical foundation. Simple statement connected philosophical principle with practical implementation, reminder that brotherhood methodology balanced ideological commitment with operational pragmatism, rather than pursuing either dimension without complementary development. The assassin embodied balance between intellectual understanding and physical capability, theoretical principle and practical application, strategic vision and tactical implementation. As darkness settled over Florence, Ezio prepared for operation that represented culmination of personal journey begun that terrible morning in the piazza. The equipment arranged methodically before him symbolized transformation from reactive fugitive to strategic operative. Assassin garb now properly fitted and maintained rather than borrowed costume. Hidden blade mechanism incorporated as natural extension rather than unfamiliar apparatus. Weapons selected for specific purpose rather than desperate improvisation. I'll maintain observation network throughout operation, Leonardo assured him during final preparation. Any significant change in security deployment or target movement will reach you through established signals. His support represented critical operational enhancement beyond individual capability, extension of awareness through distributed intelligence network rather than limited personal observation. Leonardo organized system of workshop apprentices positioned throughout relevant districts, prepared to relay information through predetermined signal patterns should significant developments require tactical adjustment during operation implementation. Farewell contained acknowledgement that relationship had evolved beyond initial circumstantial alliance to represent genuine partnership between complementary capabilities. Leonardo's intellectual and technical contributions, balancing Ezio's operational implementation toward shared objective of preserving Florence's independence against Templar conspiracy that would replace individual freedom with imposed control. Your father would be proud, Leonardo said simply, as Ezio prepared to depart. Not merely of capability developed, but purpose served through its application. His validation carried significance beyond casual encouragement recognition from someone who had known Giovanni that Ezio had achieved understanding transcending technical skill to embrace philosophical foundation that distinguished true assassin from mere operative. The transformation initiated through tragedy had culminated in purposeful identity that honored legacy while establishing independent continuation according to shared principles. Florence's evening shadows concealed Ezio's movement toward Palazzo Vecchio with familiar embrace. The city's architectural complexity providing navigation routes that minimized exposure to increased patrol activity concentrated around governmental district. The operational approach leveraged brotherhood training that emphasized environmental utilization rather than direct confrontation, wherever tactical advantage favored defensive deployment. Palazzo itself presented imposing profile against night-sky architectural statement of governmental authority, designed specifically to project power through visual impact alongside practical administrative functionality. Its distinctive bell tower rose dramatically above surrounding structures, medieval engineering demonstrating Florence's historical commitment to blending practical governance with artistic expression that elevated municipal administration beyond merely functional necessity. Security deployment around Palazzo perimeter confirmed intelligence assessment regarding gathering significance. Pazzi guards supplementing regular Florentine contingent with positioning that emphasized controlled access rather than merely ceremonial presence. The pattern suggested awareness of potential external interest in proceedings without specific intelligence regarding assassin capability or methodological approach beyond conventional threat assessment. Ezio's approach targeted architectural vulnerability identified during planning session with Leonardo maintenance access point located opposite primary plaza exposure where security concentration naturally focused attention. Climbing route utilized construction elements preserved through historical restoration rather than practical security considerations. Craftsmen prioritizing architectural integrity over defensive vulnerability when maintaining buildings, distinctive aesthetic characteristics despite evolving security requirements in changing political environment. The ascent itself represented culmination of capability developed through lifetime preparation, childhood exploration of Florentine rooftops, enhanced through Federico's competitive challenges, refined through Giovanni's games that disguised deliberate capability development, perfected through Mario's intensive training regimen at Monterigini. What had begun as boyish adventure had evolved through progressive refinement into professional skill that now served strategic purpose, transcending personal enjoyment or competitive achievement. Reaching bell tower access required traversing architectural elements never intended for human navigation, decorative cornices providing minimal handholds, ornamental projections offering temporary support rather than secure positioning, weathered joints between stone blocks creating marginal finger purchases, where construction methods prioritized visual consistency above structural uniformity. Each placement of hand and foot represented calculated risk assessment, evaluating material integrity, angle of force application, sequential movement planning that maintained continuous support through transitions between stable positions. The bell tower itself presented different challenges than exterior ascent, confined space limiting movement options, while interior darkness complicated visual assessment of structural elements providing potential support. Ezio navigated these constraints with systematic methodology Mario had emphasized during training scenarios, specifically designed to develop capability for operating effectively in unfamiliar environments under suboptimal conditions. Maintenance corridor connecting bell tower infrastructure with upper council chambers confirmed Leonardo's architectural intelligence. Seldom utilized access route, preserved through institutional inertia rather than practical necessity after modernization, created alternative approach through main building interior. Dust patterns on floor surfaces revealed minimal recent utilization, occasional maintenance personnel, rather than regular traffic that might have prompted security enhancement beyond rudimentary door mechanism, securing access point where corridor intersected governmental spaces. This secured door presented minimal challenge to entry techniques Mario had incorporated within broader assassin methodology training. Mechanical understanding of locking mechanisms, combined with manual dexterity, developed through progressive capability enhancement, rather than specialized focus on particular security countermeasure. Brotherhood approach emphasized comprehensive skill development that enabled adaptation to varied operational environments, rather than specialized capability limited to predetermined scenarios. Beyond access point lay upper council antechamber, transitional space between public governmental areas and private meeting rooms where sensitive deliberations occurred beyond public observation. Ezio paused within this space, allowing sensory adjustment to interior environment while gathering initial intelligence regarding occupancy patterns and security deployment before proceeding toward primary target location. Voices carried from main council chamber, the distinctive acoustics of Palazzo's governmental heart, projecting sound through architectural design that optimized verbal communication within era predating mechanical amplification. Conversation pattern suggested formal meeting progression rather than casual gathering, structured presentation followed by responsive discussion, indicating procedural approach to conspiracy implementation, planning rather than merely celebratory gathering following operational transition from attempted assassination to political maneuvering. Ezio advanced cautiously toward chamber entrance, maintaining environmental awareness that balanced focus on primary objective against vigilance regarding potential security interruption. Corridor arrangement provided approach vector with minimal exposure during final positioning. Architectural legacy from era when governmental deliberation required protection from public observation during sensitive negotiations affecting Florence's position within complex Italian political environment, reaching position, providing visual access to council chamber interior, while maintaining concealment behind decorative column arrangement. Ezio conducted comprehensive assessment before committing to irreversible intervention. The chamber contained precisely the leadership concentration intelligence had indicated. Francesco de' Pazzi, presiding from position traditionally occupied by governmental officials rather than private citizens. Archbishop Salviati, providing ecclesiastical presence that symbolized church sanction for proceedings. Additional conspirators, identified during Easter observation, occupying positions indicating hierarchical relationship within conspiracy structure. Most significant was Rodrigo Borgia's central positioning, physical placement within chamber reflecting dominant authority, despite Francesco's nominal leadership role as Florentine principal implementing broader Templar strategic objective. Gathering represented rare concentration conspiracy leadership, normally distributed across geographical separation, that complicated coordinated targeting, opportunity that justified operational risk beyond conventional protocol regarding awaiting Brotherhood reinforcement before engaging multiple high-value targets simultaneously. Their discussion confirmed intelligence assessment regarding accelerated timeline following Easter failure plans for tomorrow's Signoria session, establishing legal framework for Pazzi assumption of governmental authority throughout Florence, followed by coordinated elimination of key Medici supporters across city districts once institutional control provided legitimate authorization for security actions against destabilizing elements threatening public order. The Medici era concludes tomorrow, Francesco declared with evident satisfaction. Florence returns to proper alignment with church authority rather than continuing dangerous independence that undermines stability throughout Tuscany. Ensure comprehensive implementation once authority transfers formally, Rodrigo instructed, his tone conveying command rather than suggestion, despite diplomatic phrasing. Partial success creates prolonged resistance rather than decisive transition. Lorenzo must not survive to establish competing authority once institutional control secures. The contingency preparations ensure comprehensive result regardless of potential complications, Francesco assured him, gesturing toward documentation spread across council table. Each Medici supporter of consequence has been identified with specific elimination methodology assigned according to individual circumstances. This confirmation of imminent threat against not merely Medici leadership, but supporters throughout Florence validated decision to proceed with immediate intervention rather than awaiting Brotherhood reinforcement. The conspiracy had evolved beyond political maneuvering toward comprehensive elimination of opposition throughout Florentine society, threatening not merely governmental leadership, but cultural foundation that sustained intellectual and artistic freedom, allowing individual development beyond institutional control. Ezio assessed tactical situation with cold precision developed through intensive training. Multiple high-value targets concentrated within defined operational environment. Security deployment oriented toward external approach rather than internal threat. Architectural configuration providing multiple approach vectors that leveraged vertical mobility against conventional defensive positioning, optimized for horizontal threat management. Operational objective crystallized with clarity transcending emotional connection to family tragedy that had initiated journey culminating in this moment. Primary target selection balanced symbolic impact against practical disruption of conspiracy implementation capability, eliminating leadership elements whose removal would maximize organizational disorientation while minimizing potential civilian impact should security response escalate beyond controlled engagement parameters. Decision formed through strategic assessment rather than emotional reaction. Francesco represented obvious target given operational role, implementing conspiracy throughout Florence, while Rodrigo's elimination would impact Templar leadership beyond merely local conspiracy, creating strategic disruption, extending to Rome itself. Combined elimination would disrupt conspiracy implementation, while demonstration of assassin reach, despite apparent auditor elimination, would introduce psychological impact, extending beyond merely physical removal of specific individuals. Tactical approach utilized Brotherhood methodology, emphasizing controlled entry with prepared disengagement, rather than merely successful elimination without extraction consideration. Chamber configuration provided multiple approach vectors, with optimal selection balancing exposure minimization against effective targeting of primary objectives within single operational sequence that maintained efficiency while ensuring comprehensive impact before security response could organize effective countermeasure. Ezio moved with deliberate precision, developed through intensive training, transitioning from concealed observation to operational implementation through movement pattern that minimized detection probability, while positioning for optimal approach vector toward primary targets. Hidden blade mechanism deployed with silent efficiency. Leonardo's technical modifications ensuring reliable operation without acoustic signature that might alert peripheral security before primary engagement sequence initiated. The elimination sequence proceeded with methodical efficiency, reflecting Brotherhood training rather than emotional satisfaction. Francesco targeted first given positioning nearest intervention point. Blade, finding precise anatomical vulnerability between protective garments where neck met shoulder, severing critical circulatory structures with minimal resistance encountered. Strike delivered with professional detachment that prioritized operational effectiveness above personal vengeance, despite targets' direct connection to family execution. Rodrigo's positioning created greater challenge, central table placement, providing spatial separation that required crossing exposed area before engagement, but achieve effective proximity. Ezio bridged this distance with explosive movement that sacrificed concealment for speed once initial elimination, alerted remaining participants to hostile presence within chamber previously considered secure against external intervention. Templar Grand Master demonstrated reaction capability, exceeding typical target response, situational awareness, registering threat, approach with sufficient anticipation to initiate defensive movement before blade contact achieved optimal positioning. The resulting engagement connected with shoulder rather than intended neck target, creating significant though non-fatal injury that disrupted organizational function without achieving permanent elimination. Security response, organized more rapidly than operational assessment, had anticipated guard positioning outside chamber, providing faster reaction than architectural separation had suggested during initial approach planning. Ezio adjusted tactical approach immediately, transitioning from additional targeting to extraction implementation once primary mission parameters achieved sufficient completion to justify disengagement rather than continued engagement against escalating defensive capability. Chamber configuration provided extraction route leveraging vertical mobility against security response, optimized for horizontal threat management. Decorative elements providing access to ceiling structural components originally designed for maintenance access rather than security consideration. Ezio utilized these architectural features with practiced efficiency, transitioning from ground engagement to elevated positioning before security consolidation, could establish effective containment around primary entry points. From elevated position, Ezio surveyed operational impact with professional assessment, transcending emotional reaction to implementation success. Francesco lay motionless, where precise strike had eliminated vital function with minimal surrounding impact, while Rodrigo received emergency attention from conspiracy participants unprepared for medical emergency within supposedly secure governmental chamber. Remaining conspirators displayed disorganized reaction, some attending wounded leadership, while others attempted establishing security coordination without clear authority hierarchy, suddenly disrupted through decisive intervention. Most significant was psychological impact evident throughout chamber, the demonstration that assassin capability penetrated supposedly secure governmental heart, creating uncertainty, extending beyond merely physical security to question fundamental conspiracy viability. When opposition demonstrated operational reach despite apparent elimination months earlier, Brotherhood continued functioning despite Giovanni's execution. Capability transferring through generational continuation that Templar methodology had failed to anticipate when implementing family elimination intended to remove opposition permanently rather than merely temporarily. Extraction proceeded through maintenance corridor, returning to bell tower access. Architectural knowledge provided through Leonardo's research, enabling efficient disengagement, utilizing routes unfamiliar to security personnel, responding according to standard protocols optimized for conventional threat management rather than specialized knowledge of buildings, historical evolution, through centuries of modification, prioritizing aesthetic consistency above security enhancement. Descent from bell tower utilized different route than ascent, approach, tactical adaptation, responding to altered security deployment following internal alarm activation, rather than merely revering entry pathway according to predetermined planning without situational adjustment. This adaptive methodology represented Brotherhood training emphasis on responsive implementation rather than rigid procedural adherence regardless of evolving operational environment. Reaching street level required transitioning through alert security zone where Pazzi reinforcements converged on Palazzo from surrounding deployment positions. Response pattern confirming conspiracy had established comprehensive security presence throughout governmental district, anticipating potential resistance to planned authority transition rather than merely ceremonial presence during leadership gathering. Ezio navigated this challenging environment through combination of environmental concealment, timing coordination with civilian movement patterns, and selective route selection that balanced exposure minimization against efficient extraction progression. Leonardo's workshop provided sanctuary beyond immediate security response perimeter, its location within artistic district rather than governmental zone, creating separation from primary search patterns focused around Palazzo and connecting routes toward Medici territory, where conventional security assessment would anticipate assassin origin given target selection, suggesting Medici loyalty rather than independent Brotherhood operation. Successful implementation. Leonardo inquired as Ezio secured workshop entrance behind him. Artistic perception immediately nodding operational intensity, evident in physical bearing, despite controlled exterior, presented to external observation during extraction movement through Florence's evening streets. Francesco eliminated entirely, Rodrigo wounded though not fatally. Ezio reported with professional precision that prioritized operational assessment above emotional reaction to implementation success. The conspiracy leadership concentration provided opportunity balancing acceptable risk against strategic impact, justifying deviation from conventional operational protocol regarding target quantity within single engagement sequence. Leonardo absorbed this information with analytical precision, moving immediately to strategic implications rather than tactical details. The conspiracy faces significant organizational disruption, with implementation principle eliminated and strategic leadership wounded within supposedly secure environment. The psychological impact extends beyond merely physical elimination to demonstrate opposition capability, penetrating governmental heart despite apparent assassin elimination months earlier. Precisely, Ezio confirmed, impressed anew by Leonardo's ability to extract essential strategy from operational fragments. The conspiracy must reorganize leadership structure before implementing tomorrow's planned signoria manipulation, creating additional opposition opportunity, while Medici forces respond to intelligence already delivered through Lorenzo warning. Strategic assessment proved accurate as night progressed into early morning hours. Leonardo's information network reported increasing disorder throughout Pazzi deployment across Florence, coordinated security pattern deteriorating into disjointed response, lacking central direction previously provided through Francesco's direct authority, now suddenly eliminated through precise intervention at organizational center rather than merely peripheral operation. Most significant was intelligence regarding Rodrigo's hasty departure from Florence despite serious injury. The Templar Grand Master, prioritizing extraction to Rome over continued presence, supervising conspiracy implementation, now compromised through demonstrated opposition capability, reaching supposedly secure operational center. This strategic withdrawal represented significant victory beyond merely tactical success, forcing senior Templar leadership retreat rather than merely disrupting local implementation components. Brotherhood methodology proves effective beyond merely individual elimination. Ezio observed as they monitored these developments through Leonardo's distributed intelligence network. Strategic impact exceeds tactical objective when targeting focuses organizational vulnerability rather than merely visible leadership. Your father understood this principle fundamentally, Leonardo replied, connecting operational philosophy with Giovanni's methodology, though specific implementation details remained undiscussed during their limited interaction before auditor execution. He targeted systematic vulnerability rather than merely individual malefactors, disrupting organizational capability rather than simply removing replaceable components. His observation penetrated deeper than tactical assessment, connecting philosophical understanding with practical implementation through recognition that effective opposition required comprehensive approach rather than merely reactive response to visible manifestation, without addressing underlying structural elements, enabling continued operation despite individual component replacement. As dawn approached, messenger arrived from Monterigini. Mario's response to intelligence Ezio had dispatched before undertaking Palazzo operation. Communication contained both operational commendation and strategic guidance, approval for independent assessment, while providing broader context regarding Brotherhood response, mobilizing additional resources toward Florence as conspiracy implications extended beyond merely local political transition to represent significant Templar initiative throughout Tuscany. Your uncle recommends immediate extraction to Monterigini, Leonardo reported after reviewing communication content. Brotherhood leadership convenes to coordinate comprehensive response across multiple territories, where Paz-aligned families implement parallel authority transitions synchronized with Florence operation. This recommendation represented reasonable strategic assessment, given conventional operational protocol, consolidation, following successful intervention, rather than maintaining exposure within compromised environment, where opposition resources significantly exceeded individual operative capability, despite successful leadership targeting already achieved. Under normal circumstances, immediate compliance would represent prudent response balancing, already accomplished success against unnecessary risk, extending exposure beyond reasonable operational parameters. Yet Ezio's decision, formed with clarity reflecting continued evolution, beyond merely trained operative implementing Brotherhood direction, toward assassin embodying Brotherhood principles through independent judgment, aligned with organizational objectives, without requiring explicit guidance regarding specific implementation. Remain in Florence temporarily, he decided. Strategic assessment, balancing multiple considerations beyond merely personal security. The conspiracy faces critical organizational disruption, creating vulnerability unlikely to recur if leadership reconsolidates during Brotherhood response mobilization. Additional opportunity exists while Pazzi forces operate without effective coordination following Francisco's elimination and Rodrigo's withdrawal. Leonardo studied him thoughtfully, recognizing momentous transition this decision represented. You've completed transformation begun at Monterigny, he observed quietly. The student becoming master through independent judgment, aligned with principles rather than merely implementing directed instruction. Simple assessment reflected Journey's progress since desperate flight following family execution, evolution, from reactive fugitive to strategic operative, making considered decisions based on principled understanding rather than merely emotional response or procedural adherence. The assassin had emerged fully formed through progressive development, integrating technical capability with philosophical foundation that distinguished Brotherhood methodology from merely tactical implementation without strategic context. One matter remains unresolved despite operational success. Ezio acknowledged personal connection emerging alongside professional assessment. My mother continues confined within Santa Lucia Convent, while Pazzi authority remains officially unchallenged despite leadership disruption already achieved. This consideration represented balanced integration of personal commitment alongside Brotherhood objectives, familial responsibility harmonized with organizational purpose rather than presenting competing priorities, requiring compromise between contradictory obligations. The assassin methodology incorporated both dimensions through recognition that personal connection provided motivation, enhancing operational commitment, rather than distracting from principled purpose. When properly integrated within comprehensive understanding, Ezio Auditore represents both personal priority and strategic consideration. Leonardo agreed thoughtfully. Her continued confinement provides conspiracy leverage against potential auditor reemergence, while symbolizing Pazzi authority over previously prominent Florentine family. Liberation serves both personal and operational objectives simultaneously. This integrated assessment guided subsequent planning as they developed approach leveraging current conspiracy disorganization, creating security vulnerability unlikely to persist once replacement leadership established effective coordination following initial disruption. Convent security had been enhanced following Uberto's assassination months earlier. Yet, current circumstances suggested temporary reduction as Pazzi forces concentrated around governmental district, following leadership targeting, rather than maintaining full deployment across all potential objectives throughout Florence. Mauro provides optimal opportunity. Ezio determined, after comprehensive consideration, balancing multiple factors against reasonable risk assessment. The conspiracy focuses on salvaging Signoria manipulation despite leadership elimination, potentially reducing peripheral security deployment to consolidate remaining resources around primary governmental objective despite compromised implementation capability. This strategic assessment balanced mission parameters against reasonable operational risk, leveraging temporary adversary disorganization, while maintaining realistic evaluation regarding capability limitations, facing individual operative without direct Brotherhood support beyond intelligence networking, provided through Leonardo's unconventional but effective information gathering methodology. The approach represented mature operational judgment rather than merely emotional commitment, potentially sacrificing effectiveness through impatience or overextension beyond reasonable capability assessment. Planning continued through early morning hours, leveraging Leonardo's architectural knowledge regarding convent structural configuration, alongside Ezio's operational experience, to develop a comprehensive approach that balanced opportunity against risk while maintaining focus on primary objective of liberating Maria Auditor during temporary security reduction, while Pazzi forces concentrated elsewhere following leadership elimination. Santa Lucia Convent stood serenely amid Florence's northeastern district religious sanctuary, whose stone walls had witnessed centuries of spiritual devotion, alongside occasional political utility, when noble families required respectful confinement for female members, whose circumstances warranted removal from public society without dishonorable imprisonment, suggesting criminal behavior rather than merely inconvenient presence during politically sensitive periods. Ezio approached through morning shadows with practiced inconspicuousness, ecclesiastical disguise, providing appropriate explanation for presence near religious institution, while Hood offered partial facial concealment without appearing deliberately secretive among pious visitors attending morning devotions. The surrounding neighborhood continued normal activities, with residents largely unaware of dramatic developments occurring within governmental district, where Pazzi conspiracy faced organizational crisis following leadership elimination during previous night's intervention. Initial surveillance confirmed strategic assessment regarding temporary security reduction, guard deployment, visibly diminished compared to patterns observed during previous reconnaissance conducted before Monterigny departure months earlier. Remaining security maintained professional behavior, suggesting hired mercenaries rather than dedicated Pazzi forces. Their positioning indicating general containment responsibility rather than specific anticipation regarding potential assassin. Approach targeting specific individual within larger confined population. Deployment prioritizes preventing unauthorized departure rather than external intervention. Ezio observed quietly, Brotherhood training enabling precise assessment, distinguishing between security configurations optimized for different threat categories. The pattern suggests primary concern regarding potential escape attempt, rather than serious consideration of rescue operation targeting specific individual among general confined population. Security assessment guided approach selection, utilizing indirect vector through adjacent structure, rather than challenging main entrance, where remaining guards maintained highest concentration despite overall deployment reduction. The chosen approach leveraged architectural connection between convent proper and attached chapel servicing, surrounding neighborhood religious requirements, alongside cloistered community spiritual needs. Chapel access presented minimal security challenge, public religious functions, requiring appropriate visitor accommodation, preventing excessive restriction that might generate community concern regarding unusual limitation, contradicting traditional spiritual accessibility. Ezio entered during morning devotions, when attendance pattern provided natural concealment among faithful seeking spiritual comfort during politically uncertain period, following unusual activity within governmental district, generating widespread, though unspecific concern throughout Florence. Chapel's interior architecture provided connection to convent proper through sacristy area, where religious officials prepared for ceremonial functions. Transitional space between public worship area and private religious community, requiring access for legitimate ecclesiastical purposes, while maintaining appropriate separation between general population and cloistered residents. This transitional zone represented security vulnerability, where operational necessity created gap within otherwise comprehensive containment configuration. Penetrating convent interior required timing coordination with religious scheduling, morning service transition, creating temporary sacristy vacancy when clerical personnel returned to private quarters following public devotional completion. Ezio utilized this operational window with precise movement, minimizing potential observation by either departing religious officials or security personnel, maintaining peripheral positioning rather than direct surveillance within sacred spaces, where constant presence might generate religious objection regarding excessive intrusion into spiritual activities. Convent interior presented navigational challenge beyond merely security avoidance. Unfamiliar architectural layout requiring systematic exploration rather than direct progression towards specific objective following predetermined pathway. Ezio employed search methodology Mario had emphasized during training scenarios, specifically designed to develop capability for locating objectives within unfamiliar environments under time-constrained conditions, requiring efficient progression without compromising operational security through excessive movement, generating potential detection. Residential areas occupied upper floors where noble women lived in conditions reflecting social status rather than merely religious austerity. Private accommodations maintaining appropriate comfort while ensuring separation from public society according to arrangement between influential families and religious authorities, providing respectful confinement without suggesting dishonorable imprisonment. Ezio navigated these areas with particular caution. Female residents, potentially unfamiliar with security protocols regarding unusual presence, potentially raising alarm through genuine confusion rather than deliberate opposition, requiring different approach than merely avoiding professional security personnel. Ezio Auditore's location revealed itself through process of elimination rather than direct intelligence. Specific wing containing residents whose circumstances warranted enhanced monitoring beyond merely general confinement, applied to voluntary religious devotees or temporary residents, addressing personal circumstances through spiritual retreat rather than permanent religious commitment. This section maintained subtle but distinct security enhancement, architectural modifications, ensuring limited access points, while furnished quarters suggested extended residency rather than temporary accommodation. Ezio located his mother's specific chamber through unexpected means, familiar embroidery, pattern visible through partially opened door revealing artistic technique. Giovanni had often praised during family gatherings. Distinctive approach to decorative needlework, representing continuation of creative expression, despite confined circumstances restricting normal noblewoman's activities. His personal connection provided confirmation, transcending merely logical deduction or architectural assessment, emotional recognition, complementing professional methodology rather than contradicting operational discipline. Maria Auditor sat beside window overlooking convent garden morning light, illuminating features, showing resilience despite months of confinement following family's destruction. Her posture conveyed dignity rather than resignation, artistic work continuing despite circumstance, suggesting determination, transcending merely passive acceptance of imposed limitation. Spirit-reflected qualities, Ezio now recognized, had complemented Giovanni's more visible strength throughout their marriage, partnership, balancing different capabilities toward shared purpose rather than merely traditional arrangement, following conventional expectations. Mother, he said quietly, remaining partially concealed behind door to prevent potential observation from courtyard below should unexpected movement draw attention toward window, where Maria maintained daily routine despite extraordinary circumstances disrupting normal existence. Turned slowly, emotional control reflecting nobility, transcending merely social position to demonstrate character developed through lifetime, balancing appropriate restraint alongside genuine feeling. Ezio, she acknowledged with voice steady despite evident emotion, contained beneath cultured exterior. I believed you might appear following last night's commotion. The sisters whisper about disturbance at the palazzo, though specific details remain unclear beyond unusual guard movement throughout the district. His composed response to sudden appearance following months without communication demonstrated quality Ezio now recognized as characteristic of both parents: balanced integration of emotional connection alongside practical assessment, preventing effectiveness reduction through uncontrolled reaction during operational implementation. Maria Auditor embodied nobility beyond merely social classification to represent character capable of meeting extraordinary circumstance with appropriate response, combining genuine feeling with necessary control. Francesco has been eliminated. Ezio informed her directly, professional assessment, recognizing her capability for receiving operational information without requiring emotional modification, reducing informational clarity. The Pazzi conspiracy faces organizational disruption, creating temporary opportunity for your liberation before security reestablishes effective coordination following leadership elimination. Maria received this information with thoughtful consideration, rather than immediate emotional reaction, assessing implications beyond merely personal circumstances to recognize broader strategic context within which individual situation existed. Liberation creates complications beyond merely immediate security response. She observed with practical assessment, reflecting understanding transcending conventional noblewoman's perspective. Auditor position remains officially condemned despite Pazzi disruption, while legal mechanisms continue functioning despite leadership elimination, unless specific intervention addresses institutional framework rather than merely individual representatives. Sophisticated understanding impressed Ezio deeply confirmation that his mother's comprehension extended far beyond household management or social obligation to encompass political reality, suggesting informed participation in Giovanni's activities beyond merely supportive spouse, maintaining appropriate household, while husband conducted business activities without substantive partnership regarding strategic matters. Monrigany provides sanctuary while broader response develops. Ezio explained operational planning, adapting to incorporate his mother's evident capability for substantive participation, rather than merely passive extraction, requiring comprehensive protection without contributing strategic assessment. Mario coordinates Brotherhood resources, addressing systematic conspiracy, extending beyond merely Florence to incorporate multiple territories throughout Tuscany. Monrigany, Mario repeated thoughtfully. The ancestral seat's significance clearly registered despite Giovanni's apparent decision, minimizing explicit discussion regarding family heritage beyond banking activities, representing public identity within Florence. Your father mentioned potential necessity despite preference for maintaining Florence residence, regardless of occasional disagreement with Mario regarding appropriate Brotherhood methodology within changing political environment. His casual reference to Brotherhood matters confirmed Mario's earlier statement regarding Maria's awareness, transcending merely general understanding to incorporate specific knowledge regarding organizational structure and methodological considerations, typically restricted to initiated members rather than merely supportive associates, maintaining peripheral involvement. Ezio Auditore clearly represented substantive participant within family legacy, rather than merely adjacent supporter with limited operational knowledge. Their reunion balanced emotional connection alongside practical necessity. Brief embrace, acknowledging personal relationship, while operational circumstances prevented extended interaction, potentially compromising extraction security through unnecessary delay, extending exposure beyond reasonable parameters. Arya gathered minimal possessions with efficient movement, suggesting preparation, anticipating potential liberation, rather than surprised reaction, requiring significant adjustment period before effective response possible. Pazzi believe auditor threat eliminated through public execution, she observed, while organizing essential items with practical prioritization. Your father anticipated potential necessity for maintaining appearance supporting such assessment, while actual capability continued through less visible means. This strategy proves effective when opponents celebrate victory prematurely without confirming comprehensive implementation beyond merely visible elements suggesting successful conclusion. This strategic insight confirmed Mario's assessment regarding Maria's comprehension, extending beyond merely supportive spouse to represent informed participant within Brotherhood activities, despite maintaining public appearance, suggesting conventional noblewoman without substantive involvement in husband's professional activities beyond appropriate social accompaniment during public functions requiring family representation alongside banking leadership. Her extraction from convent utilized different route than entry approach. Ezio's exploration during location process, identifying multiple potential pathways, offering alternative options should initial vector encounter unexpected security enhancement or operational complication during implementation. This adaptive methodology represented Brotherhood training emphasis on responsive implementation rather than rigid procedural adherence regardless of evolving operational environment. Arya moved with surprising capability for noblewoman, supposedly unfamiliar with unusual physical requirements, navigating challenging architectural elements with composed determination, suggesting previous experience beyond merely conventional activities appropriate for Florentine banking family's matriarch. Her movement demonstrated practiced efficiency rather than merely desperate cooperation, confirming Mario's suggestion regarding substantive participation within Brotherhood activities beyond merely peripheral awareness. Reaching Leonardo's workshop required navigating Florence's morning streets with additional consideration. Beyond merely individual movement, Maria's presence, creating different operational profile than solitary traveler, utilizing inconspicuous progression through urban environment without companion, potentially generating increased attention. Her approach utilized coordinated movement pattern, where Ezio's ecclesiastical disguise suggested appropriate escort for noblewoman, whose modesty required male family members' accompaniment during public appearance. Conventional social expectation, providing operational concealment within ordinary behavioral pattern, rather than generating suspicious attention through unusual conduct, potentially attracting security interest. Leonardo welcomed Maria with evident relief, balancing genuine emotional response alongside practical concern regarding operational complications, potentially developing following convent security, discovering unauthorized absence once regular monitoring revealed unexpected vacancy, where important political prisoner previously maintained predictable presence. The artist's workshop provided temporary sanctuary, while extraction beyond Florence proceeded according to coordinated planning, balancing multiple considerations against reasonable risk assessment. Mario dispatched escorts scheduled to meet beyond Southern Gate by midday. Leonardo reported. Information network, maintaining operational awareness regarding Brotherhood response, mobilizing following intelligence. Ezio had provided before undertaking Palazzo intervention. Pazzi focus entirely on governmental district following leadership elimination, attempting salvage tomorrow's Signoria manipulation, despite organizational disruption, currently preventing effective coordination beyond primary objective. This intelligence confirmed strategic assessment, guiding operational planning, conspiracy prioritizing political mechanism, potentially establishing legitimate authority through institutional framework, rather than diverting limited resources towards secondary objective following primary leadership elimination, creating organizational crisis requiring immediate attention to prevent comprehensive failure beyond merely tactical setback, affecting individual components within broader strategic initiative. Arya listened to this assessment with analytical attention, demonstrating knowledge, transcending merely general awareness, to incorporate specific understanding regarding political mechanisms and security considerations, suggesting substantive background beyond conventional noblewoman's education, focusing primarily on household management and appropriate social interaction, supporting husband's public position within Florence's commercial leadership. Her questions revealed sophisticated comprehension regarding both Brotherhood methodology and Templar strategy, indicating informed participation within conflict, extending beyond merely personal connection through matrimonial relationship. Their departure from Florence proceeded according to coordinated planning, utilizing southern approach vector, where Pazzi security deployment maintained minimal presence following resource consolidation around governmental district, where conspiracy leadership attempted recovering from organizational disruption following Francesco's elimination and Rodrigo's withdrawal, creating strategic vacuum within operational hierarchy, previously providing direction ensuring coordinated implementation across multiple objectives throughout broader initiative extending beyond merely local political transition to represent significant Templar offensive throughout Tuscany, beyond city walls. Brotherhood escort awaited according to Mario's arrangement. Monterigany mercenaries providing security enhancement during journey toward ancestral seat or auditor legacy continued despite apparent elimination through public execution intended to remove opposition permanently rather than merely temporarily inconveniencing resistance, potentially recovering through remaining family members, maintaining capability despite leadership targeting, normally creating organizational disruption, preventing effective response during critical implementation period. Brotherhood continues through each generation, Maria observed, as Florence receded behind them. The journey proceeding through Tuscan countryside toward Monterigany, where Claudia awaited reunion, completing family reconsolidation. Following months of separation, initiated through conspiracy, targeting, eliminating Giovanni and his sons, while imprisoning remaining family members, preventing potential coordination, reestablishing effective opposition, following leadership elimination. Your father understood this continuity as essential strength, transcending individual capability to represent philosophical tradition, maintaining consistent purpose through changing circumstance, requiring adaptive implementation, without compromising fundamental principles guiding necessary response. This observation connected historical perspective with personal experience, philosophical understanding with practical implementation, through recognition that effective opposition required comprehensive approach, transcending merely individual capability, to incorporate generational continuation, ensuring persistent resistance against systematic oppression, rather than merely temporary inconvenience, addressing visible representatives, without affecting underlying structure, enabling continued operation despite component replacement, following targeted elimination, addressing parent rather than actual leadership. Ezio absorbed this wisdom with deepened appreciation for legacy, extending beyond merely personal heritage to represent philosophical tradition, maintained through generational continuation, despite targeted elimination, attempting permanent removal rather than merely temporary disruption. Auditor family embodied brotherhood principles through practical implementation, guided by consistent purpose despite changing circumstances, requiring adaptive methodology without compromising fundamental objectives, directing necessary response against Templar initiative threatening individual freedom, through imposed control replacing personal choice, with external authority determining acceptable behavior, without respecting human capacity for responsible self-determination. I am my father's son, he acknowledged, understanding extending beyond merely biological relationship to represent philosophical inheritance, transmitting purpose transcending individual existence, to maintain consistent opposition against systematic threat, persisting through institutional continuation, despite targeted elimination, addressing visible representation, without affecting underlying commitment, generating persistent resistance, regardless of temporary setback, affecting organizational components without compromising, fundamental determination, sustaining opposition through generational replacement, ensuring continuous response despite coordinated attack, attempting permanent removal through family execution, intended to eliminate resistance completely, rather than merely temporarily disrupting operational capability. You are assassin, Maria corrected gently, perspective encompassing broader context than merely familial relationship. Beyond merely Giovanni's son, to represent brotherhood continuation, through generation, accepting responsibility for maintaining resistance against oppression, threatening human dignity through imposed limitation, replacing individual choice with external determination. Your father embodied these principles through practical implementation, guided by consistent purpose despite changing circumstances, requiring adaptive methodology without compromising fundamental objectives, directing necessary response. His definition completed transformation, begun that terrible morning in the piazza, evolution from reactive fugitive to strategic operative, implementing brotherhood methodology through principled understanding rather than merely emotional response or procedural adherence, without comprehending philosophical foundation, directing tactical application toward strategic purpose, transcending immediate objective to serve broader goal, maintaining human freedom against forces that would replace choice with control, individual responsibility with external authority, personal dignity with imposed limitation, restricting human potential within boundaries established through institutional determination rather than natural development guided by ethical consideration, balancing liberty alongside responsibility. As Monterigny appeared on horizon, ancestral seat representing auditor legacy, continuing despite conspiracy, targeting family elimination through public execution, intended to remove opposition permanently. Ezio recognized journey had completed full circle, while simultaneously beginning new phase, extending beyond merely personal vengeance to represent principled purpose guided by philosophical understanding, rather than merely emotional reaction without strategic context, directing tactical implementation toward comprehensive objective serving broader goal than individual satisfaction, addressing personal grievance without considering implications, extending beyond immediately visible consequences. The carefree youth who had raced Federico across Florentine rooftops existed now only in memory, transformed through tragedy's forge into instrument, serving purpose, transcending personal preference, to represent philosophical tradition, maintaining consistent opposition against systematic threat, persisting through institutional continuation, despite targeted elimination, addressing visible representation without affecting underlying commitment, generating persistent resistance. Assassin had emerged fully formed through progressive development, integrating technical capability with philosophical foundation, distinguishing brotherhood methodology from merely tactical implementation, without strategic context, guiding operational application toward principled purpose, serving human dignity through maintaining freedom against oppressive constraint. Nothing is true, everything is permitted, Ezio recited, understanding this central tenet with clarity transcending merely intellectual comprehension to represent philosophical foundation, directing practical implementation through recognition that reality remains subject to human interpretation, rather than representing absolute condition, existing independent from conscious perception, directing behavioral response according to external determination, rather than internal evaluation, assessing appropriate action, balancing liberty alongside responsibility within ethical framework, guiding individual choice through principled consideration, rather than imposed limitation, restricting human potential within boundaries, established through institutional authority rather than personal development. Creed acknowledged reality's malleability and human responsibility for shaping it, philosophical foundation, directing practical implementation through recognition that no authority possessed absolute claim to truth, each individual determining their own path while accepting consequences of choices made with full awareness regarding impact, extending beyond merely personal experience to affect broader community sharing existence within interconnected reality, where individual action generated collective consequence, requiring ethical consideration, balancing personal freedom alongside social responsibility. The assassin embodied this understanding through practical implementation, guided by consistent purpose despite changing circumstances, requiring adaptive methodology without compromising fundamental objectives, directing necessary response against forces threatening human dignity through imposed limitation, replacing individual choice with external determination. As Monterigany's gates opened welcoming their return, Ezio understood transformation had completed journey begun through family tragedy, while simultaneously initiating continuation, extending beyond merely personal experience to represent philosophical tradition, maintained through generational implementation, ensuring persistent resistance against oppression, threatening human potential through imposed limitation. Brotherhood continued through each assassin accepting responsibility for maintaining opposition against forces that would replace freedom with control legacy, transcending individual existence to represent commitment, persisting through generations, connected through shared purpose rather than merely common heritage. Youth had died in Florence alongside his father and brothers. The assassin now returned to Monterigany, legacy embodied through chosen continuation rather than merely inherited obligation, purpose accepted through principled understanding rather than imposed expectation, identity formed through personal development guided by philosophical foundation, directing practical implementation toward consistent, objective, serving human dignity through maintaining freedom against oppressive constraint, limiting potential within boundaries established through external authority rather than ethical consideration, balancing liberty alongside responsibility. Ezio Auditore, assassin born through tragedy, yet defined through choice rather than merely circumstance, had completed transformation while simultaneously beginning journey, extending beyond merely personal vengeance to represent brotherhood continuation through generation, accepting responsibility for maintaining resistance against systematic threat, persisting through institutional presence despite targeted elimination, addressing visible representation without affecting underlying commitment, generating persistent opposition regardless of temporary setback, affecting organizational components without compromising fundamental determination, sustaining resistance through principled purpose, guided by philosophical understanding, directing practical implementation toward consistent, objective serving human dignity through protected freedom, enabling potential fulfillment through responsible choice, rather than imposed limitation, restricting development within externally determined boundaries. The assassin had been born